Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Matty here today. Welcome to episode 247. There's a stink bug in my room of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. This shit just flew by in the middle of me opening up the show. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, today I'm joined by another man with massive muscles. It's not Lord Cognito, but it's Sir Bradley Ellis. How you doing, man? Looking great.
Thank you. Appreciate that, dude.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to go to the gym in like 4 days, though, so it's killing me.
Doesn't look it. You're doing
but hopefully
great.
Today I can go back.
Beautiful. Were you sick, run down, busy?
Just busy, man.
Yeah.
It's weird, Matty. Like before I go to the gym, I have to eat kind of like a meal or something like that, or I just get gassed out.
Yeah.
And it just hasn't lined up properly.
Yeah.
Past couple of days. But today I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. We're just going to make it happen.
Yeah, no matter what.
No matter what. Even if I gas out super fast. Got to do it.
Better than nothing. No, I feel you on that. I'm the same way. I always need to get a little something in me because if I don't, I just get lightheaded like almost instantly.
Yep.
But if you eat too much, then it's like, oh, I got to wait.
You're bloated.
And then, your day carries on. So I feel you on that. Yeah. It's funny. I wasn't able to exercise this weekend because it was my wife and I's 1 year wedding anniversary. So
all right, dude.
Yeah. We were away celebrating. We went to a little spa, hung out. It was nice. We just had a really good weekend. Went back to the restaurant we ate at the day we got married. So that was good.
Cool.
But obviously just putting on the poundage all weekend, Brad. You know how it is. Yeah. And then, just thinking about that run I'm going to hit. So I hit that run like 2 days in a row. And I got to remember I'm getting up there because I used to just hit my runs cold, like in my 20s. And I wouldn't stretch or anything. Dude, my ankle is fucking hurting. My calf is hurting. Yeah. I just hit this run and I was going for it. I was feeling really good, but not feeling so hot right now. So now I have to settle for a walk today because I didn't pace myself properly. I wanted to get into it a little too quickly. So yeah, I'm trying not to ride the bench for too long here, especially on podcast days. I like to get a little exercise and get the blood pumping.
Dude, man, walking's good. Especially if you do incline walking.
Barely get to do that where I live. A lot of flatlands, but
Okay. So you're outside actually doing it.
Yeah, like I tried to do during the spring and the summer a little outdoor stuff because when the winter time comes, I am just totally huddled up inside for months on end. It feels like, and like I'll use my Peloton and stuff because I hate freezing my ass off out there. I'm gonna be honest.
I get it, dude.
This northeastern winter sucks sometimes. It gets really bad, and I'm like the weirdo who. I remember when I used to like get in my car for high school and I always wore jeans, like even in the summer months, like I was just that guy. And I remember whenever I got in the car when it was cold, all that cold air that goes up your jeans when you sit down in the car just rushes down your leg. It pissed me off, man. It got me so upset. Every day I was pissed just getting in my car. So I think that feeling just hung with me and just that feeling of extreme frigid temperatures. I'm like, why the hell is it like this? So I just spare myself, get on that Peloton I'm lucky to have.
Damn. Okay.
Bike it up.
Do what you got to do though.
Yeah.
That's a funny ass story. I feel like every kid knows, or everyone I know, there's at least a couple people I know that only wear pants, never shorts.
I was that guy. I was self-conscious about my legs for a while. Okay. So it was like, I just hated how skinny my legs were. I hate when people call it chicken leg and all that shit. I was like, what if I just always wore pants? I also thought I looked better in them. Like I thought I looked weird in shorts. I mean, now because I'm a professional podcaster, I'm just in shorts all the time.
Well, if they call you chicken legs, just call them fat legs or something like that.
Yeah, man. It just always got to me. I talked to Cog about it because he could relate. I was like, it always got to me because it was like I'd be like at the gym squatting and stuff. It's like, dude, if I could do something about this, I would. Yeah. But eventually you grow up, you get out of it. You're like, oh, that says more about them than me. And
exactly.
Here we are now, still skinny legs, but feeling much better about it.
Yeah, my legs are pretty skinny. You and me are pretty skinny dudes overall.
Yeah,
but
nice.
The muscle has gone up, which is nice.
Yeah, Yeah, I can't tell if it's like the muscle or the age. I don't know, but
it's both.
Yeah, it's probably both. Yeah,
as an old buck like me, yeah,
old buck.
Luckily, I don't get hurt very often for the gym.
Yeah,
I'm pretty chill most of the time.
Yeah. I usually am. That's the thing. I feel like an idiot because I usually am good at stretching, especially before I lift, because that's the thing. Like I have hurt myself at the gym before and like just put myself out of it for like a month or two. And you're like, especially when you're like, I wasn't even trying to go hard and you still hurt yourself. Like,
yeah, that's when it happens.
Yeah.
Just do a warm-up set. You're usually pretty good there.
Yep. Smart man. Better than me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Defining Duke of Health podcast. We got Health is Wealth for you this week. We also have lots of games to talk about. Recording this episode a little bit differently for those of you who hang around the intro. We're going to update you right now. We're doing a unique pickup. As we record this now, 1:20 p.m. Eastern time. That's before the state of play. That's also before Thursday in the wee hours of the morning, where Xbox will be holding their Tokyo Game Show showcase. And so we want to see what both of those are about. So we're not sure when we kind of chop it up how this is going to slot into the episode, but we will have thoughts on that later in the episode. No doubt it'll be labeled as such. However, the timestamps usually, like the way I organize a show, people know I usually put it at the front of the news section just by how we line things up. It might be at the back end of the news section. I'm not quite sure how it'll all size up, but we will be talking about that. That means you'll likely see an outfit change from Brad and I in the middle of this episode, but we'll be here to talk all about what happened in State of Play, as well as what happened in the Tokyo Game Show. But otherwise, we're going to get into the rest of the Xbox news this week. We got to look at OD alongside a Hideo Kojima credit card. Brad, did you catch wind of that one?
I did see the Kojima credit card. I was like, God damn it, dude.
I'm signing up.
Like, Kojima is the man, but sometimes he just goes too far for my liking. It's like when he came out to like Jeff Keighley's thing and he's like, I'm having a podcast. That's it. Bye.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
What are you doing,
I did
man?
He did that. Yeah, I do remember him doing that. Yeah, there's like a little bit of ego in it, but also I kind of get it where I'm like, if someone who like helped fund my game was like, what if we put you on a credit card? I'd be like, yeah, why not? Right?
Is it his face on the credit card?
I hope it is.
Because that's a different story.
Yeah, it's probably the Kojima Productions logo or something.
Okay, but I want his smiling face on my credit card.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's every time you go to pay for your groceries, if someone notices this, it's going to be a great topic of conversation with you and the cashier. Unless you do the self-checkout, then you just did it for yourself.
They'll probably just think you're a freak right away. The smiling Japanese man on your credit card. Just like, hey, if you know, you know, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like a little bit of a bond, right? You pull that thing out. It's like a code, you know, if someone knows, you know, they got to be gaming hard to like be like, that's Kojima.
True.
But we'll talk about OD. We're going to talk about those Xbox price hikes a bit. We're going to get into your write-ins as always. So if you're new here, not sure what we do, patreon.com/lastdamemedia gets you early ad-free access to our show here, Defining Duke. Also, all our other shows. So Brad hosts Summon Sign. You want those great weekly in-depth gaming discussions. Go check out my man over there. You can also find Sacred Symbols, our brotherly, sisterly, I don't know, podcast, where they talk all things PlayStation, punching up all things Nintendo. We got a lot going on here. Sacred Streaming popping off. A lot of fun stuff happening at Last Day Media. Get signed up on Patreon. Otherwise, if you're a freeloader, we embrace you. We welcome you.
Thank you.
So we encourage you, subscribe and join us every Sunday. That's where we talk on YouTube. Otherwise, you can find us on all your favorite podcast services, Apple, Google Podcasts, Spotify. Catch us wherever. We want to hang and chat some games with you. Brad, we've got a little bit of Health is Wealth to open things up here.
Yes, of course.
First, music recommendations. This comes from Jambi. It says, hello, defined beefy dukes. I hope you're all doing well. As we all know, nothing quite helps quite as well as getting the workout pump than some good tunes. So I'm dropping some recommendations for you both. Sonic Music Band Crush 40 have some killer hard rock tracks to pump iron to, while those Tekken 8 stage electronic songs are perfect for some high intensity cardio. I'm leaving you some specific songs to jam to while working out. He recommends Indestructible Exile from Street Fighter 4, His World by Zebrahead in Sonic 06. 06 has a great soundtrack, and Twilight Party Cruise Tekken Project, which I already know Cog has in his playlist he loves. I invested in thousands of Series X consoles at launch instead of the stock market, and now I'm rich kind of day. Brad,
yes.
What kind of music you listening to when you're working out? Do you listen to music? You
yes, I do
guy?
All the time. All the time. Or something, you know. I have music going on. Sometimes I have a podcast going on. A lot of the Dukes get listened to while I'm
wow, what a guy. That. Thank you.
But game music I don't really do. Not because I don't think game music's cool or anything like that, but I haven't gone through the effort of making a playlist or something like that. I just haven't done it. I'm like, what's going to get me hyped up to lift weights or something like that? I'm like, Mega Man 2, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are some of your favorites?
I think if I listen to One Winged Angel or something like that, that might be a little too extreme for me while in the gym. Yelling Sephiroth.
That might feel a little uncomfortable at first. There is that moment, that like hazing process of just like, if anyone knew, like this would like if my headphones disconnect and people start to hear like Sephiroth, it's going to be a little awkward. But once you get over that hump, it's pretty worth it.
I think Metal Gear Rising, I remember, had some funny ass tracks for shit like that. Rules of nature. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah. But gaming, I don't really do so much, but maybe I should walk down that lane again. It's been a hot minute.
Are you, so you're listening to normal people music out there, Brad, in that gym?
Sometimes,
What are we slamming it to?
Recently, it's been Between the Buried and Me. They are like a prog metal band. Let's say they just had a new album coming out, or they had a new one coming out, so I've been rocking that the past couple of days.
Nice.
But it's been good.
Nice. Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of 21 Pilots lately, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah. They just had a new album, too. Yeah,
new album came out. It was really good.
It's good? Cool.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I've always liked their music. I'm not caught up on the... my friend was filling me in. They have this whole lore thing that I'm not aware of. Really? This is like the end of their story or something like that.
Like fucking gorillas or some shit with their lore?
Yeah, I mean, gorillas are amazing, too. Yeah. It's funny you bring them up. I was just listening to them the other day. I was like, damn, they have so many hits. So many hits. But yeah, the 21 Pilots has been in the rotation. I always recommend to people, it's definitely not workout music, but everyone's looking for like kind of psychedelic rock, like listen to a little Post Animal. Okay. They are really, really fucking good. I love them. They're so good. Well,
okay. What about you though? When you're in the gym, man, and you're going to go hard that day, you're like, I need to get turned up.
Yeah. I have a playlist made, so I just gradually add to that when, I hear a track that I want to work out to. So I got everything from The World Ends With You, Neo, The World Ends With You specifically.
Always great music.
That soundtrack is amazing.
They rest in peace, that franchise.
I know, it's so sad. I'm happy that game ever got to exist. It's funny how good it was too, given
it was good.
That Neo, like The World Ends With You, was like such a niche game, but I mean they gave it a chance, so I always give them credit for that one. But that's in my playlist. Sonic is a lot of anime OPs are
sure.
I get that. I get into that. Sometimes I get like a little Persona going. Like Persona's very pop, as we all know, specifically Persona 4. But I try to go with the vocals. Boss tracks like Octopath has some really great music.
You usually do cardio, right? Mostly.
Nowadays, I was talking to Cog. I want to get back into strength training a little bit, at home, because I had this vision of a home gym and I realized it became a barrier where I just like, dude, buy this like $80 bench, buy a weight set, just get to it. Like I had this whole grand vision, but it's like, it's better just to get started rather than to wait and stop being my own barrier. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get into now. But cardio is like the primary focus for me, just because I know I sit a lot. Like if I was up more, I think I would be doing more weight training like as a priority. But if I have to pick between the two, it's come down to cardio, because I'm like, well, I need to keep the heart in good shape for how much we're going to sit here for like 3 hours and do this, and then we have state of play after. So I'm going to sit for that. Then I'm going to record, edit that video. So I'm going to be sitting for like 6 hours, 7 hours straight. Once this is all said and done, it's like, you got to get up and move, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not a good 10,000 steps guy, though. Like, I don't keep track of that too heavily, but I struggle to get the 10,000 steps in for sure.
It's just like, how long does that take? Is more, I'm always thinking about like that. I'm like, how long will that take me to do?
Multiple hours, usually. I usually get a little bit more, like pretty close, I usually get 7 or 8K on like a good day.
That's good.
But that's usually on days I'm like outside exercising for like an hour, or so. And Combining that with just my general day. So hitting 10,000 steps, I've found that it's just like, if I do it, it's like I have to have ample free time because I got to put I have to block out like a 2-hour window to just do cardio. Otherwise, I'm never going to touch it. How's
the diet though, Matty?
Better.
Good?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that was Laylee and I have been meal prepping. We
oh, nice. Good.
She actually just did it yesterday. She helps out a ton with that. But we just made like 25 egg burritos that are like 500 calories, 400 calories, something like that. So that's my breakfast every day. And I've been having that every day for like a month. And yeah, dude, like it's helping. Obviously weekends, like I just put it right back on, but it's keeping me nice and not bloated. Keeping the diet straight, getting the good macros in. So yeah, it's been good on my end. How's the diet been going for you, Brad?
Good, man. I've like rapidly changed it over the past like month and a half.
Nice.
I'm in a weird spot because I'm trying to bulk and I'm trying to get muscle, build muscle, and also lose a little weight.
Yeah.
But I've gone down like 6 pounds, I want to say.
There we go.
Now. Yeah. But it's like, I don't want to lose muscle. So that's like the whole balance thing for me right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if I wanted to cut like super fast, I probably could, but that's no fun. And I'm trying to do it slow. It's healthier to do it slower.
Yeah. Yeah. The patience game. I feel you
but
on that.
It's been good. I feel way better than I usually do.
Good.
But
good.
Dude, telling you, all you young bucks out there listening, when you get older, think about it, dude. Think about your diet. Think about your exercise.
What was the diet looking like before this month then? I'm curious.
Oh, just lazy.
Okay.
No kind of thing. Yeah, it's just like me being lazy, not even thinking about it.
Nah, I get you. I mean, it's easy, dude. Especially with our line of work. There's always something.
You can always like justify it to yourself, I'm busy, I'm tired.
Yeah.
Shit like that. But you just gotta be like, no.
Yep. Gotta tell yourself no.
Yeah.
For me, what's just worked, I know I'll have these thoughts and probably want to cave to them anyway. So what's the best answer I can give myself, right? Can we make it easy with the meal prep? Like we just have 25 frozen egg burritos. It's like, great. I never have to like compensate on breakfast, which is like the toughest meal for me ever. Or I like to snack. I know that about myself. I love, that's where it gets me. Love a little bag of chips, right? Get rid of all the chips though. Put some pretzels and some hummus dip at worst, or almonds, healthier snacks.
Yeah,
make a better choice of the two. It's not perfect, but that's what's helped me a lot,
Yeah. I mean, I only eat 2 meals a day now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I stop eating usually I skip breakfast. I usually stop eating past 7 or 6 p.m. and I don't eat until like noon the next day.
Okay.
But I'm so fucking used to it. I mean, have to do that.
I define myself as like a car. Like I can feel my mood and my energy sinking with the food. And it's like one of those things where, you read about the relationship with food and I wonder, is it because I'm addicted to food, which is always possible, even if I'm eating healthy foods? Maybe I just like, I've trained my brain, my brain's just sending signals like, hey, we need this, even though I actually don't need it. So it's like, am I able to break that habit? Or is that just how I am? Do I actually need this much food? Because growing up, like as a skinny guy, we just burn through food. But as you get older and you don't burn through food as quickly, but your brain's still demanding it and telling you're sending signals to your body like, hey, put food in me. I always wonder about that. Because I've tried like fasting before. And it's always like a mixed bag for me, like a 24-hour fast. It's like a mixture of like, I feel pretty good.
I don't do anything like that. That's too crazy.
No, it's tough. I've done it a couple of times. And there are some days it does feel like needed, but it's, you try not to, it can be easy to get into that pocket of like, one time I did it, I don't think it was a healthy choice because it was more mental. It was like, I ate a shit ton of food and felt very full. And I was like, I don't want food. And so I didn't eat for a day. And I'm like, that's not really how it should be going. Because at that point, you're developing like a really bad relationship with food. Like to make up for eating a lot, you're just not going to eat. Like you can't do that. So that was one time I did it. But otherwise, like there are some days like foods like can be very inflammatory and just like flushing your body out, drinking only water for the day can feel really good. So I'm very picky about fasting personally.
Yeah.
But Brad, beyond the body, there is the mind.
Right.
Health as wealth goes inside as well. And that's what Blurry is writing in about. We had a write in last week. I believe it was from Raisin. Blurry's just following up. always like to include some encouraging words from our audience because a lot of people did write in about how helpful what Cog and I spoke about with anxiety was. So that was good to see, which is why we do this segment. He writes, good day to the healthy and the wealthy. I'm writing and responding to the homie who wrote last week about anxiety solutions. I'm someone who suffered the full extent of anxiety since I was a teenager. I've had panic attacks that have hospitalized me and taken my thoughts to the edge were a belief that tapping out and logging off the Earth server was for the best. I tried absolutely everything to get it under control, prescribed medication, vitamin supplements, group therapy, one-on-one intensive therapy, self-help books, etc., all of which did ease the symptoms, but never gave me that feeling of having it under control. I say all this to say that I understand your struggle, and the one thing that helped me more than anything is simply going for a run. I absolutely hate giving this advice because I know how easy it is to dismiss, but I started running around 2 years ago. Nothing crazy. I began 1 to 3K once or twice a week, and the improvements to my anxiety were shattering. I felt stupid and angry for having this solution always at hand for decades, and never really paying attention to it or dismissing it whenever a doctor or therapist encouraged it. The last 2 years have been my most anxiety-free of my entire life. And in that time, I've proposed to my future wife, bought a house, and taken up the financial burden of getting into Magic the Gathering, which, yeah, dude, I don't know if you saw that Spider-Man set.
No,
man, dude, after Final Fantasy, they do Spider-Man. I'm like, Jesus, bro, they got to be raking it in. So I wanted to get some of the Spider-Man set, but that, as he said, financial burden, perfect term. I'm sure that running might not be the magic bullet for everyone, but on the off chance that it could impact someone in some way, it has impacted me. I wanted to speak up and give the advice. So I encourage anyone suffering with anxiety, just try running 10 to 15 minutes once or twice a week to begin with. Stick with it for a month or two and just see what happens. The worst thing that can happen at the end of your 2 months is you may still be anxious, but fitter for it. The peace of mind that comes with the price of being a little out of breath for 10 minutes is well worth it. Apologies for the long write-in. I hope it helps. Stay healthy, stay wealthy. Peace. Thank you for the write-in, Blurry. Yeah, man, I just wanted to co-sign this one. Like, huge for me. Just, running or just doing something cardiovascular that gets you out of breath. I don't know what the actual science behind it is, personally, but there is something about that survival instinct that kind of kicks in when you're out of breath and you're like, oh, I'm fucking gassed right now. And how you just escape everything else except that moment right there of gathering yourself and putting your body under that stress and then realizing there are just other things that are more immediate and pressing to stress about. And it just puts your anxiety into perspective is how I define it. And he puts it beautifully here that like, dude, 10, 15 minutes, you don't got to go out there sprinting for an hour or anything like that. Like for me, as someone who took a break from jogging and was just really getting back into it these last few months because, if I was jogging incorrectly, that just start with little run cycles. Like you can walk most of it and just do 2-3 cycles, just for a couple of minutes at a piece and warm yourself into it. And you'll be surprised at the difference. It helps a lot. But again, it's not like the one shot silver bullet for everyone. Obviously with anxiety, it's never going to be like that, but exercise is a real helpful factor. You just got to find what pocket of it helps you. All right, Brad.
Yeah, I agree, man. Cardio's great for stuff like that. Even if you just want to walk on a treadmill.
Yeah. Treadmill helps too. Whatever works for you. Find your way. Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by Shopify. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you are aware launching a business is tough, maintaining it even more difficult. Gotta take advantage of all the tools at your disposal, and that's why I'm here to tell you about Shopify, the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the United States. What's the similarity between myself, Mattel, and Gymshark? We all get to use Shopify. Ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do is use a ready-to-use template on Shopify and you can build yourself a beautiful online store. From there, they can let you accelerate your content creation however you like. You want to pull some of those AI levers? Go right ahead. It'll write up product descriptions, page headlines. It'll even enhance the product photography that you have on your page. Then it's like you got a marketing team with you. You can easily create email and social media campaigns. Wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling, you're good to go. And best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing your inventory to international shipping and processing returns and beyond. So it's like you have your own team while it's still just you and your own small business. So if you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. Turn your big business idea into With Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/Duke. Go to shopify.com/Duke. Again, that is shopify.com/Duke. Shout out to Shopify for sponsoring this week's episode of Defining Duke. All right, Brad, we got to write in here before we talk everything news related. It's about Danganronpa.
Oh,
a lot
shit.
of Danganronpa write-ins this week. Appreciate everyone supporting the GOAT, Kazutaka Kodaka. Mikey, you got the write-in on. He says, Matty, what should I do? The latest Nintendo Direct had me really excited since I beat both Fatal Frame 1 and Danganronpa 1 earlier this year. Seeing remakes of their sequels announced honestly couldn't have come at a better time. But your recent theory about how Danganronpa 2x2 might somehow act as a sequel to V3 has me worried since I've only finished the first game. On top of that, the extra content doesn't interest me much. I even felt the first game, which is supposed to be the shortest in the whole series, dragged on for too long. So, should I wait for the remake or just go ahead and play the current V2? Thanks. Okay, Mikey. Now, for everyone listening, I am not going to spoil anything for you, but I'm going to dance around. It's going to be one of those who know situation.
Right.
But those who don't, I'm just going to try to walk you through it a little bit. All right, Mikey. So, Danganronpa 2x2, if it is the secret Danganronpa 4, which I'll just say that Kodaka and his team have made a little bit of a habit of hiding real meanings behind the games in their titles while being right under your nose. V3 is a game that puts the series in a corner. It's over after V3. And I have a couple of theories on Danganronpa 2x2. For starters, 2x2 is including not only Danganronpa 2, but also this new scenario. And I did some research on it. I was trying to find out what is, Spike Chunsoft saying about this? What is Kodaka and his team saying about this? The remake seems to be visual and first-person detective gameplay stuff, which is pretty significant. But in the terms of the story, you could play Danganronpa 2 now and then pick up 2x2 for this alternate scenario. Keep in mind, this alternate scenario that people are discussing, while I think a very well-founded theory, is, how do I describe it? It is also just a theory. There is no real grounding to it until, and I don't think they're going to be able to tell us before launch. It's not until we really play it that we'll know. Because V3 was like that. V3, we thought it was going in one direction, and that was like the finale of the series, I still find it's divisive, but I still find what they did pretty incredible. Very bold, to say the least. So 2x2, my suggestion would really be, I think, especially because you thought the first one dragged. The first one, by the way, is my favorite in the series. So if you find the first one dragging, the second one is longer. And I don't think you're going to put up with, based on what they said about 2x2, they said the new scenario they're adding is as long as 2. And Danganronpa 2 took me about like 40 something hours to beat. Yeah.
Jeez.
It's a big game. So you're talking probably 80 hours of content here. You probably want to break it up. I would say play Danganronpa 2 now. And then keep an eye on what 2x2 is doing. You might even be pulled into V3. And V3, that's an even longer game. That took me like 70, Damn. That's it. Yeah, that's a big game. It has a lot of side content too. So that's why my hours are up a little bit more. But I think it really took me like 53 or 60, somewhere. I remember 53 for some reason. But it took me a longer than 2 to beat. I think each game is awesome and worth the time. But if it does drag for you, I think you're best off breaking it up. So based on the theory, I'd play 2. Maybe you get to hop into V3 and finish that up. And then you can know what I'm talking about here and properly assess and look into what 2x2 is. Because really all Kodaka needs to do is say one thing. But I'll just say that this alternate scenario that they're doing in 2x2 might be a new beginning. Because the ending of V3 was very divisive. And this might be their opportunity to take it in a new direction. But they have the opportunity to do something really meta and interesting with it all. I feel like knowing Kodaka and his team, they will do that. But again, it's just a theory. So if you like the series, you're having fun with it, you're excited about this stuff, I would just say go straight into 2 because that outside of the new visuals, if that matters a lot to you, then maybe wait. But I would say, given your experience with 1, just go into 2 when you're ready and beat that. So that you can split things up a little bit more. But hopefully that helps a bit for those of you wondering what to do with 2x2. But I know I'll be there day one. But I'm not a huge Danganronpa 2 fan, so like I'm going to, out of the three, it's my least favorite, but I will be diving into that new scenario ASAP. The only thing we don't know is if you can just jump into that immediately, or if you need to like beat 2 to play 2x2. Which I'd be very surprised if they didn't just let you jump into the new one. But Danganronpa 2 is the only one I haven't replayed, so there's also that. I might end up just caving because I'm like, yeah, it has been since 2014. Like, what do I even remember this? At least the first one I've played like 3 or 4 times. I fucking love that game. But yeah, hopefully this helps, Mikey. I appreciate the write. And Brad, any thoughts on this little Kodaka rant of mine?
Unfortunately, I don't know anything about Danganronpa. I've only played a little bit of the first game. I'm not a huge visual novel guy, so not for me. I did like Monokuma though, or Monokuma.
Yeah,
it was cool.
Ass.
But shout out to you guys. I know huge fan base. I'm glad you're all getting filled up with delicious content.
It's been the year of Kodaka, bro. This guy's on a huge comeback right now.
Yeah, you're living it up.
All right, well, let's live it up in a place where you and I can align, and that's in the mind of Hideo Kojima.
Oh, man.
Been playing a lot of Metal Gear Solid lately, so I went from like, all right, we'll see OD when we see OD, and Fizzant to like, yo, give me the next Kojima shit now. So in his Hideo Kojima Productions showcase, everything from a credit card to Fizzant got shown off. And the one we wanted to talk about here was OD, because OD did get a brand new trailer. Phil Spencer hit the stage. We do have a lot of write-ins about what Phil had to say about the trailer on his Twitter account. That's where most of the write-ins for OD came in. So we'll cover that after. But I just want to talk about what we did see for OD and just our general feel. We saw someone enter a room, trying to light these candles, heavy breathing, creepy, tense atmosphere. I don't know, man. Like, after playing all of these Metal Gear games and some of Death Stranding 1, beating Death Stranding 1, playing 2 a little bit, I'm like, this guy's brain is built for horror. It's so weird that it's taken him this long to get here. I know he was going to do the new Silent Hill, like in PT, you know, but like he just has that crazy survival horror brain, but he's put it into every other genre but horror. So I'm really interested in this one just by how crazy and meta he can get. Like, that's where it's permissible. So I'm curious what you thought of what we saw of OD, Brad.
Dude, okay, so I'm super down. I'm really curious. I didn't see what Phil Spencer wrote about the game or anything like that, so maybe he'll answer some of my questions.
I'll fill you in. Yeah,
I am
we'll
just
cover
so
that second.
Curious about what this will actually be. Like, how much of this is a game or stuff like that, or how much of it is narrative focused, kind of like movie stuff like that. And I'm okay with any of that. That's fine with me. But I'm just so curious how it's going to quote unquote play, or whatever his experience is going to be. Like, what? Because I know he's a madman. But based off everything I've seen, the tone, or very little we've seen, I'm in. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to what you said about, I'm not sure what it'll be. I mean, Kojima teased in July that OD will be a game that either people, quote, love or hate. He said it's something totally different. So I don't think there's going to be, if anyone's like waiting for
games.
Yeah, exactly. I think if anyone's waiting for like the main character to pull out a gun, and like that's going to be, I don't think you're going to get that here. I do think this is going to be more experiential horror, puzzle horror, kind of Silent Hill in that way, which would make sense given he was about to, he was going to work on a Silent Hill game. But yeah, that's what I'm kind of down for. I want to just let his brain go crazy, because again, in horror, that's where it's always been really, I'd say, I put in quotes, like allowed. You know, a lot of people don't. Many people do, but a lot of people also don't resonate with some of the meta, crazy, fantastical yet grounded shit he does in like Metal Gear. And I get that. But I think with OD, it's going to be really cool to see where he goes with it. But it was good to get an update. A lot of people were worried if this game was on or off, just given what's happened recently with Xbox and the canceled projects and whatnot. I've said even during the cancellations, like, it would be so stupid to axe this partnership with Kojima or to not just give him the time, because, you know, I don't know if it'll be a big seller, but the optics just, I mean, not only for just getting this game and being part of it, but also the optics in the terms of just Japan, a region that Xbox has had so much trouble breaking into. Like, you need Hideo Kojima to break through. Like, you just need to support those types of creatives on a closer level. So I'm glad they're hanging with it. I thought it looked good. It wasn't a lot of gameplay, but what it was trying to achieve, intention, and the footsteps you could hear behind you as you were like lighting the candles. I'm really excited to see that combined with the acting and the way he shoots his games. I think it'll be pretty solid. So I'm looking forward to the loop he throws us in, where it's going to be like this crazy weird shit, not real gameplay, but also gameplay. So we'll see. Again, this is a lot of my Metal Gear recency bias kicking in, because I've been really just enjoying exploring his mind, and I'm curious to see what he brings to the horror genre.
Yeah, I wonder if this will be a much smaller kind of game / experience, or what he's going for.
Yeah, horror games are usually not very long, right? I think the longest we get, and it's especially in survival horror, is like maybe 20 hours, where it's like, a lot of gameplay, a lot of combat. Like Chronos took me 20 hours. And that felt, it was on the long end, but it felt right to me because it was so fun. Yeah. But for a game like this, which I imagine will not have your traditional gameplay, I don't think this will be longer than 10 hours personally. I could be wrong.
Interesting. Is this going to be on other platforms? Do we know that?
I imagine at this point, yes.
Okay.
If this is Xbox exclusive, I would be
shocked, I guess. No.
Yeah, gobsmacked. I'd be like, what? Really?
Yeah.
Not because I don't want it to be. I want Xbox fans to have great exclusives, but I just, with the way the business strategy has changed, and now you're working with Kojima, like, I just feel like getting this game to everybody just aligns with what they've been doing. So I'm pretty sure this will end up being multi-plat. Yeah.
This will be a good Game Pass game. Yeah. This is like a really good Game Pass game, dude.
Sure will. Dive in, check it out, get weirded out, leave.
Yeah.
Repeat.
It's like you do it once. I don't know if you'll have like replay value or in it or anything like that. Because it seems like it's going to be very like, actor focused and stuff like that, and acting.
Yeah.
So I wonder.
Yeah.
But exciting nonetheless.
I agree.
They didn't put a date or anything, did they?
No, just I think Phil said on stage it'll come when it's ready.
Kojima!
So, yeah, I know. It's still going to be a little while longer, but it was cool to get an update on it after a lot of anticipation for it. We have the write-in from Loom Doom. We'll shift to part 2 of this topic. It says, hey, Dukes, Phil Spencer just put out a tweet talking about OD by Kojima. The game was very intriguing. However, I couldn't help but wince reading Phil's opening line in the tweet. Quote, original IP is essential to our industry, end quote. I just don't know how this man can say this after what his team did to Hi-Fi Rush and its developers. I don't think anyone seriously believes that Phil or Xbox cherish original IP after what we've seen from the last few years. If anything, Xbox seems to be retreating from original projects per the recent cancellations. Just shut up, Phil. We're sick of the lip service. Thanks for reading my rant, and have it is only Monday and I'm already counting the minutes to the weekend kind of day. Loom Doom. Thank you for writing. So this is part 2, right? It was interesting to see Phil on stage there. But it was good to see the partnership alive and well. Xbox did look pretty enthused to be still part of this project. No doubt they wanted to put their best smile on after a series of cancellations. And, Phil continuing to, Phil, Sarah, and Matt just continuing to limit their public availability more and more and more. Like it went from they were available everywhere and in touch everywhere to just like completely retreated after, especially these recent studio closures and game cancellations, which I get because they're not going to get asked any friendly questions right now. Like that's going to still be about all of that.
Yeah. Very hostile questions for sure.
Yeah. So to open your statement about, and this is not on the stage, this is this tweet, but saying like original IP is essential to our industry. And you think of a lot of the IP that Xbox shutting down historically, little backwards, I will say. A little surprised to see him write that so boldly, but curious if you have any thoughts on this one, Brad, because our audience did write in a decent amount about this, about Phil saying how essential these IP are, but also canceling them, again, kind of out of both sides of his mouth.
Yeah, I'm going to like slightly defend Phil here, slightly, because I think what he's going at with this and where we all kind of know is, yes, new IPs are incredibly important to the industry, but only if they meet our expectations or sales, things like that, which they did say Hi-Fi Rush did. I think, who was it? Aaron Greenberg said something like that. Yeah, it's just like, okay, well, I can understand that, but as we've said and you said, Phil likes to talk both sides of his mouth, so I don't really ever know what to believe when this man says anything.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. It's like, what happened to Scalebound, dude? That would have been a cool new IP.
People did bring that one up. They brought up Scalebound. I had to, there's certain tweets, I have to be honest, maybe where I'm a glutton for punishment. And you just have to jump into the replies and just kind of see like, oh, this one's teed up. Like people have to be feasting on this. So, when I saw him write original IP is essential to our industry, so I'm thrilled that the development of OD is in full swing thanks to the talented team at Kojima Productions and their creative collaborators. I was like, oh, there it is. Let's see what the people are saying. And yeah, like a lot of Hi-Fi Rush stuff, a lot of, Scalebound, Contraband just got canceled. Everwild just got canceled. Yeah. Like, what's going on here? People are still very angry. They haven't really forgotten. There's some fucking crazy AI generated videos beneath this tweet thread of like Phil is a demon, Phil is fucking Pinocchio on a Blu-ray.
Oh, dude,
it's pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah,
I'm not
Liza
gonna lie.
P, dude. We used to call him that at Easy Allies.
Liza P.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good, man. Yeah, he walked right into it. I think he knows that, but yeah, I think what you say is fair.
What do you think though, Matty, about this whole statement?
Well, I guess as someone who's covered,
he's already
Phil for a while. I'm very used to Phil. Like I like Phil a lot. I know it doesn't sound like I do, but I do like him a lot. I get I care about Xbox a lot, so I get very frustrated. I'm like, oh, you fucking idiot! Why'd you do that? Like. Like you just saying it, it's like they're trying to convince themselves more than the people around them, I feel. Like, we still care, right? Right? Like, that's what it feels like to me. And at the end of the day, these are like multimillionaires we're talking about. They can get dunked on Twitter all they want. But for me, it's just like I have unfortunately grown a little bit used. Like I used to defend Phil a lot. I was like, look, like, hey guys, Xbox communication. I know you want to get out in front of things and you want to be in touch with the community, and like that's really important. But now that they've pulled back and their communication faux pas are still occurring, you start to recognize like, okay, well, what's the source of it now, other than just like that autonomy getting the best of you, just being able to speak for yourself constantly, and that representing the whole brand, and then other people in the brand saying different things. So it just doesn't align with the stories that we've seen, but also those stories are technically unofficial because they're all leaked and whatnot. Right. We'll actually talk about one in a little bit with Perfect Dark and its gameplay details as that saga continues on. So I'm kind of used to the Phil Spencer shtick at this point. And so I was a little indifferent to it. I was like, again, I've seen this a million times, and as we've called it on Defining Duke, like it's just going to continue to be a thing. So
yeah,
I think it's just an optics-based statement, and just trying to throw their support behind Kojima. And at the end of the day, that's really what matters. Is like, okay, if something changed, and I've said this before, so pardon me if I sound repetitive to the audience, but if this is like where they draw the line, they're like, okay, moving forward, this is how we value original IP. Okay, cool, I'm for it. Like, put your money into people like Kojima, please. That sounds great to me. Yeah. So here's to new beginnings.
Just a lot of uncertainty, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, there's uncertainty with everybody, but
the trust relationship with Xbox is massively
pretty low
different
right now, I would say.
Yeah. Like it's I mean, I'm pretty, like, I've talked about it, extensively with you. I just said, I'm like kind of indifferent to the brand right now because of just how things have gone. It's like I would be foolish to be optimistic constantly like I once was for Xbox. So until they can earn that version of me back, that's where we stand right now. Yeah. And we'll take you at a case by case basis, which is what Game Pass is doing, Brad. 2025 is Xbox's biggest investment in Game Pass ever. This comes from Chris Charla, the head of the ID at Xbox program. He says, quote, "It is our largest investment in Game Pass to date. We have signed deals with more than 150 partners to expand the catalog. The majority of publishers who have had a game in Game Pass want to bring their future titles to the service. As a result, we've signed deals with more than 150 partners to expand that catalog, and we continue to engage with hundreds of partners each year to review upcoming titles," end quote. Mr. Scott, if you're nasty, as always with great writing, he writes, "Senior Xbox boss Chris Charla said they have signed over 150 deals to bring more content to Game Pass, and this year marked their largest investment in Game Pass. Charla also said the majority of devs want to come back with their future titles. It's nice to see some positive coverage on Game Pass for a change, which brings me to my question, Matty. When are you ending this futile protest, my friend? We're eating good over here. Have a fun my gaming addiction kind of day." Mr. Scott, as always, thank you for the healthy, hearty write-in. We appreciate you. Well, I'll answer your question in a second because I don't want to make it about myself fully. But Brad, Big investment in Game Pass. Have you been there to support these 150 plus titles entering the service? Everything from Expedition to Oblivion Remake.
Occasionally, I'll get Game Pass. For any of those games, no, I bought those games. Because those games, I'm like, I want to own those games and stuff like that.
Sure.
Maybe Outer Worlds 2, I might, if I get a chance to get to it this year.
Good choice. Yeah.
I feel like that's a nice Game Pass game. Call of Duty, maybe, if the boys play a little bit. I'll play Call of Duty on there for like a month and I'm good. Because like that's all I ever care about with Call of Duty. Couple weeks, yeah. Other than that, though, nah.
You buying Ninja Gaiden 4? Or are you?
Yeah, of course I'm buying that shit.
Okay, good shit.
I mean, I'm not saying there's not great content on there, because there is.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm one of those people that like prefers to buy stuff.
Yeah.
Always if I can.
If
I'm excited about it.
Yeah. Game Pass still kicks ass. Yeah. To Mr. Great. Scott's right in. Yeah. I announced during the whole what's it called? The multiple studio closures and cancellations. I was like, yeah, I cancel my Game Pass subscription. And like I didn't do it as a point of protest where I'm like, join me in this. I'm like, I'm not stupid. Like, this is a great service. It offers great value. And I'm not gonna tell people where it financially makes sense to them, like how to spend their money. That's ridiculous. So just to update people on where I'm at with this, as I've said before, I don't know if there's a quote end to the protest, because it's not like I'm really protesting. It's more like, okay, I don't like what this company's doing. There was a point where I liked what they were doing and I was happy to give them my money every month and be like, hey, even when I'm not using Game Pass much, I am happy to support it. Where I'm at right now, I'm like, you know what? I don't like the choices they made. And I'm still going to be an Xbox customer. Like I'm not, like one of those people who's like, I'm never shopping from this brand ever again. It's like, okay, well, one way or another, they're so big. You're going to run into them some way, somehow. I'm not interested in tripping up on words. So for me, it's just like, look, I don't mind giving Xbox money because I think they do run an interesting business. And there are times they do really good things. Do I need to be signed up to a subscription service where I'm giving them like hundreds of dollars every year when I sometimes don't even use it month to month because I'm buying most of my games? It's like, yeah, the act of just subscribing to support doesn't really make sense for me anymore since I buy all of my shit.
Yeah.
And also, again, like, I'm happy to buy the games from Xbox where they make sense. But I kind of felt like unsubscribing from Game Pass changed a little bit of my view of the economy of games and what I value more. Like, would I pay for South of Midnight? I realized as someone who was like, I thought it was solid. It was pretty flawed, but it was solid. When I unsubscribed from Game Pass, I'm like, I don't think I would actually have bought that game at all. And it's that initial gut feeling that tells you everything about a game's value, right? Like when you sit down and you look at that purchase icon, you're like, I want to add that to my library. Maybe not. That's where when it's a Game Pass game or something that you actually like and want to own. So it's kind of informative for me to get out of that a little bit and just see how I assess things. I still always include Game Pass in my verdict when I review games because, like, yeah, when it's, people know this, but, my default verdict for Game Pass games is always like, well, unless it's like abysmal, I'm like, try it for yourself. It's right there. It's cheap. It's affordable. There's no like real reason outside of time why you couldn't do this if you have the money to. So it's really on you based on what you're seeing and hearing if this is of value to you because the value is so low compared to the $60, $70 mark. Yeah. But otherwise, Game Pass has kind of factored itself out of my life a little bit more. And so if there's a time, like I'm kind of like you now, Brad, there's a time it makes sense, scoop up a game or two through it. Sure. Why not? But I have been buying most of my games and I'm not like, again, protesting Xbox to the point I'm not going to give them money, Right. And I do like the games that they're making. Like I'm interested in the Outer Worlds 2. I'm interested in Ninja Gaiden. I'll be buying both those games. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's not, I wouldn't call it a futile protest, Mr. Scott. So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, they're investing in like, this has been like the best year of Game Pass. Just the amount of like home run titles they have found, like their Game Pass scouts are legit great. Like they really do manage to just pick out these games years away from their launch and get them into the service. Whether it's Clair Obscur, Blue Prince is another one, obviously Oblivion being first party, but like their third party pickings have been excellent this year. So you can really see the investment that they've made there. And I do hope that aside from people like me who have kind of decided it doesn't make sense for them as much anymore, I do hope they're getting the ROI on it because they are putting their money where their mouth is. They are getting great partners for the service and putting like, I mean, to think about where we started with day one games, like I loved Outriders, but Outriders was a bit of a mess at launch. And we went from that to like Dark Alliance, which was terrible. And there was just a lot of messy third party day one launch.
Was like the first one.
Yeah. Back for Blood was also there. Like there's a lot of really janky, crappy titles. Like Game Pass got a stigma early, but they've really continued to build it up more and more, investing more and more, bigger and bigger. And at this point now, I mean, to look at how many Game of the Year quality titles rest on this service is really impressive. So it definitely is extremely valuable. And I'm glad they continue to put their money into it. And I'm keen to see what happens in 2026 and how much more they pour into it there. But given it's their biggest investment, as I've said before, I know the audience likes to argue about this anytime. I should really spare myself. But yeah, I think clearly the service has to be doing somewhat decently for them to be spending more and more on it. Sure. Either that or they are trying to just reach a certain growth point and they think this might be the way to do it. There's two ways of reading it. I think either works. One day we'll find out if the service just randomly shuts down.
Yeah, I mean, them investing in it more than ever makes sense to me because it's like that is their entire business model, pretty much.
Without it, what is Xbox right now with the hardware?
That is like
and stuff.
their main thing. So
yeah,
you better nail it if it's your only thing.
Oh yeah,
and they have been doing good.
They have been doing good. Brad, let's talk about Perfect Dark. All right, so this has been an ongoing saga. Leak details upon leak details, right? Like first we have the leak about the game, like, vertical slice. Then we get a leak that Take-Two almost got involved in and there was IP differences and disputes. And so now that's not happening. So now the game's shut down. Last week we get Gallagher's statement, the initiative is done for, like there's no going back now. So now it's the pain part of it all, where we start to learn more details about this project. And I'm going to read this right up here from MP First, from top to bottom. Please check it out and go through everything that we learned from them. They say, after years of development and some reports detailing a troubled production, it was announced that Perfect Dark Reboot would be canceled and the studio responsible for the initiative would be shutting down. This news came after a period of major restructuring at Xbox, which also led to the cancellation of other anticipated titles like Rare's Everwild and Avalanche Studios' co-op game, Contraband. In the wake of the cancellation, controversial details about the reboot surfaced. Notably, reports claim that the 2024 gameplay trailer was essentially fake and not representative of the final game. However, a level designer who worked on the title later stated the trailer did contain fake stuff. The footage was a genuinely playable demo. This news sparked our curiosity about what was really being worked on for the game. Fortunately, we've come across some documents that offer posthumous details on the planned vision, including insights into its gameplay, aesthetics, and never before seen pictures. You'll have to check out MP First to see the pictures because we are a podcast. But let's read. They say the following information comes from several screenshots of internal documentation shared by a former developer. The content dates back to a period close to the game's cancellation earlier this year and delves into the core concepts, also revealing several planned gameplay systems alongside screenshots featuring concept art. The documentation opens by highlighting an opportunity to capitalize on the secret agent genre. The team behind the game believed there was a notable gap in the market due to the absence of major espionage franchises like Metal Gear Solid and 007, two series that ironically are now making a comeback in gaming. The creative vision was to reimagine the world while retaining the core DNA from the original N64 title. The primary inspiration for the game was the HBO series Westworld, which successfully reimagined a classic property for a modern audience while exploring fresh themes and concepts. The documentation also reveals that up until at least April of this year, the initiative was working on the game's Vertical Slice 1. In game development, this term refers to a playable proof of concept that gives a representative idea of the game's final quality and feel. It is mentioned, too, that this Vertical Slice belonged to Season 1, which could confirm previous reports claiming that an episodic format was planned for its release. When it comes to gameplay, the documents mention several conceptual systems, such as the Relentless system and a reward system, though only one is detailed in depth. This is the Adrenaline system, which would have treated adrenaline as a resource that the player would have regenerated over time and granted access to a variety of powerful abilities. These would have included the capacity to heal, increase damage dealt to enemies, and reduce incoming damage. We also would have gotten the ability to slow down time to dodge bullets, aim with more precision, or even increase movement speed. Killing multiple enemies in quick succession would have extended this slow time effect with the possibility of activating special execution animations. Paying close attention to one of the images included in the documents, you'll be able to notice that it's a variation of one of the previously published screenshots. In it, we can see protagonist Joanna Dark with her messy hair and a more agitated expression. The fact that this particular image was placed alongside the details of the adrenaline system could suggest that the mechanic would have included visible changes to Joanna's appearance in addition to giving her special abilities. The gallery also includes other concept art for locations intended for the first season, showing places like Cairo, a city that could be seen in the gameplay trailer, as well as other futuristic settings. The documentation refers to the aesthetic as eco-sci-fi, which would have combined futuristic design with a focus on sustainable green environments. Looking at all the work poured into these environments makes it a true shame that we won't ever see it come to fruition. This is made even worse by the knowledge that it was close to a second chance. As reported by Bloomberg, Take-Two was in talks with Microsoft and Embracer Group to finance the game, but negotiations fell through, putting the final nail in the project's coffin. Ultimately, the Perfect Dark IP will be joining a long list of dormant Microsoft franchises that fans will have to wait to be brought back. All right, Brad. So that is the report from MP First. The main standout to me here, I'm curious if it's the same for you, is the episodic format.
Yeah, I was like, what does that mean?
Do you think of Hitman? I think of Hitman with this more than anything.
Yeah,
that's what came to mind.
Is it like, are you going to release like 1 or 2 levels, then make people wait months and just have a bunch of ways to replay a level?
Yeah. I will
Which could be interesting.
I will reel back some of my criticism of the cancellation if this ends up being true. And I'm thinking, I should specify here also, I'm thinking of episodic correctly. Like, for all the years we waited for Perfect Dark episode 1, just that alone, episode 1 to come out. And it's like, yeah, here's like 3 levels or a level that we're going to update over time. Like, again, I'm thinking of Hitman 1, and we'll give you another episode in like a month or 2, and we'll update that over time. Like, now with Hitman being content complete, like especially Hitman 2, it's unbelievable how much stuff is in that game. But that's if you were like me and many others who just waited till it was all done. And maybe that would be a great play for Xbox. I don't know. But it would have been a new type of game. It actually, in fact, would have been the first it would have felt like, I think, from first party proper, the first made for Game Pass style title, where like, we're going to keep you engaged month after month. We're going to keep adding to this thing, new episodes, new levels, new gameplay details, new ways to play old levels, like very Hitman. And I have to say, I don't want games to go down that road. That's like one of the, I think, actual dangers of Game Pass that we've always talked about, even when we were all just complete stands of the service. But it would be interesting to see an Xbox first party team actually go that way. Because no doubt with the way game development budgets are going, how expensive it's getting, I have to imagine, if they were thinking about splitting Spider-Man 3 into like 2 parts, it's like, I think all of these teams are just throwing what they can at the wall and seeing what will stick that doesn't feel like a dramatic transformation. And given how the Xbox ecosystem consumes things, I can see how they were kind of going into this with a season 1 idea. Did I feel like that's what was being marketed to me or sold to me? Absolutely not. I had no clue about some of these reports, to be honest with you. But if Xbox canceled something that would have just effectively been episode 1 and their pipeline was not ready to turn on episode 2 within a very timely manner, I do kind of get being like, yeah, you know what? Like, we're still working on proof of concept for what is effectively 20% of this game. Again, just an estimate on my front. I can understand that. And that would make a lot more sense to me than what we had originally seen. So, Brad, your thoughts on Perfect Dark?
Yeah, the episodic content thing is interesting. It's like, is Perfect Dark the kind of franchise that can do that? I don't know.
Yeah. Does it have that kind of pull? Like, I mean, Hitman, I feel like has gotten bigger over the years, but it always had a fan base, at least, even since the PC days. And Perfect Dark's been gone a long time, and Zero people weren't that hot on. But maybe there was. I don't know. Maybe it could have worked, like you're saying, if it was like 3 levels right off the bat, tons of replay value. But it's like, am I going to be doing goofy shit like you can in Hitman, you like dressing up as a chef and like rat poisoning, something like that? It's like, I don't see Joanna Dark kind of doing that stuff. No,
I don't know if they were
very narratively driven.
Yeah, So if it's just like, here's a normal kind of like GoldenEye level, maybe they just looked at the old design of the games. Like, here's the main level, you have your main goal, but you can do a couple side things throughout. And if it was that, and they're like, hey, get ready for season 2 in like, a couple weeks, I'd be like, I'm just going to wait till everything's out then, sort of thing. But I think it works really well into you're saying with their Game Pass model.
Yeah.
Of just trying to keep people hooked. Like, oh, there's something on the horizon coming up no matter what, anytime. But if they couldn't even get 1% or like 20% of this game done, like you're saying, like the first episode, I think it was right to cut the cord on this thing.
Yeah, I can't blame them. So interesting development there. Good information to have. Still makes me wonder, though, if that's what Take-Two saw in it that would have maybe brought it to the level that we were expecting it. Like, when Take-Two got involved, though, again, I don't expect them to embrace like an episodic thing here. That just doesn't line up with what they did with Mafia or Borderlands or, of course, GTA. Unless you're thinking GTA Online, I guess. But like, I wonder if they looked at this and saw like, oh, we're just going to fund this thing until the end. Like, we're just going to put out a complete package, which would have been kind of saving it in a lot of ways too. So I'd be curious to see and find out what exactly Take-Two found in all of this.
Yeah, and then what they offered and
why
Microsoft turned it down or whatever.
Well, it was IP disputes. It's just a lot of ways to theorize about it, right? Like, there's the angle of like, well, was Take-Two lowballing them? Was Xbox being too cagey with it? Again, the other thing that I theorized was like, look, Xbox has been, especially the big three, like Matt, Sarah, Phil, have been at the forefront of canceling a lot of shit and doing I think a lot of good service to the brand in the early days, but I think as of late, just a lot of disservice to the brand. And do you want to be known as the, if Take-Two takes Perfect Dark and they end up making it this big global IP, do you end up having that egg on your face? Like, yeah, I'm the one who sold off this IP.
Yeah.
Like, we canceled it. We sold it off. It ended up being great. Like, that's one way to really just put the final screw in on incompetence. And I could totally see a self-preservation move, not to be super disingenuous, but I could see a self-preservation move where it's like, we're just going to look after ourselves here. Like, we're just going to put this in IP jail with everything else and just let it rot there. Which I find frustrating. I'm not even a big Perfect Dark fan. Like, I had really no love or knowledge of the franchise, to be frank. Outside of this this newest one, have you played some of the earlier ones?
Dude, the first one I loved.
Oh, really? The 64 one?
The follow-up to GoldenEye. Whoo, that game was so fun, man. Good shit.
Has it aged well?
In it. I don't know. I haven't played it in several years, so I don't know. It plays like a GoldenEye from N64, so take that as you will.
Yeah. What did you think of Zero, the 360 game?
I remember when I played I never finished it, but I remember playing it, and I just remember being like, this feels very different in not a way that I'm a fan of. Got
you. All right. But, well, that's maybe the end of the Perfect Dark saga.
I was going to say, they're not going to do anything with Perfect Dark.
Oh, I said to everyone, like, make your peace with it.
It's over,
like,
dude.
It's dead.
For at least
bringing
20
it back, like, at least with this regime at Xbox, like maybe a new regime comes in one day and they're like, I really fucking like Perfect Dark. Actually, we're going to bring that.
Yeah, that's who you need. Someone in there.
Yeah. Cause you can see like where Phil, Matt, and Sarah's fanship of certain things just shines through, and like they get certain things going and they give that favoritism to certain things. And I mean, that's the benefit of when you have like gamers as execs, is like they just have these preferences instead of just the dollars and cents of it all. But yeah, Perfect Dark's like probably never coming back, unfortunately.
Yeah, sadly, man.
A lot of love to the Perfect Dark fans out there suffering. We feel for you.
Yeah.
All right. Little Black Ops 7 update here. Multiplayer reveals happening September 30th. For anyone interested in checking it out, we have new trailer that's out. The beta for Black Ops 7 is starting on October 2nd. I can't talk today. And Sir Bradley Ellis, it's not looking great for the COD team. The revolt on this game.
Oh, really? I didn't know there was drama.
Oh, yeah, it's been strong. I mean, you always wonder if it's ever going to make a difference. I think sometimes a dent's made, but I don't think anything's going to topple it over. But I think the campaign stuff, I've discussed it multiple times. I don't think it looks bad per se. It's that it's a Call of Duty game and it doesn't look like it's a Call of Duty game. And you can tell the teams working on Call of Duty are probably burned out from working on Call of Duty. So they've made something so anti-Call of Duty that it's only Call of Duty in name. And I know some people defended Black Ops 7 by saying like, well, other Black Ops games are very psychedelic. But I do think, like, again, when you look at the trailers, how they're burying the lead, they hide the logos until the very end. they don't want you to think this is Call of Duty. They want to subvert your expectations. It's very deliberate with this marketing campaign. Meanwhile, the multiplayer has been the opposite. They're like, this is your standard COD multiplayer. There's wall running and all that shit. And so it looks like, what people have played before. It does look like the particular breed of multiplayer I've never really liked from Call of Duty. I don't like the wall running and the boost jumping and that stuff. So, I mean, I didn't even play too much of Black Ops 6 multiplayer. I played like 10 hours of it and then moved on. But I thought that was a more substantial evolution than what we're seeing here. This does look like a step back in that regard. But when it comes to Black Ops 7 campaign stuff, I continue to keep an open mind about it. But definitely Call of Duty's having an identity issue right now. They're in a big identity crisis when you look at what they were. And I think just as the product of the sweatshop, like Call of Duty you can only do so much of one thing for so long before you just start going way out of the box and doing non-Call of Duty things to just try to keep yourself creatively invigorated. Like, as someone who's like a big World War II fan, like, do you want to tell this team, like, go make another World War II story? It's like, as great as I would enjoy that, I'm like, I also get why they're like, again, what are we going to fucking do this time? And that's where you get things like Call of Duty Vanguard that just feel very, I think Call of Duty Vanguard was World War II inspired.
It was.
Could be misremembered. Yeah. I was going to say, like, and it just felt relatively uninspired because it's like, I'm sure most of these writers and creators are like, what do we do? What do we do? So Black Ops 7, very interesting bag to be in. But if anyone's interested in checking out the full multiplayer reveal, that's September 30th. Again, beta starts on October 2nd, so you'll be able to dip your toe in the pool before the game comes out later this year. Brad, any thoughts on Black Ops 7 thus far?
Dude, Call of Duty is a game I would be totally fine with not playing since Modern Warfare 2. That would be
OG Modern Warfare 2?
Yes, that was kind of the end for me, where I was like, all right, I'm done. That's enough. I've had enough. Because I played Call of Duty, like original Call of Duty when it came out on PC, and I played Call of Duty 2 actually a lot on PC. Shout out Call of Duty 2. Man, great maps on that game. But after Modern Warfare 2, I was just like, I'm done. Kind of thing like that. Over the years, I've had to play them. I had to review a couple of them, so I was forced to play them. I didn't want to, but that's where I'm at. And the only reason I will play Call of Duty for a little bit is just because all my friends play it, and I'll just play it to hang out with them. But that's about it. But I'm not buying it. I'm not into the universe or the series at all. I don't care at all about it. But I know a lot of people love it, so I get it. Yeah.
I wonder if Xbox is like quietly rubbing their hands like, oh, you guys don't want to pay full price, so you're going to subscribe to Game Pass now. Yeah. Excellent.
I'll get a free refund probably anyways. Because they're so bad about that.
They'll just
get all my
good for us,
back.
But for them, I got to imagine there's going to be a time they fucking crack down on that.
Dude, I'll make it number 5 this time. The 5th time.
Look, like, again, I don't blame you. I just think it's insane.
Yes.
That people can do that. That you like.
Yeah.
Like if I put a game in the Game Pass and I knew someone that, by the way, it's a premium game, like you can pay for it, and that someone could play it, beat it, and then refund the Game Pass subscription. So they got to play the thing I spent years on for free. And I'm not even talking like pirating and all that shit. I'm just talking like it was part of the official paid program. And a publisher that like, is responsible for my game got and lost money on it. I'd be up a wall, dude. That shit would drive me fucking insane.
They make it so easy. This is not hard to do at all. It's like I click to cancel and it's like, well, do you want to run out the rest of your subscription now, or you just want to cancel and get all your money back? I'm like, you can just give me my money back, I guess. I'm good. I beat the game.
Yeah. What's the longest you've had it for and been able to? Because I've never done this. So like, what's the longest?
I don't know. Within a month, because like I did it. I beat Doom or whatever, like a week or two.
And you canceled and refunded that?
Yeah. I did it with
fucking Doom was like 15 hours long.
I know. I did.
That's
it with,
crazy. So see, I remember Dustin saying he did that with Hellblade 2. And I was like, okay, like Hellblade 2 is a really small game. With that. But you're like, that's a full game.
I did it with South of Midnight as well.
Okay. Like, that's fucking unreal, man.
It's weird, man.
So you're going to bust out that COD campaign and get your money back.
I could. I mean, I'm not going to play the COD campaign, but I'm saying I could theoretically. Yes. It's like, why are you letting me do this? I mean, I'm going to keep doing it because you're offering it. Sure. Thank you.
Great service. Yeah. I just think the business side of things.
I just don't understand why you're doing this.
Yeah.
But maybe
people know about it.
Yeah, but maybe it just doesn't matter. Like maybe there's the amount of people doing it is so small, it just doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's crazy. That's so funny.
But God bless Game Pass. Don't change, right?
Yeah,
don't change games
too much.
Coming up.
Don't change too much.
Outer Worlds 2 is coming up. Got some of that stuff.
Yeah, you got a lot of games to play this October that you can really just rip them off for.
Yeah.
Okay, next little bit of news here. Xbox's handheld UI is out now for insiders. This is Windows insiders specifically. This is what they call the Xbox full screen experience. I was actually talking to our good friend Jimmy Champagne a bit about it. There was a video by a YouTuber named The Fox, and they talked about the Xbox full screen experience. And this is basically the de-bloated Windows version, for those who are wondering, the one that's supposed to slash battery life. And I was talking to Jimmy about it because what's interesting about this video, I highly recommend it, is that he got the double battery life, which is good, by the way, but it was still with Windows fully loaded in like its desktop mode. So the theory, at least in that video that was created, and I was messaging, I'm looking at our DMs right now. I was messaging Jimmy about this on the 18th of September. So I don't know if anything's changed since then, but at that moment in time, because he was using it for Hollow Knight Silksong, and the difference was, I think, like 2 hours and like 6 to 8, something like that. It was a tremendous difference. So in a sense, it works, but it's also kind of like created this discussion about, is like Windows bloat a thing? Like what happened there? So either way, like mission accomplished, better frame rate, better battery life, but he was able to get that with Windows still fully loaded. So that's the interesting, like he doubled it. I just found that to be a really interesting component. Again, the video is from a YouTuber named The Fox. It's called Wish It Was Better Leaked Xbox Full Screen Experience. He says de-bloated, but still not great. So it seems like there actually could be more Xbox can do here. And ultimately, like his video summarized, like this is a great start. Like it's a great launch pad. So that has me a little optimistic for what the Xbox Ally can do. If we're going to get some better battery life out of this, because Xbox needs to be competitive here with SteamOS breathing down their necks. So any thoughts on this, Brad? The Xbox experience?
Let me get this straight. This Xbox OS, you can get on anything, right?
This is particularly for their handhelds. Like they had an updated UI that was basically the PC app, and you could use a handheld version of that. It was called Compact Mode, and you could reload that up on like your ROG Ally. This new handheld is kind of a collaboration between the Xbox team and the Windows team that's designing to offload a lot of Windows bloat. So you can, you've used the ROG Ally before. You know how you boot it up and you see like the Windows home screen and stuff like that. This makes it more of a gaming device. Like you fire it up, like your Xbox experience is there. It reduces like a lot of the Windows backend stuff. So a lot of the processes can be now used for video games. So it can run them better. It can run them more efficiently. That's the idea behind this, effectively, this UI and this UI
updated that you can get
OS.
On other like ROG stuff.
Yeah.
Or is that just for the new one that's coming out, the Xbox ROG Ally?
Yeah.
What is that doing that's different? Is it just the Xbox button?
It's the Xbox button. It's this new UI. That's like the big one for sure. It's supposed to be, the start of this is an Xbox, like your companion device, but it's more of a PC device because not everyone signed up for Xbox Play Anywhere. So like people are talking about how like 10% of their library at most is available on this Ally. So I think it's kind of a self-defeating piece of hardware. They're kind of treating it as testing grounds, I think, for their actual dedicated handheld. That'll be more like what a Switch does or something like that, which PlayStation also seems to be pursuing. So that's kind of what it's doing differently. It's also more powerful. Its price now, as we'll talk about with Xbox prices jumping, is up in the air. We'll see just how expensive they get with it.
Yeah, they haven't announced the official price, right?
No, with how Lenovo's Legion Pro 2 went, or the Go, their handheld, their new handheld, they were supposed to like ship it out in like a couple of days ago, but they just randomly delayed everyone's shipment without any more of an announcement to, I think, like November or something like that.
Whoa, okay.
And right now, Xbox, at least as we're talking about it, and this could change, honestly, this same episode if they mentioned this during the Tokyo Game Show. But right now, as we're speaking, there is no price tag attached to the ROG Ally. So we don't even know that, but it's launching next month. And I'm like, who's buying this thing, man? It just doesn't look dead on arrival to me.
Cog is. Cog's buying
Cog
it.
is. Yeah. I mean, Cog bought the MetaQuest 3 Xbox edition, even though he had the MetaQuest 3, because he was like, I got to support it. I worked on it, which I get. But like, Cog's always in on the new tech stuff. That's my man. He's a techie. But I think he's like in the 1 percentile, especially in today's economy. Like, I'm not as much of a techie as him already, but in a $900 techie, you know, I'm going to hold off on that one.
Man. Because most people I know personally, like outside of gaming, just get Steam Decks. Mm-hmm. That's just where like most people go.
That shit's awesome.
All your libraries on there. So natively,
my priority list has become. I was talking to Micah about this. The Xbox app got updated, and ever since it has remote play and cloud streaming, have kind of overlapped each other. And it works still, but it's just been a pain in the ass at times to like get remote streaming going on the Logitech G Cloud. And Micah and I are like the big LSM stands for this device right here. Love this thing. Right.
She wouldn't buy a Steam Deck, man. I was just like, just buy a Steam Deck. She's like, no, I can't.
Yeah. Micah's got to get with it a little bit.
I was like, what?
It's not, no. She just doesn't have a Steam library and doesn't want to admit it. Come on. We know the real reason there. But the PS Portal has become like my number 2 right now. Like it's Steam Deck, PS Portal. I mean, that device does exactly what I need it to do. And I've been playing a lot of Trails on that. So we'll talk about a lot of Sonic racing on that. We got Brad. I'm so excited to talk games with you this week, man. We got some good shit to get into.
Games.
Let's speed run there, man. We got some little bits of news here outside of the world of Xbox. Despite Randy Pitchford's meltdown, Alinea Analytics claims Borderlands 2 has reached 2.5 million players to the sum of $150 million in revenue. Performance issues aside, I get it. Borderlands 4 kicks ass. Been having a lot of fun with this one. Brad, have you been playing this at all?
No, I do have it, but no, I haven't been playing it at all.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, I was just curious to get some thoughts on it, but yeah, we've long discussed Borderlands 4 on this show, and then Randy's subsequent meltdown, and so there is part of me that wonders, could this be 3 million if he wasn't fighting his own fans? Who knows? But Borderlands still remaining strong. Glad to see the support because again, I do think this series could easily be live service bait. It just feels built with all the same systems. It's like very Destiny-esque, but the fact that it is just a campaign and it's co-op, it stays true to those core tenets when it first started in 2009 is awesome to see. So yeah, Borderlands 4, keep an eye out on those performance updates. But as I said before, highly recommend looking into this game if you were like me and kind of disenfranchised with Borderlands since 2. I've heard a lot of great things about it. Yeah. So that is good. It's good stuff. Also, the Nintendo Switch 2 version got delayed. Indefinitely. So after being told, that's so funny. I think I mentioned that on the show last week that Randy's going in his cooldown phase now. Like he's already hit all the headlines. Everyone's kind of sick of it. It's like, all right, whatever. He's just going to keep spazzing out on Twitter. And I said, he's going to come back. I said, if they do decide to launch that Switch 2 version, I said, but I had a feeling there's no way this shit can be right. Yeah. It was already delayed from the initial launch and now it's delayed indefinitely. I was like, that shit has to be a fucking train wreck. I can only imagine. But this is the team that did get Borderlands 2 running on Vita. That great 20 FPS Borderlands 2 on Vita. Brad, were you there for that? Hold on a second. My headphones just died. No. We gotta get awkward for 1 second. No. I'm going to switch them. I was just asking him such a crucial question. Live on air audio switch. You're good. I was wondering why Brad was just like staring at me soullessly. Oh, he's putting on the overhead headphones. There we go. The gamer headphones. Can you hear me? There we go. Yeah, I got the gamer headphones on now. There we go. Awesome. Dude, sometimes these give me problems too. So I'm like, really? Uh-oh. Well, let's hope for the best here. I was asking you about, because I said, we already went through handheld Borderlands once, and I asked if you were there for the PS Vita Borderlands 2. Launch. Oh, yeah, I remember that coming out. Yeah, a little 20 FPS Borderlands, right? I did not play it. I was like, I'm not playing Borderlands 2. I bought it. That's like the mindset I had, period. I had to. I did think it was cool. I would buy anything. I still would buy anything on Vita. I'm still such a complete fucking sickening shill. Like I've been called a shill for a lot of things in my lifetime. Been doing this for a while. A lot of those I'll dispute. But if you said, Matty, you're a PS Vita shill, I'd fucking happily hang that up on my wall. Be like, yep. You got me. It was a great handheld, man. Yep. Like that thing deserved a longer lifespan. Robbed of so many great opportunities way too soon. But don't get me started. Cyberpunk 2077 sequel, Brad. Looks like it might have multiplayer. IGN covers this saying a posting for the role of Cyberpunk 2's lead network engineer lists the job's responsibility as including the need to develop and optimize multiplayer systems, including matchmaking, with an aim to address challenges related to latency, bandwidth usage, and server performance. Applicants will also need to work closely with game designers, gameplay programmers, and other departments to integrate network features seamlessly to play a pivotal role in designing and implementing the network architecture and online systems. Remember, Cyberpunk 1 was supposed to have some type of online mode before they indefinitely delayed it and then eventually shut it down, which I do think, given the performance at launch of Cyberpunk 2077, it might be best to wait until like even more technology is ready for what I imagine will be basically like GTA Online, but Cyberpunk. But it could also be co-op. I don't know. What are your thoughts on Cyberpunk getting some type of multiplayer? Do we think it's going to be like, I mean, the first person shooting is great in these games and the weapon variety is great. I'm like, is it just like team deathmatch, or like what are they doing with Cyberpunk multiplayer, Brad?
I think it's just going to be like Grand Theft Auto, kind of how they handle their open world thing like that. I think they've seen how big that game is. They're like, well, we have a big city world, open world. Why don't we try our own version at it? That is what my thinking is that it'll be. I don't know if it's going to be like team deathmatch at this part of town or whatever, and that's it, kind of
Night City team deathmatch.
Night City team deathmatch. Yeah, capture the flag, stuff like that. I think they're gonna go for like metaverse kind of shit, living in the world. Get even crazier is what I think their ambition is. I don't know if it'll turn out that way, but
I have my worries. I have my worries.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they're already moving to Unreal Engine 5. And I love Red Engine because I'm just like, number one, the modding capability is really great. And also just like all the systems they've built in it over the years. I'm like, I don't know how I feel about, I don't want to say they're walking away from it, but like recoding that in a new engine, starting from the ground up. I just wonder how that's going to go. Will you still manage to retain that Cyberpunk feel? And more importantly, the look. I do worry about that transition. I always have had a weird feeling about them going for UE5. I get why after they probably got scared shitless with the launch of Cyberpunk, just like how Halo's gone to Unreal Engine after the launch of Infinite. So I understand it, but there is a uniqueness to Cyberpunk that I don't want them to lose. And so, just knowing those launch woes and then knowing they're transitioning engines and they're probably making a bigger Cyberpunk, and not only making a bigger Cyberpunk, but making a multiplayer Cyberpunk. Don't say CD Projekt Red doesn't swing for the fences every time, because they sure do. So we'll see how that goes, but still very much looking forward to that.
Cautiously optimistic. Cautiously optimistic for sure.
Brad, this next one here. AI replicated voices invading video games. The original story, as covered by GamesIndustry.biz, wrote that Francois Codel, the French voice of Lara Croft in multiple Tomb Raider games, has issued a formal notice to publisher Aspyr, accusing the company of using AI to replicate her voice in Tomb Raider 4 through 6 remastered without her consent. In an interview with the French publication Le Parisien, published on September 10th, Cadal, who also provided the French dub for Angelina Jolie in the Tomb Raider films, explained that it was fans who pointed out the similarities between Lara Croft's voice, which was her voice in the original games, and the voice used in the remasters. She said, "I call them the guardian of the voices." Very quickly, these buyers of the compilation realized that the voice of Lara Croft, who gives gameplay instructions, was not mine. It caused a real uproar among the community. It's claimed, however, that the developer/publisher Aspyr used AI to replicate her voice for lines rather than having her re-record the lines herself, and that you can immediately notice this. And it's a very strong metallic impact, very chopped, without intonation, all that good stuff that AI voices bring to the table. That is the original story. The update, though, is Aspyr has released a hotfix for Tomb Raider 4 through 6 remastered, patch 2, to address unauthorized AI-generated content. So it's always like,
unauthorized.
We never greenlit that. It was unauthorized. A hotfix for our most recent patch has just been released to address unauthorized AI-generated content, Aspyr said on the support post on September 20th, 2025. We've addressed this issue by removing all AI voiceover content while retaining the improvements made in the previous update. We apologize for any inconvenience that may have caused. Please reach out to our customer support site with any issues. Thank you for your patience and support. So, I've not played the French version of Tomb Raider. In fact, I've played like 0 Tomb Raider in my life outside of the reboot trilogy. However, I know. I mean, I was never, I don't know, I never called my name. I don't know if that's just something with me because I wasn't.
Might have been a little before your time, I guess, when you would have been interested in those games.
Just a little bit, but like, even Uncharted didn't call my name in like the PS3 days, big time. Like I've played 1 and 2 a lot. Never really went far beyond that though. And Indiana Jones, I was like a late adopter of, and I love indie. So I feel like going back, I would enjoy these games. I do want to play these remastered games. They have absurd amounts of trophies. Colin would drown in these fucking games, dude. Like 300 trophies. It's crazy. Aspyr did pack a lot into these, in fairness. Like they are highly regarded remasters. However, AI usage here, I don't know if like now that they've removed it, if it's just like pockets of silence or what's going to happen if they're going to get this Francois Codel to come back and re-record her lines, which should have been the right thing to do in the first place. Right. I don't know. But Brad, your thoughts on Aspyr pulling a little sneaky one here with Tomb Raider 4 through 6.
Yeah, that's really funny. And they're totally playing like, oh, we had no idea that happened. How did this happen? We'll make sure that doesn't happen. It's like, come on, guys, you did it.
We didn't notice that. Yeah, I mean, I do know that there's a lot of like text to speech or AI dubs used in like the early parts of game development. Like we're going to have voice lines here. So like plug it in, make sure it works, and we'll swap this out with the real thing later. I think things fall through the cracks, but when you see it's like not the primary language and you see it's like a remaster port and you're like, I think I know what happened here. You know,
they're skirting by. Game devs are implementing it more and more.
Yep.
And it is what it is, man. That's what's happening.
Indeed. Brad, the moment we've all been waiting for here. Enough news. I want to talk to you about what games we're playing here. Oh boy. Little Summon Signs sequel here. You're playing a lot of good shit, my friend. One of which I bought, but I have yet to start. So I just want to kick it to you. Run me down the lineup, and then I know one game we'll park it on and have a nice long chat about.
Yeah. Let's start with Hollow Knight Silksong, just because I have completed the game. I beat the final boss or whatever, the true ending and all that kind of stuff. Took me like 34 hours or something like that to beat it. So this is I
don't know why I thought it'd be longer.
That's long for a Metroidvania. I didn't 100% the game because I played as much as possible without a guide. I did have to use a guide at a couple points to like figure out how to get to the next narrative thing. Because I was just like, I'm not going to figure this out. Yeah.
Was it one of those moments where you looked it up? Did you have the aha moment, or was it
no? Oh, I had a moment where I was like, I never would have found that kind of thing like that.
Terrible.
That's what it more was. But overall, I have some qualms with the game, but overall, I think it's an awesome video game. It's one of my favorites of the year.
Nice.
I can't deny the joy it brought me. It was one of those games, Matty, where I wasn't playing it. I was thinking about it.
Okay. Always a good sign.
Stuff like that stuff. But it does have some problems, and I think it can hinder some people. And it's definitely not a game for everybody at all. It's a hard game to recommend to people who are like, I've never played a Metroidvania. Should I try this one? I'm like,
nah.
Maybe. Maybe. It's cool, and it's like one of the best there is, but it's also very challenging and unapologetic about it, which I respect. Okay. I think Gene said it was made for like sickos like us, and I was like, yeah, I think it kind of is. But what's there is extremely high quality. The animations, the music, the character designs, the feel. It plays very well. Like your movement feels crisp. You feel exactly how you should. You feel in complete control the entire time. Like every time I died, it wasn't some, oh my God, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
It was just more like, I fucked up kind of thing. You can overcome it.
Good.
But yeah, man, it's a journey, a relentless journey that will beat your ass down. Yeah, I think so. So with me with Silksong, I was never one of those people like freaking out about it constantly. Okay. I was always like, it'll come when it comes.
Yeah, nice and chill.
I was more chill about it. Don't get me wrong, I was excited about it, but I was just like, I mean, I'm an old school Square Enix fan. I'm used to waiting 10 years for games and shit like that. So
yeah,
it's business as usual for me.
The peak of that for me.
Like, yeah, Final Fantasy 15, Kingdom Hearts 3, all that shit. I'm used to waiting forever. So it is what it is. But yeah, I really like Hollow Knight a lot. It's on Game Pass, so if you were curious about it, you can check it out there.
Nice.
It has an incredible world that might, might suck you in. That's my hope.
Excellent.
Next, yesterday I started Silent Hill F, which is the brand new Silent Hill game set in, I think it's the first Silent Hill game set outside the United States, I think.
Yes.
But yeah, this takes place in a small Japanese village in the 1960s. And boy, is it fucked up in a lot of ways. A lot of dark. If you're a fan of like horror and especially Japanese horror, I think you're going to fit right in. Pretty cool though. Starts kind of slow, just walk around through this town. You get the fog, of course, the old Silent Hill fog. I won't really talk about story stuff or anything like that, but there are no guns or anything in the game that I've run into because it's Japan in the 1960s, but there's melee weapons like the pipe I think is the first one you get, but
classic
weapons have durability now.
Uh-oh.
That's kind of like your ammo and your resource management. So far, Matty, I'm playing on the hard difficulty for combat and stuff.
All right.
Because Silent Hill games, people don't know, usually have like difficulty sliders for certain things. Like how hard you get hit is like a difficulty thing. How hard are the puzzles and stuff like that is another thing. So I'm playing on the hardest like resources and damage you take, but puzzles I have on medium. I'm not fucking going crazy.
No, not with Silent Hill puzzles, especially when they randomize their solutions. Yeah. Good lord.
Hell no. But you play as this young girl. I forgot her name off the top of my head, but it's in this town. You learn about her backstory a little bit, which is very, Silent Hill, sad. You have a nice little journal where you can get a bunch of context that looks like she wrote it herself, which is really cool. I think that helps suck you into the world a little bit more. But yeah, going through this Japanese town, very foggy, you have a map and you have to get to certain locations, but of course there's impasses blocking you getting through stuff. Lots of freaks walking around. The enemy design in this game is crazy. They look really cool. Like these Japanese like dolls like walking around with like knives in their mouths and freaking out. But I would say the biggest problem with the game is the melee combat. It is kind of rough in a lot of ways. It's manageable. I could see a lot of people getting turned off hard by it, but I think it's decent enough where I'm like, yeah, I can deal with this. It's enough for me to keep going kind of thing. Like you have your normal attack, you have your hard charged or like R2 attack, and if you can stun enemies and stuff like that. You also have this meter, which is called your sanity meter. And by doing certain actions, it'll be burnt down, or if you get hit or if you get grabbed, it'll go down like that. And once it goes down a lot, I think you start to lose health slowly like that. But you can refill it at certain places. But that's only on the hard difficulty. I think on the normal difficulty, it slowly goes back up.
The developer suggested playing on the easiest difficulty just to take the story in. Like that was one thing they were saying.
Yeah, I think there was it's like story mode and hard, I think. So I'm doing hard because I'm like, all right, I've played many survival horror games and I want pressure, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I'm getting it. Some guys can fuck you up really quick. You have a really good dodge, though, as the character. Everything you do takes stamina, though. Like, think Evil Within. You're Sebastian, you're running.
Yeah.
Stamina drain and all that kind of stuff. You got to manage your stamina in combat, your swings and all that stuff.
Is so that's believable? Because you're playing as this, like, teenage girl.
Yes, I would say it's believable.
Granted,
she's fighting like a teenager, I would say.
Okay. I always wonder about that.
She's not doing anything crazy.
Yeah, because they give like Heather an SMG in Silent Hill 3. So I was talking to a friend about it last night. I was like, yeah, isn't it kind of weird that this chick's like very combat capable? But then he brought that up and I went, yeah, good counter. Like you are just putting handguns in this like young girl's hand and she's like very good with them. So I didn't want to over critique it, but I was wondering how it felt. How it looked.
Well, you don't have any guns, so you're just picking up stuff off the street. I picked up pipes. I picked up a little like a little sickle from like a field from a scarecrow and stuff like that.
Cool.
So you're using like very like everyday kind of tools that people would use in that setting. Cool. But yeah, she fights like a teenager, you're not doing backflips and shit like that, crazy backdashes. You can do a dodge.
Slow-mo dodges.
But yeah, you can't do anything like that. There's an interesting thing where like sometimes when an enemy attacks, they flash this weird like red color. If you can counterattack quickly during that. So it's something, if you're quick, you can get some nice damage and do like a big hit. There's this thing where you use like a focus mode where you like slows down kind of everything a little bit.
Yeah.
And your focus meter goes down, but it makes it a little easier to see the counter parts. So you got to kind of manage that. But also if you're using the sanity meter, another meter builds up. And if you let it build up the whole way, you can unleash attack. So think of it like if a meter in a fighting game, you're managing it like that, except you have to use resources to bring it back.
Cool.
On hard.
Cool.
At the shrines, which are like the checkpoints of the game, you have like talismans you can equip. You can spend, you can like offer items that can like heal you sometimes, or they give other effects. You can offer them instead to get what's called like holy points. And you can use these holy points to like do gotcha gambles for like better equipment things for like, or talismans that like give you better beneficial effects. Like, hey, you have more max stamina now, or light hits deal less durability damage to your weapon, stuff like that.
Cool.
And I just got a thing where I found it where I can use holy points now to get like a more traditional character upgrade, like max health upgraded permanently, max stamina upgraded permanently. One of them was like, hey, you can get another talisman slot, but it's like way more expensive. So there is very basic RPG like character progression in that sense.
Sweet.
But I do love the vibe. I love being in this town. It's really cool, especially if you love Japanese horror. Like if you guys played, some of the Xbox guys may have played Ghostwire Tokyo, which is on Game Pass. Kind of reminds me some of that a little bit. I mean, you're not in Tokyo like that game, but you just that creepy Japanese horror vibe, you know, some of these demons you're saying. There was one really cool part I liked in the game, Matty, where you were kind of in this otherworldly area, and there was this guy just kind of roaming around, and you could fight him, and you could knock him down, but it's only temporary. So you have to like kind of solve this puzzle while trying to knock him down and get safety so you can go try to solve the puzzle. Because if you're looking at the puzzle, he can just come and fucking smack you. Ooh, so there's some tension building up there. Yeah. But he's blind, so if you can just get out, like if you don't make a lot of noise and stuff like that, or get out of his path, he won't notice you.
Oh,
so I was like, okay, this is cool like that.
Cool.
But so far I'm digging it, dude. I like it a lot. I look forward to playing more. I could see people not digging it. It should, maybe if people are like, you know, survival horror fans are like, I want guns, pow pow kind of thing like that. Maybe not. But if you like Silent Hill, like stories and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And you're there for the atmosphere. There's something I think here.
That's like 95% of Silent Hill. Like it's I think it may have overtaken Dead Space for me as like my favorite survival horror franchise, just because of its storytelling and its visuals and its atmosphere. I mean, the gameplay I do think is great, especially in the remakes, like 2 kicks ass. But this one I was really excited about, really interested in, because I do think it looks phenomenal. And
I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
If you're into like, of course, like the narrative aspect of it.
Oh yeah. How's the music is the real question.
Great.
Here.
It's really good.
Nice.
You know, it's still got some of that Silent Hill flavor, but it's definitely like more Japanese inspired.
Nice.
But you can still like tell like this is a Silent Hill game from what I've heard.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a big deal that this is good, according to a lot of people, because this is like, when you think of how Konami's kind of come back, right? It's been a lot of collections, or even remakes, something like Snake Eater. It's like, well, that's a remake, you know, and they had the blueprint. They still had to do it, and they did a great job by adhering to the original vision. But like, this is the first time it feels like they, as a publisher, are stepping out and making something new. And the fact that it's good is, I think, a great sign, you know? Because again, like they remade Suikoden. I think that was kind of ambitious, but it needed a delay, and they got it right. And they I think really delivered with that one. So, I got to say, I'm very impressed with Konami's comeback. You know, they've done a good job, and I wonder what this means for things like Metal Gear. You know, you got to think about that a little bit. Like, the interest is strong in Metal Gear. You know, Kojima's not coming back. Do you think, I know this is a little bit off topic with Silent Hill, but do you think they dare? You know, like they dared when he first got booted out, and they made that shitty Survive game or whatever it's called.
Yeah. I think they would dare.
Yeah, at this point.
Thrilled about it. Like, doing Metal Gear without Kojima or any of his input to me is like, what are you doing? Kind of thing like that.
Yeah, it's BioShock without Ken Levine. It's like, good luck, you know, but I do think they'll dare.
Yeah, and I think like, even with like, I guess so, but I don't know, man. It's something I don't even want to think about. it's good to have.
Maybe
like,
just
make
remake
Castlevania. Just make Castlevania first, bitch.
Yeah, honestly, that's true. That's true. Though I know nothing about Castlevania outside of Lords of Shadow.
That's okay. You don't have to know anything. They could easily reboot that.
They did do collections already for that, so
yeah, they did. So there's a couple more games they can do. But yeah, I need I want a full-fledged 3D Castlevania. That's what I want. So, but yeah, Silent Hill F so far, I'm pleased with it. A little rough around the edges, but
cool.
It's good stuff.
Well, Brad, I imagine your favorite game of the year is right here.
Okay.
Let's talk about it.
Trails in the Sky, first chapter. So just to be clear, Matty, I've only played like 4 hours of the game because I haven't had a lot of time.
That's plenty.
So the game is very slice of life, low stress right now, dude. There's nothing like crazy, no world, like evil government, evil empire kind of coming in the scene yet or anything like that. You are these two kids, Joshua and Estelle. They are bracers now for me. I'll tell you, Matty, I'm a little past where you do like the mine section. I went to like a mine and I rescued a bunch of miners.
Yeah.
And I met some new girl. So I'm going to be doing stuff with her, I guess.
Yeah.
But that's where I'm at. So it's hard for me to get a grasp on like the story and the narrative where all that's kind of go. Cause I know there's many of these games. Yeah. People have told me several times that this is a slower kind of thing. They were saying to me, it's like a Realm Reborn for Trails
comparison. Yeah.
And I'm like, yo, that's totally fine with me. I am like, personally as a player, I am cool with things starting really slow. I love getting to know people around town. I love going to the Bracer Guild and taking on missions, just doing little side quests like that. So I'm totally cool with that. But just, it hasn't gotten to the thing where I'm like, oh, this is why people love it yet. I'm enjoying it, but it's just not to that level yet. I'm sure when I get further on in the game, I will be there with all of you.
Honestly, it might just be the sake of the journey. Like, you might not click all the way game one. Like, I think Trails fans create a little bit of an unreasonable expectation of sort of like Brad, you're going to love it game one. It's like, I mean, I obviously love Trails now, but I did not love it game one. I was like, okay, like, I want to see where this goes. It's like a good movie where once you finish it and you leave the theater and you realize a couple of days later, it's like, it's still kind of sitting with you and you're like, oh, I really did like that. That's like, what this does for you. And you'll have that moment, I think, where once you're done with this first one and you're looking forward to the second one, you're like, oh,
I'm completely fine with that. You know, I love slow-paced JRPGs and stuff like that. Like, it reminds me a lot of, I mean, it makes sense kind of, but PS2 era RPGs.
100%.
And I'm like, yeah, this is good shit. It runs really nice. It looks really nice. I've looked at visual comparisons and man, it's quite dramatic.
Yeah.
How much better it looks now. It's really cool. It's really impressive. Voice acting now and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's good. What's it called? Like your materia slots. What are they called again?
Orbments. You put
the orbments. Yeah. I'm still kind of like,
I'm
still like kind of experimenting and figuring that stuff out.
Sure.
It's like, hey, if you have two of the same color and they're both one value, then you'll get this new skill that requires 2 value or something like that. Then later on, I'm sure there's like one that counts as like 3 value or something like that. I assume that's just how spells, because all of your abilities seem tied to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Which is cool. And I like the idea that Estelle can use any element for her main one.
Yep.
Because so far Joshua can only use like the time one, I think it is. So they all are kind to an extent fall into an archetype, except her looks like the one where you can kind of experiment the most. I'm assuming there's some narrative reason for that later down the line, but we shall see. Maybe she's the chosen one. She is like a reincarnated god. I don't know, dude. We'll see.
I will say you'll learn as you play more of the series as a whole that they're very, very deliberate with those little things. It's cool. It's very interesting. Yeah.
Okay, that's good news. So, I've just been doing the quest. I went to like this family farm and fought these little rabbit boys, spared them. So that was cool, but like very jolly stuff. I like it. I really like the music in the game. It's a world I like being in. It feels very cozy.
Yeah.
And the combat I think is very interesting.
Yeah, I was curious how you were feeling about that, because that was the thing I felt most confident about. I was like, if Brad's going to get into anything, I feel this combat system will vibe with him.
I was just confused at first because I'm like, well, what's the point of being one or the other? Because very on what you fight is just like these little like easy bats and stuff like that. And I was killing them way faster, just not in turn-based mode. So I was like, what's the point of turn-based mode? But then later on, obviously with boss fights, it puts you in that mode no matter what.
Yeah.
So you have to deal with that. But if you go into turn-based mode, you have way more options at your disposal during combat. It seems like right now, like way more skills, way more stuff you can do with. You could set up kind of chain attacks easier and stuff like that, which is really cool. You know, you got that. I don't remember what they call it. I call it the devil trigger, where your character, you like hold down X or whatever, and they unleash powerful attacks or knock stuns enemies easier like that. But I do like it. I like cleaning up trash mobs just quickly, like metaphor style, just more real time. So I don't have to waste my time like doing like waiting for turns. But like once you're in a big battle, it's like, dude, you're going to be wanting using those turns. I don't have the other party members yet or any of them. So it's just Joshua and Estelle right now. But I'm digging it, man. I'm digging the cozy vibes. It feels good. It just feels nice to be in that world. Feels low stress right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm definitely going to finish it. It's definitely one of those games where I'm going to be like, yeah, I'll finish this game.
Good. Yeah, it's in the... Okay, I love this series. And it's definitely getting the beginner's buff, I think, on reviews. Because I did not expect this game to be in the top 6 on OpenCritic for 2025. It was in the top 5, but Hades 2 is at a 93 right now. So right now, the order is, again, on OpenCritic, Shunjinko at 94, Hades 2 at 93, Expedition 33 at 92, Hollow Knight Silksong at 92, and then all at 91 are Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is placed above Trails in the Sky First Chapter, and that's above Split Fiction. And they're just narrowly beating out Death Stranding 2, which is at a 90, and Blueprints, which is an 89, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, 89. So it being in like even top 10, I was very surprised. I was like, I know this series is great, but it feels like this is the finally the moment. It's like it's getting the reviews it needs. It's the starting point where people like you who have heard about it can dive in. I hope it does well. I hope it sells well. And the publisher Gung Ho is poised to announce a new game at a Tokyo Game Show. And I'll just say, y'all, I think it's the remake of the second Sky game already. They're going to announce it. And please, for the love of God, do not watch it.
Don't watch it? Okay.
I don't want anyone. It's hilarious for me because as a fan, I know to not watch trailers.
Okay.
They spoil. They spoil. And fans get hyped because there's just like this crazy shit that happens in their trailers, but just avoid them. Especially this second remake. You don't want to know what happens at the end of this game and how it tees up the second one. It's one of the best parts of it. And this, you'll see like one frame of this game and it's like, it's over. So avoid like the plague. Just knowing it exists is enough. I'm sure it's coming out next year, but I just wanted to put that one out there because
avoid at all cost.
Yeah. If Gung Ho is announcing a new game already, I'm like, I feel like it's going to be Sky second chapter, which I know people are like, what? The first one just came out, but like, look, man, in February, they dropped the new entry in the mainline series. Then they put the remake out 7 months later. They're doing Trails versus East next month. And then the next mainline chapter is out next January. Like, this company is not giving a fuck. They're going to
like
double up on
Yakuza,
you.
Man.
They might be better in that sense. Like, they might be like quicker. It's crazy. But I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. That's awesome.
Yeah, I am enjoying it.
Yeah.
I wish I had more time to play it, but I do want to. It's like a nice, chill game right now.
No, take your time.
Just for
honestly,
me,
that's the best way to play this. This doesn't need to be rushed because it goes at its own pace so much that rushing it doesn't do much, I guess is how we define it. Like, it's such a journey. And it's a bigger journey than the original because Trails in the Sky First Chapter remake is like they added a lot more side content and things to do and things to fight. And Liberl itself is much bigger. Like it really does remind me a little bit of Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I know is a bold comparison, but that's like one of my favorite remakes ever. But that dramatic visual overhaul, realizing things that the original couldn't, even though the original is incredible. It's just like that sort of push. I'm just, it's one of those things like you're a proud dad. You're like, I'm so proud of Trails.
Yeah.
I have almost 20 hours in the game, Brad.
Oh, shit.
And I've been loving it, man. I think I almost undersold it last episode on Duke because I was around your point. I was like, what was I, like 6-7 hours in? And it was a lot of shit I'd already seen, but I was like, okay, I've seen the gameplay. I've seen how they've changed things, the weapon upgrade system and whatnot. I'm like, okay, like I know where we're at now. Like, this is good. This is great even. But going deeper, you're just, it's amazing to see certain scenes in the original that you viewed from the top down. Like, I'll just say the first time you meet Olivier, without spoiling it. And just how is that portrayed? Because there's no voice acting really in the original outside of when you finish a fight and they say like little one-liners. But that's it. So to see that voiced and full cutscenes and whatnot, it's been amazing. Like, just seeing how they really envisioned it and bringing that to life. I think the translation's mostly been really good. There was a line I called out last week about, like, you know, you're trying to make your older sister swoon. And I'm like, oh, chill out there, Estelle. That's not what was in the original script. But, you know, the translations have been good for the most part. Definitely probably the thing I think people will be most critical of. But the gameplay, bro. I'm very impressed at how difficult this game is. We actually had a couple write-ins about that. The Juan wrote in saying, "Hello, Dukes. I've been playing Trails in the Sky and loving it. But this game has been kicking my ass, from Catmull monsters to a gang of thieves. It feels like every boss battle in this game is tough, and I think I died in this game as much as Hollow Knight. Matty is a fan of the franchise. Are there any beginner tips to share? Meanwhile, Wasali writes, "Hey, Dukes, I couldn't resist picking up Trails in the Sky as the art style is amazing and I love the combat. The trouble is I suck at JRPGs and hate reading or analyzing stat pages. Matty, please, can you help a brother out by giving some tips around gameplay, combat, and which orbs/skills to use? Thank you both for the great work you do." I'm happy to help out any new Trails fans getting in, because I do think it's cool to hear that you've wrapped your head already around like the orbment system, because the original game, like, it was the same thing, but they didn't do a great job explaining it, I don't think. Just how these orbments kind of create a currency that unlocks spells. What I'll say is this, right? This is a game that really banks on you being on top of these upgrades, which I know sounds like duh, obviously, but they don't necessarily put them in your path. Like, you have to be deliberate about it. Like, the best weapons are usually inside content. So if you want the best attacks, the best defense, you're going to want to do the side content. And the side content in this game, I mean, I'm like Brad, like, I've just been really loving being in the world. So I don't care. It's like, hey, go help out this gardener and like go get them like 5 plants. Like, I'm really, like, I really thought it would sour me quickly, but I'm like, no, I'm just loving being here, dude. Like, they just did such a good job. Like, this is so fun to play, and the music's beautiful and the characters are wonderful. Like, I just love being here. So I'm like cool with it way more than I thought I would be, and just going on this romp. But behind those quests, you're going to find some of the best loot. You can still get some of that loot in stores, but make sure you're upgrading those as often as you can, chasing the side content as much as you can permit yourself to. Upgrading your orbits is huge, though. Like, break is huge, because that's always going to be what defines like how much stun damage you do. Using those bonuses, like Joshua has the dual strike ability, and like getting behind your enemy and orienting yourself.
Positioning.
Positioning's huge.
Those bonuses.
Like, those bonuses are gigantic. Steal bonuses are huge. I've built a Stell with ATS, so that's like your magic, basically. And especially when you get like Comet as an ability, plus the steal bonus, plus her built ATS, it's awesome. It's really good. The game has a challenge system built in, so as you complete challenges, you'll like check them off and you'll get like droplets. Use those droplets. Put them on your characters. Mainly Estelle and Joshua, because what I will say, and this is not a spoiler, Trails in the Sky has like a living, breathing world. So these characters have like schedules, and they'll go out and do their own things. And that means at times in the story, they're gonna be like, I have to go do this thing over here. And they'll leave your party. So they'll come back eventually, but you'll have a lot of these moments where it's just you and Joshua. And that's why you want to pack the most upgrades. Like, get their slots open on your orbments early. Put the droplets on them. Give them the best gear. Give them the best orbments, because they're going to be there most of the time. And the game usually auto-equips the recurring party members with gear for that moment and upgrades them. It still helps to get them upgrade stuff, because when they leave, you get all that shit back. So it comes back to you. But just keep that in mind. Like, pour your upgrades. It's not traditional JRPG where it's like, you're on my team, so you're permanently on my team. Like, these people leave eventually. So keep that in mind. I think otherwise exploiting enemy weaknesses. Estelle, well, really anyone can, but I built it on Estelle. There's a ability called Earth Shield, if I remember, Earth Guard, something like that. It gives you an additional HP shield. Vital. Wow. This thing will save you so many times. It's an Earth skill. And so you have to build like Earth, like things like defense and break, those types of things, and they don't unlock it that way. But get Earth Shield. That is Earth Shield, game changer in fights. It'll give you basically an extra HP bar that you will need. Pay attention to accessories that give you extra elemental protection. Like there was a boss fight last night in Maple Valley that kicked the shit out of me because he kept freezing me. And I did not have any way of countering being frozen. So I had to go through way more items. So just being prepared with accessories and like backing away from fights and changing the loadout, those things will get you around. It's pretty hardcore in that way, but it's in a good way, I think, because it's very manageable. You can usually work your way around things, but it'll just be a lot more difficult and a little more costly in the item part of things. But yeah, dude, like I've just loved the combat because they basically took the best elements of old Trails, which has always been there throughout the entire series, and they took the best elements of what they've added to Daybreak and like the action combat system and the break system and the follow-up attacks, which were there with Cold Steel. They've just taken a lineage of Trails mechanics and just put them all at the front end now. So much so that I went from, they'll definitely remake Sky 1, 2, 3, and then Crossbell, the arc for that, which was Zero and Azure. So those 5 games, they'll remake them. Mm-hmm. But now, because they've advanced the combat mechanics so much, I'm like, oh no, they're going to definitely remake Cold Steel 1 and 2, because those games are behind as well. Visually, gameplay wise, it's not until you get to 3 that you start to feel like there's a somewhat even line across the series. So for those who are Trails fans, I think you're gonna have like 2 games to play a year. Like I really do think they're just gonna fucking power these things out. It's gonna be sick because they're almost done with the mainline franchise. I think they said they're like 90% of the way through after Horizon, which comes out this January, and that's a 15% jump. I think they were in the 70s before this. So we might be 1 or 2 games away from being done. And that's crazy to think about. Yeah. Because it's such a long franchise. But now don't worry, they got the wheel spun up. They're businessmen and women there. Yeah. They're like, remake time. Go get the older ones. But this is great because it's good to see people like Brad and others getting into it, trying it out, and having a great time with it because the story is really just like warm and comforting. It's not like Brad said, the world's on fire, or it starts off with a flashback and it's like, here's how everyone fucking died. Like, as someone who loves dark-hearted storytelling, this is one that warms my heart. Yeah, very soothing, very calming.
It's the opposite of Expedition 33's intro.
Yes. Would you say, Brad? I kind of compared the tone to Dragon Quest a little bit. Yeah, that lighthearted. Would you say that's fair? Because you have more experience with that.
I'd say so. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I kind of throw it in that camp now because I'm like, what's a comparable for those who are interested and can actually look into it now? And I always found Dragon Quest to be very cozy, very
it's by the numbers, cozy, the most cozy. Yeah.
Yes, definitely the most cozy. So that's like now I have to honor our trade deal at some point, and I have to get into Dragon Quest. That's one I gotta play.
11's great, man.
Yeah, it's like where but should I start with the one that's on your poster? 8? Should I not start there?
There's no modern version of it though. Yeah, to play easily. I mean, if you have a 3DS, you can play it on it. 7. I've never finished 7. I don't know. But 11 was just a really good entry point from what I remember. Okay. But keep in mind, Dragon Quest games are pretty long. I mean, you've played plenty of long games, but just keep that in mind.
But Dragon Quest, like, because it's so by the numbers, is like, it's a particular type of long, is what it sounds like. It's not like Persona where I'm getting like follow-up attacks and just like crazy beatdowns.
No, it's not like that. No. Yeah. It's just a long adventure.
Yeah, I've definitely been spoiled by some games' combat mechanics, and so it's tough to sometimes go back to like the old school formula, if you will.
Yeah.
Any more thoughts from you though on Trails in the Sky remake, Brad?
No, I mean, I'll just be playing more, hopefully finish it. It'd be good to do a spoiler cast on it or something in the future whenever I finish it with you guys or something.
I would love that. Yeah, it seems like the whole crew is in on it. I see Hogue talking about it a lot. Colin sounded like he was excited for it. So I feel like we'll do something for that game. I hope so. Yeah. That'd be cool.
But I'll keep chipping away when I get time.
Awesome. Well, while I have been playing Trails, I've also been playing this other lovely video game.
Oh?
The one that dared to challenge Mario Kart. And dare I say, Brad, beat it in many ways.
Yeah.
That's Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Now, I have to disclose this because I'm actually making a video now on these 2 games here, Sonic Riders.
Oh, okay.
For Retro Rebound. If you peruse the Retro Rebound comment section on my Sonic Racing video, you will find that people feel I had a Nintendo bias in that video, which was probably one of the most fucking crazy things to read about myself. I was like, I'm what? like I felt so sure of myself. I was like, I think Sonic Racing's the better game. I like it way more. It's more arcadey. Like this is more of the type of kart racer I'm vibing with. I like the Sonic roster more. Like this game kicks ass. But here I am trying to be Mr. Objective, size these two up fairly. That wasn't cutting it, Brad. You read that comment section, it's a fucking slaughterhouse down there. I'm getting killed by my people. It's friendly fire off. They took me out for that video. So I just want to get the record straight. I do like Sonic Racing Crossworlds more than Mario Kart World. I do think Mario Kart World's fun. I just think a lot of its potential is unrealized right now until updates hit the game. It's a lot like the Mario sports games. It's like, yeah, dude, I see the skeleton. Like, this looks good. Fill it. The online play for Mario Kart World kicks ass, but like outside of that, I don't play the game anymore. I put like 30 hours into it and kind of dipped. And for an $80 game, yeah, man, kind of hard pressed to like give you the full endorsement for an incomplete game is what it ultimately feels like. But Sonic Racing Crossworlds, Bradley. Got to be honest with you, man. I had hope that Sega could really do something here. I mean, they were challenging the throne. They were coming out on stage and saying, unlike a certain kart racer, we got crossplay. I was like, okay, they're calling out Nintendo there. But did you see that commercial they did?
No, I just heard there's been a lot of shit talking going on.
Oh, dude, this commercial is excellent. So it is a 90s style commercial, not just in like, the tone and the delivery, like the way they even film it is literally like an old school Sega commercial. It's awesome. And they literally have a blurred out television clearly playing Mario Kart. And they're like, you could play this or you could jump through multiple tracks and they'll change in real time. And they just start hyping up Sonic. And they'll go back to Mario. They're like, or if you enjoy the open road, I guess you could play this. Like they just went for them, man. And I do think, just on the note of the video I was talking about I made earlier, I do think that did spur on a lot of people who want to absolutely gut Nintendo. And as someone who's not like a big Nintendo fan, I get it. Like this company needs to take an L somewhere and we want to make it happen. I think that has spurred on a lot of people that like any sort of criticism has been like, no, bad. When it's not. Like Sonic Racing Crossworlds reviews have been really good, and I think rightfully so. I've been playing a lot of this game. I had the review code, and I compared and contrasted with Mario Kart, and I do think Sonic Racing, like its controls are really good. The tracks are amazing. Like they're, a lot of ways it's kind of like if people miss Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and sort of the style of racing that brought, this is like a faster version of that. And it's a lot more punishing if you're not good. Like in Mario Kart, if you hit like the dirt patches, like you go off the road, like you slow down, but you can kind of quickly work out of it. But this game is like, if you don't have a boost item, or if you're drifting and you touch the edge of that road, it kills your drift, it kills your boost. You like stop dead in your tracks. It's brutal. But the best part about the game, in my opinion, is the tracks, because every single race is just fresh and new. You start off on one map, but because it's like Crossworlds, you'll go through like a set of rings that like the lead racer will pick while they're driving. Like, are they on the left side of the road or the right side of the road? When they do, it loads in the next map in real time, and you'll go through this big ring, and you'll go from like a Sonic Unleashed map to like Sonic Frontiers, and you'll be like racing along that, and you'll be in a particular part of that race. And it's crazy how much it switches things up, because it demands this mastery of like the broader set of tracks in the game. Right. And it's impressive, because then you unlock like mirror mode, and then you could do these races backwards, just like Mario Kart World does it, which was also impressive with that game. Mario Kart World, I find it so amazing how many ways you can slice up that pizza pie and how well it works. But then also you can do all of those in reverse. And I'm like, God, this game has like limitless track variety. But Sonic Racing keeps up with that really well. And that Crossworlds mechanic is a big part of it. I think the item economy is really good. Like you just have great offensive and defensive maneuvers for everything. Like if someone's targeting you with an item, you could even use a boost defensively, which I thought was really new. Like, oh, an item's about to hit you. When it's about to drop on you or it's about to hit you, like boost out of the way. And it's a risky move, because you might just boost right into a wall, but you won't get hit by the item. It has great progression. There's a whole gadget meter. And as you race and level that up, you'll be able to add new things like, a fourth level to your drift, or quickly building up your drift meter to get extra boosts. Bumping into cars doesn't slow you down as much. Bumping into walls doesn't lose you rings, because when you have max rings, you have a speed boost. Like there are all these different little things, like an accelerator tuner, starter items, just lots of little ways to kind of tweak your build. There's vehicle customization. So you take all your different carts. There's like a power type, an acceleration type, a speed type, a boost type. All of them kind of doing their own little, they focus on the respective pockets I just labeled. And then these parts drive their stats a little bit more. And I love using the boost one because as someone who loves Sonic riders, you get to ride on like the boards again, the air boards. Yeah. And it's awesome. These are classic games from my childhood. And this game brings that in, but it also brings some of like the Sega All-Star Racing in as well. And some of the Mario Kart in. Like it's kind of the ultimate Sonic racer. And there's a lot of crossover material on the way. Like at launch, they added Hatsune Miku. So she's in the game now. Joker's up next month. After that, I think is Ichiban. SpongeBob's in. Minecraft's in. They're planning a lot of paid content.
SpongeBob? The famous Sega franchise, SpongeBob?
Yeah, they're going for it. They're doing definitely like the Super Smash Bros. Sega crossover for a racer.
Yeah, they're doing Mega Man, right?
Yeah, Mega Man got leaked where it was on like the pamphlet inside the box, which I thought was cool too. Now, Brad, of course you know me. I don't want to see little chibi classic Mega Man racing his kart. I want X. Yeah, I want some X respect in these streets. I don't expect to get it just based on the logo they used. I'm like, oh, that's fucking classic Mega Man. Great.
Yeah.
Who's supporting this chump anyway? Am I right, Brad? Yeah, come on now.
Yeah, I don't know anyone.
Yeah, outside of our fucking boss. Yeah, otherwise, though, who's supporting this blue bum? Yeah, but they're doing a lot of crossovers. I do think it's a lot of people didn't agree with me on this, and I think it's fair. I don't like how much it feels like the game is like ready to sell you. Like you're going through the character select menu and it's like coming soon. And like you have all these like ready to buy things everywhere in the customization. Like again, this is where I was going, I think a little bit too into the weeds of it all. And I think it was fair critique. But like I talked about the decals and there's like everything from Puma to Haichu to Lenovo Legion to Samsung that you can slap as decals on your vehicles. This is likely done to like offset the cost of like the licenses they had to pay out for.
Right.
But also like a lot of racing games do this. I think from Mario Kart had like a Mercedes-Benz crossover or something like that. I kind of lost myself in that, but I did critique that. And I do think overall the game it's funny because it's such a fun spirit. So those moments where I do see those logos or those brands on the customization, I'm like, it sticks out so much because it's such an otherwise video game. Like it's unapologetically a video game. So it just feels a little weird.
No, I get moments. That. Yeah.
But I get why people are like, well, yeah, when I'm playing like Gran Turismo and it's just loaded with ads, I'm like, yeah, that's really fair. Forza, it's like, yeah, it's like a walking ad to some degree. Like Gran Turismo doesn't let you like bust up any of these vehicles. Is it the end of the world? No. Still something worth knowing. But I really do think the content out of the box is like really good. Like the Grand Prix mode is awesome. There is no like story mode, but the Grand Prix mode, there's a race park mode with all these different race variants. The rival mode is really good. Your rival will fucking torment you, Brad. This dude or chick, whoever it may be, is going to haunt you all race. They're going to hit you with their items. They're going to be in the lead. They're going to be like neck and neck with you. And I lean forward. I get into it every race because I'm just like, I don't know how they did it, but they found out how to make the rival system personal just because you always are in line with them. And the only annoying part is that part of the way they scale the difficulty is like, I'll be in second place trying to catch up to my rival. Here comes this homing item. I don't have any way to defend myself. You'd think they'd throw out the first place guy. They hit me instead. And I'm like, that's some fucking NPC ass behavior right there, if I've ever seen it. So otherwise, Sonic Racing Crossrails, though, I think has earned its rave reviews. I get why the fans are rabid about it. It's really good. I really like it. In fact, I'd go to the length of saying it's probably in my top 10 this year. Like, I really like it. Yeah, I'm not a big kart racer guy. Like, I did like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe a lot. But I really have to say I'm impressed with what they put together here. I think they, number one, backed up their shit talk, but removing yourself from that zeitgeist, like just the content out of the box is really fun. It's really good. I love playing it. Like I'm just addicted to it. Like any chance I can get to throw in a couple of races, I do. And I think the best endorsement I can give it is I was playing it on my Portal when I was hanging with my wife, and I switched over to Trails before bed. And I said to her, I had to do this because like the game was getting my blood pumping. Like, it's like, I'm not going to sleep if I keep playing this. So I find the game just very compelling, very enjoyable, very arcadey. And if anyone buys it, switch your camera to dynamic. I don't know why they have an original and a dynamic camera. I don't think it makes the biggest difference that others are saying, but it does make a big enough difference where the game feels better in it. I still prefer some of the Mario Kart feel, but this helps a little bit. So just keep that in mind if you're swapping on over. But
are all the tracks Sonic themed?
As of now, yes.
Okay.
Until they do the crossover stuff, then they'll start adding more. Like they're going to have a Minecraft map. They're going to have a Bikini Bottom map. Like, yeah, they're going to have those where it'll be more crossover. But right now it's all Sonic. And it's across the whole lineage. Like you'll see 06, you'll see Unleash, you'll see Heroes. You see them all. Like it's really cool.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a whole mashup. It's awesome.
Very cool. Who's this green bird flying around on the hoverboard?
Jet the Hawk?
I don't know who Jet the Hawk is, man.
Is he this guy here? I don't know if you can see it on the...
Yes, that's
this guy here? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Jet the Hawk. He was introduced in Sonic Riders.
Okay, I never played it, so I don't know.
The Babylon
I only know
Rose.
I know the old Sonic characters, and that's about it.
Yeah, this was... What year was this? 2006? Really? Why do I think this was newer or older, I mean? Yeah, 06 wasn't a great year for Sonic, I guess. So I get why you don't know what my man was up to around that time.
Yeah, after like Sonic Adventure and stuff like that, or 2.
The Dreamcast
I didn't know like any of the characters, yeah.
Did you ever play Heroes?
No, I missed Heroes.
Oh, Heroes is good.
Missed the boat. I've heard it's good. I just missed it.
Yeah. Apparently they're remaking it. That's the rumor. So
okay, cool.
Just wait for that. Yeah,
good for me.
Yeah, that game's awesome, but also like if it has improved controls, it could be like the best Sonic game. I think like it's
damn. Okay.
Yeah, it's up there. It's really good.
Okay.
All right, Brad. Good game in this week.
Yes, sir.
Let's get into the news here. All right. New price increase for Xbox. Oh boy, Brad. What do we have here? But price jumps now.
I'm the curse.
We had a price jump earlier this year, and they said that we are navigating an incredibly dynamic environment now. We've assessed the changing macroeconomic environment and addressed the applicable impacts. This is all coming into effect October 3rd, but they did say the same thing earlier this year. The rising cost of game development and the current economy. Now, keep in mind, Xbox did, I think, show their ass a little bit. Like I understand the tariff element of it, but I also feel like Xbox jumped prices in a pretty aggressive way with like, well, we're charging $80 games now. And then when they moved Outer Worlds 2 and others back down for this holiday season to $70, they're like, yeah, that's in response to market conditions. And I'm like, so which is it, guys? Like it's market conditions to jump it. It's market conditions to bring it back down. Like what are we telling the truth here? It makes it hard to believe. But I also understand with tariffs that some of this is out of their control. It still is a huge bummer, and it makes you wonder what's going to happen with the ROG Ally prices and why they're holding out for so long on it. So, Brad, all that build up aside, here are the new prices. If you want to buy an Xbox Series X, it's going to cost you $650. That's up $150 from its launch price. If you want to buy an Xbox Series S, 512 gigabytes, that'll run you $400. That's up $100 from its original launch price. The Series S 1 terabyte version is now up to $450. You want the digital version of the Series X, which is usually the cost-cutting move. That's going to cost you $600, $100 more than the launch Series X. And let's say you want 2 terabytes. You dare to have 1 terabyte more, Brad. How dare you? $800 for your Xbox Series X with 2 terabytes. That goes for $50 more than the PS5 Pro. Xbox says we understand that these changes are challenging and they were made with careful consideration. Looking ahead, we continue to focus on offering more ways to play more games across any screen and providing value for Xbox players. This is the exact statement, by the way, when I did my video on this, the exact statement they gave us with the last price jump. So they're just in full robot mode. They're like, take it or leave it.
Yep.
You're probably not buying this shit anyway right now. Brad, your thoughts on the price jumps? What Xbox does with this? I mean, again, you have, I think this just is more about what's happening in the future, right? Like what's happening near future, ROG Ally, what's happening far future, like the prices of next gen consoles. It's not like it's just Xbox. PlayStation hasn't been immune to this. Nintendo hasn't been.
Right.
They've admittedly held on these changes for as long as they could. Like PlayStation jumped other regions. then jumped the US, and it was only by $50. Nintendo only jumped the Switch 1 stuff, did not jump the Switch 2 stuff. So they've been a little more, I'd say, tactical with it. Xbox has been like all of it. So your thoughts on this, sir?
It is weird because the company that theoretically needs to sell more consoles more than any of them, giving the most expensive. So the least appealing hardware is the most expensive hardware now, which is like, it feels like they just gave up, I guess.
Yeah.
Feeling I'm get.
Yeah.
Like, because they know they know the sales of their hardware and everything like that. It's just like, do you think this is a way to just maximize profits for what they have left?
Yeah. My theory has been like, look, like let's address the elephant in the room. Tariffs are a real thing. They're affecting everyone. Prices are going up. It sucks. It's awful. It's not unique to Xbox, and I don't want to act like it is. At the same time, Microsoft, I should say, is investing big time in other things that maybe they could have used to offset these price jumps where they normally ate the cost on hardware, but I think they're choosing not to. An example of this is one day after jumping the prices of the Xboxes, I covered on my channel, I said, here's Satya Nadella at the forefront of an announcement for their AI initiative saying we have the largest AI factory on the planet. And it's in Wisconsin. It's called Fairwater. And they were breaking it down on why it's the biggest. And, there's enough fiber here to wrap the earth 4 times. Like, they're putting money into shit, dude. They like people were saying, like, they're a multi-trillion-dollar company. Why are they eating the cost? It's like they could. They're just choosing to spend it elsewhere. And that's why, Xbox's whole AI initiative and kind of driving, like, game developers like Candy Crush into AI, like that's their push. They're the AI tech company now, and that's where the money's going. And so it's not about really hardware to them. It's about services. It's about software. And so I think since they're planning to put all of this software that they're making across Windows and Xbox everywhere, they're kind of indifferent to whether or not you buy their hardware, which I think just begs the point. At a certain stretch, I know they've all committed to it a bunch of times. I get it with the public announcements of AMD and everything. But at a certain point, it does, I'm sure this is where you're heading to, it does beg the question, like, why are you making hardware then if you're so indifferent toward it? And why there literally is no reason for many of us to buy it outside of Game Pass, which is huge, but that's really it. And in the terms of Game Pass, it's like now the business strategy is falling apart in that you had your premium Series X. Okay, you don't want to buy that. You want to get your PlayStation and your Xbox. Great. We have a system for you. It's called the Series S. It's $300 on sale for $250. Really easy to get into. It's your digital Xbox machine. Go play Game Pass shit there. Otherwise, play whatever you want wherever. But now that that's a $400 machine, it's like I might as well spend $50 more on the Switch too. Like, I feel bad for them because it's like completely caved in around their ears. But yeah, to the question you were asking earlier, I do think like the hardware shit is like done. Like I just, in the terms of this generation, like I think they were just like, yeah, we lost. We're not going to sell much more. It's trended down. I think I saw a stat. I did not verify this, but I saw someone say 11 out of the last 12 quarters they've noted a decrease in hardware revenue. That's terrible, and that's not surprising. That's terrible. If I'm them, I'm also phoning it in on hardware and figuring out what to do next to make my hardware appealing. And they have another challenge in front of them, which is like, okay, just as we're trying to break the PCs into the living room, here comes Valve, who seems to be setting up to do the same with what people are calling a Steam box. So sorry for the long answer, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with their hardware. It's just a really weird time for them. And I'm curious how you feel about their moves and if you think they're phoning in, if you think they're done with it, kind of.
They have to be done with it or like phoning in. Like these moves, they're not being aggressive at all about pricing, anything like that.
Yeah.
Seems like they're just like, yeah, fuck it. If we'll just get the most value out of these few remaining left we got. And we'll just move on to whatever our next thing is. So for me, it's like, yeah, they've given up this gen, at least on hardware.
Yeah.
Next gen, their hardware is going to be completely different. Whatever it's going to be, like you're saying, that more PC centric kind of thing, which is cool idea. Yeah. But if Valve's got that cooking too, Valve has a lot of trust and a lot of strong
fans.
Yeah.
And everyone's got a big library there
and a huge ecosystem. Yeah. So they are in for a tough time. So I'm like, I don't know, man, for Xbox stuff. It's like, it's gotta be like disheartening, man. If you're buying your games like digitally on Xbox, because it feels like more now than ever. It's like ticking time bomb.
It does feel like the ground is shrinking around them, because I know some people call it doomer speak, but look, we just talked about Valve and what they're doing. So that was Xbox's direction, and that was an exciting direction. And as I've said before, like I'd totally be for that. Like that seems distinct enough. The problem also is like Xbox is trying to make their own dedicated handheld. They shelved the plans for that to make this ROG Ally instead. I get that. You want to make the best possible handheld. But what Cog and I beat the war drum on is like, you cannot be beat out by PlayStation on this handheld. Because the second you are, there's just that, again, with Valve, right? The built-in brand loyalty. It's going to be way more fiercely competitive than if you could set the standard yourself and do something to kind of cement yourself in that space, rather than, as you've looked like for the last 2 generations, being a bit of a follower, setting trends in some ways with how you sell games, but otherwise following. Like Xbox needs to get their handheld out and visible. And honestly, I thought playable way before PlayStation could. But instead, they've now delayed it, and they're going to seemingly do the same thing PlayStation is doing, which is like this double SKU approach. Like, here's your handheld, go play your PlayStation games, your Xbox games handheld. Or if you want the big living room PC, here you go for that. And so now you have like both of their strategies. If things go the way we're expecting and how it's been leaked and heavily reported, both sides are just squeezing them. It's like, here comes your biggest PC competitor. Here comes your biggest console and handheld competitor. How much ground is left for you to take? And that's why they're selling their games everywhere, because I do think eventually hardware becomes not useful for a software and AI company. They just need to be able to have other people host their shit.
It feels like, Xbox is kind of just this branch that they tolerate for now, the higher ups at Microsoft. They're not like into it. You know what I mean? It seems like they are with AI right now, or where they want the company as the company's future to go.
Like they've done their big investment. They did Activision Blizzard King, and I think they're still in that recoup, like time to make it back. Like keep going, keep getting money out of them. Like we've spent on you, and I do in a sense I do get it. Like if I'm Microsoft, I do get it. It's like, okay, we just made the biggest acquisition in gaming history, one of the biggest tech acquisitions. Like we spent a lot of money on Xbox. It's time to go focus on something else. Like if you guys can't succeed, and it's true. If you can't succeed with everything you have now, you have no business being here. You have Bethesda, you have Activision, you have the biggest gaming IP on the planet in Call of Duty that never fails. You have your own portfolio of studios, you have Game Pass, you have dedicated fans, you have Windows Team, you have everything you need. Everything. You have beyond an obscene amount of resources. If they fail, it's completely on them, right? So I do get why Microsoft has been like, figure it out. We're done spending money on you, and it's time for us to make money, because you spend money to make money. I'm not saying it's to be like a complete Microsoft defender, but I do get it. I'm like, I do get why when you spend that much, it's like, all right, like we're going to go spend our money elsewhere. Am I like big on the AI push, especially in game development? No, not really. So weird times.
Like, this is the second time they've done this within a year. This price hike, are we going to get another one?
I guess if tariffs jump again, that's the only thing, because Xbox has been the first to do that. I mean, to their credit, they're not afraid to rip off the Band-Aid, but with the game prices being $80 at one point, I think they rip off the Band-Aid because they know it'll benefit them. And I talked to Hogue about this at one time, but I was like, I do think there is a level of some of these companies just taking advantage of the smokescreen. Like, there's a lot of chaos in the economy right now. There's a lot of uncertainty about how much things should be. Will things ever go down? What's the new normal? Are we making enough where we can afford these prices continuously? Whatever is it? What are these companies doing? Are they jumping prices fairly? Are they jumping it because it's 4D chess and it's like, let's make some money now, and then when we drop our prices, it'll be in a reasonable range? Like, I get I mean, the COVID bubble just kind of taught us a lot about that. Like, you could just catch that whiff now. Right. Of like some of them doing it because like genuinely, like I think small businesses are getting really hurt by the tariffs, but for big businesses, I know no doubt they're getting hurt by it. But are they squeezing? Like, if you're making digital software, did you need to jump your game prices at one point to account for the tariffs and the changing economy? It's like, I don't know about that. If anything, you probably want to make your games cheaper for the changing economy since everything's so fucking expensive. But I don't know. I'm no economist, but
no, we certainly are not. But yeah, I don't know, man. Hard to recommend an Xbox, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree. If it makes sense for your financial situation with Game Pass and stuff, I think it makes a lot of sense. But if you can afford to buy your games, and you want to have something that when you buy, you're like, I'm investing in like a future that's going to continue to be supported. I also don't have much doubts about that.
It's like from a security standpoint that you're saying, it's like, we don't know what the future is going to be like for the next Xbox. Like we know there will be a PS6 at least.
Yeah. I think there will be another Xbox, no doubt. It's just how compelling that next thing is might render it obsolete with what its competition around it's doing and doing potentially better, Yeah, we'll see. Valve's attempts to enter the living room have been varying degrees of success, right? I think they tried a similar box of some kind at one point. The controller, headset, all this stuff. So they've tried different things. I think their most successful is Steam Deck, but again, Steam Deck is still a pretty niche device, all things considered, when you look at the amount of sales. So does Valve have that brand recognition to hit storefront shelves and like beat out Xbox is a fair question and counterpoint to throw out there too. So, but I think for hardcore gamers, I think that this squeeze is on, and it'll be interesting to see where things end up. Yeah.
Godspeed all you out there.
Yes, sir. All right. Technically last segment of at least this part of the show until we pick up with whatever else goes on with Xbox and PlayStation. But Brad, Game Pass pick of the week as the honorary co-host. I had you do the selection. What should people be downloading on the service this week?
You should check out Hollow Knight Silksong, the long fabled, long rumored game. It finally happened earlier this month. I know the wait was long, but it's here, and it is an excellent video game.
Yes.
I will say it is very demanding, though, and a very tough video game. So if you were worried about that, keep that in mind. But I think the game is so good, you could deal with it. I think if you are loving everything else that's in the world, you will learn to adjust with it and grow as a player. It's one of those games. It's like, those people are afraid of Souls games or whatever.
Yeah.
It may die a lot still, but they find something in there.
Yeah.
That keeps them coming back.
Yourself.
You find something. Yeah, yourself. Something there. I think Silksong has elements like that.
Find your resilience within Silksong.
Find your resilience, yeah.
Love that.
So just a lovely, lovely video game that feels great to play. One of the best feeling games to play this year, for sure.
Awesome. So available to download on Game Pass. People give that a whirl. No doubt that if you get filtered, your investment's low. So why not try it out? Easy download.
Exactly.
All right, Brad. Thank you for that Game Pass pick of the week. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will transition over to us talking about probably Tokyo Game Show first and then State of Play. I don't know. It depends what excites us first. You'll find out in just a moment. For us, we have no clue. We're hours away from all of this. So here we go. Hello, Brad. It was great time travel with you.
Yeah, man.
New outfits, new us, new day, new games revealed. We got a lot to talk about again. Let's dive right in. Let's talk about Xbox's Tokyo Game Show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What a banger of a showcase it was. One massive reveal that was unfortunately leaked. Think it would have made, a little more whoa for everyone. If not, unfortunately, leaked just weeks ahead of Tokyo Game Show. But nonetheless, some interesting stuff here in all seriousness. So we want to run down some of it here. We have the breakdown from the wonderful website Pure Xbox. And Brad, if I'm honest with you, the Tokyo Game Show showcase for Xbox every year is really a grab bag of random fun treats. There's nothing really crazy that'll blow your socks off. In fact, I have to say, this is probably with Forza Horizon 6 the biggest announcement they've ever made at Tokyo Game Show. It fits because of the setting of the game, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But otherwise, this is par for the course. Just a lot of little things like, hey, this game that's been on other platforms for a while, it's coming over here. Hey, here's this update on this game that the Japanese audience might be more interested in. Little things like that, get a lot of JRPGs there. The good news is we're seeing a lot of, partnerships continue on with like Capcom, Konami, and so on. But otherwise, Brad, I kind of want to give you the pick of the litter. If you saw this list here, is there anything that immediately stands out to you where you go, hey, before we get into Forza Horizon 6, I want to talk about that?
I started before we started the show, I laughed at Bethesda or Fallout 76 developers thank the Japanese community. I'm just like, okay. Hey, Capcom gives us... Wait, what? Well, there's a mistake on this website already.
Oh, no.
It says Capcom gives us a short walkthrough of Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remake. Pretty sure Capcom didn't do that. That'd be pretty wild if that did happen, though.
Yeah. I have to say, if there's one thing that really did stick out to me, Gungrave Gore.
Dude, are they still making these games? Holy shit.
So they rebuilt it, and they're calling it Gungrave Gore Blood Heat. And it looks really good, you know? I remember the first one. I shouldn't say the first one. Gungrave Gore, though, when it came out, I'm pretty sure it was panned by players, critics. Like, it was not super well received, but now they're like completely rebuilding this one. And yeah, that looks really good. I gotta say, like the visuals look good, the gameplay looks good. Very awesome. Very awesome. But otherwise on this list, I mean, it's cool to see Romancing Saga Shadow dropping on Xbox today. Flight Simulator's getting a Japan World update. That's pretty cool. Nice and fitting there. We got another look at Ninja Gaiden 4. Of course, we'd love to get a little peek at that. Some release dates announced, like Winter Burrow. People may remember. In fact, I talked about this one, and Cog did too a little bit when we went to the Gamescom LA event last year. I think it was just the composer who was there holding down the booth for press and whatnot. And it's a very cozy survival game, which I know those two terms probably don't usually go together, but it really is a nice, chill game. It's very beautiful. But that's coming out in November. That'll be day one on Game Pass, but it's November 12th for that one. Terminal Brigade comes to Xbox consoles on October 31st. Otherwise, it's on PC today. There's going to be, that's a free-to-play game, but there's going to be Game Pass Ultimate benefits there. So those are like the two big drops. Otherwise, though, to be honest, Brad, I found this to be a lighter year, personally.
Interesting.
Like Black Ops 7 is going to feature some Japanese maps, you know, be a region in the game. They do look like they're bringing back Castle from World at War, which is one of my favorite, in the terms of favorite, I mean nostalgic maps in Call of Duty history. But nonetheless, just a lot of little things here. So before we really get into Forza, is there anything else you wish to dive into?
Monster Hunter Stories 1 and 2 coming to Xbox.
Have you played these games at all?
No, I've always wanted to, because they're turn-based Monster Hunter RPGs. But with 3, it looks like a nice starting point. So
yeah, like a really big glow up.
Yeah.
Looks really good. Yeah, I think, are these kind of Pokemon-like games, or are these just straight turn-based games?
I think so, but they are like, turn-based combat, I know.
Yeah, like little creature catchers.
Yeah, you're catching the monsters and all that stuff.
Good.
Also, Bruce Lee's coming to Hitman, World of Assassination today.
Who wants to kill Bruce Lee, man? Like, that's not okay. I saw that one. I was like, I said, do I really want to target this guy? Like, Bruce Lee's
That'd be
great.
like having fucking like John Lennon as a target in Hitman. You're just like, what?
I wonder how the pitch goes for these types of things, right? That's what comes through my head. Like, you know, you sit down with Bruce Lee and his agent. It's like, hey, we make a game about killing people, and we really want to have you in this game. We want people to want to hunt you
down. The Bruce
down.
Lee estate,
Yeah. But awesome to see Hitman continuing to get support, even as 007 trucks onto its March release date. But Brad, the big game of the show was Forza Horizon 6. Let's not beat around the bush anymore. This is coming 2026. Now, interesting little blurb here on Xbox Wire and their trailer description. They say this will, quote, first launch on Xbox Series X and S consoles and PC in 2026, end quote. So this is I guess what you would call, in this new world of Xbox, timed exclusive.
Yeah.
That is, unless things change, that is a really big surprise to me, because Horizon is going to be gigantic. You know, like this, based on 5's success and its continued success since 2021, Horizon 6 is going to be enormous. Especially, this could not be more perfect for Playground. Like, it really couldn't be, because this is the Assassin's Creed going to Japan moment for this series. Like, people have wanted Japan for a while. And the difference between the two is one went to Japan as sort of a break glass in case of emergency moment. They're going to Japan riding high, literally. And so they do a setting reveal. The trailer's really cool. They show all the license plates of the different locations you've been in the Forza Horizon series. And then they end with showing basically the map that you'll be racing around in Japan. And look, man, a lot of Cog and I teased the Forza Bros, but this is going to be sick. I mean, if they have a lot of opportunity here to kind of meld in some classic racing vibes, like, a little feeling of a Burnout, Need for Speed, like the Tokyo Drift, the night racing in Japan. I hope they really, I can't imagine a world where they don't lean into it. It's one of the main reasons people wanted Forza Horizon 6 in Japan. It's just that night racing vibe that they can bring to the table. Midnight Club, of course, just lots of old school, early 2000s racing games that leaned into this sort of aesthetic that now, like, really what I think is the best feeling racing franchise that just is kind of perfectly in between that arcadey and simulation feel. Although I know Forza Bros, I know Motorsports got the edge in the terms of sim, but just pick up, easy to access, but also very deep. It's exciting to know they're going to be heading to Japan. But Brad, a lot to pick at here, right? Like, again, timed exclusive. Thought that, with how high they were riding and how continuously successful 5 would be, that at launch, this was a PS5 game. But it continues to set that weird standard of like, will they, won't they, with Xbox. So again, very caught off guard by that element of it all. But otherwise, looking solid. No gameplay, really. No. But, nice little teaser trailers to let people know where we're going. And so it appears Cog and I's prediction is shaping up pretty well. Fable's coming out next year. That I think the Summer Developer Direct will definitely be a double feature like it was this year with Obsidian, except it'll be Playground Games with Fable and Forza Horizon 6. I feel like that's the safe pick here. But Brad, I've yapped enough. Your thoughts?
Dude, I hope so, man. I thought I thought Fable would have been out by now when they announced that game.
We thought it was this year. Yeah. Like, the speculation amongst much of us was like, hey, they've been working on this since, I know, like, getting staff and whatnot. So it's not really working on it per se, but they've been building toward this launch since like 2017 when it first leaked. Like 2025 felt very, very realistic. They delayed it at the front of the year though. And so, here we are now. So 2026 could be a huge year.
Yes. If all goes according to plan, I suppose. But I'm really excited about Forza going to Japan. I think that's a really cool location. I played a little bit of 5 and I really enjoyed it. I like arcadey racers. It reminded me, like you were saying earlier, back in the day of Midnight Club. And this one's going to give Tokyo Extreme Racer vibes for sure. So I'm stoked about that.
Yeah. I'm very excited to see how far they can take it. And no doubt the game's going to look beautiful too.
Oh yeah. It's going to look really nice. It is very weird that, like you said, that's not on PlayStation already. They're kind of holding back on it.
Yeah. I guess and to those who are listening in particular, I'll be direct to the fanboys listening who are like, he doesn't want exclusives. It's like they've set a tone for themselves on what they're doing with their games. Some are day and date. Some are coming a little bit later that seem like, again, they're establishing this day and date vibe where it's like, if we could have, we would have brought a day and date to you. I don't know really what the magic sauce is here. Did they see a benefit in that second win? We talked a lot about how PlayStation does things where, they release their game on their core platforms, PS5, and then you come over to PC a little bit later and it explodes on that market because the anticipation is at a fever pitch. Xbox got to experience that with Forza Horizon 5 earlier this year, right? They have this game, and this was like the big port. This is one of the ones that me and Cog were calling for a while. We're like, they're going to do it, and it's probably going to be huge, especially with the Gran Turismo base. And it was. It sold millions and millions of copies. So it's just a little surprising to see with 6, the big one in Japan, just the broad appeal of that it's saying will launch first on Xbox Series X and S consoles and PC in 2026. I just imagine it was, again, they were working toward this SKU the whole time, and then the platform plans shifted and they're probably working on a PS5 port, but it might not be ready until a couple months later. They might pull an indie here. That would be my guess, is in 2026 they will pull an Indiana Jones and be like, 3 months from now, See on PS5.
Couple months,
even though the game's not even out yet. That I can't see a world where you just have no PlayStation 5 information on this game, because this, I mean, sincerely, this might be Xbox's biggest game of the generation, next to Elder Scrolls 6. Like player count wise, sales wise, like I do think it's up there. ES6 probably has the long tail if it's good, but like Forza Horizon 6 in this location is going to be massive. So I couldn't imagine a world where Satya Nadella is not like rubbing his greasy palms like, fuck yeah, dude, you know, we're about to cash in. So I expect information on the PS5 version sometime next year. I don't know if they say it during like the developer direct or anything like that, but definitely tease up an interesting 2026 for Xbox, where, you know, right now it's lining up Gears, Forza, Halo, striking on the 25th anniversary of Xbox. And if Fable comes around too, you know, man, like on paper, great year. These games have to deliver. Obviously, people know my reluctance with Halo, but you know, really, really shaping up to be a special year for Xbox. And on top of that, just to throw in a little nugget, I don't know if you saw, Brad, there's been these little rumors popping up about Xbox and something happening with the licensing of these Activision games. You know, we've seen too much movement behind the scenes. Like the Transformers Fall of Cybertron game just randomly got relisted on Steam just earlier, and but you couldn't buy it. Before that was TMNT Out of the Shadows, and I think a couple other Ninja Turtle games. Like they got put back on Steam and then taken down. And like I bought Out of the Shadows because I have that on my 360. In fact, I saved a hard drive for that game, so I could go back to it whenever, because otherwise you can't play it. So as a TMNT freak, like I always need access to that. It's funny because ever since I moved, I'm like, I don't know where that is now. Anyway, my point in bringing all this up is that the last little cherry on top to all of this could be some form of back compat revival, temporary, of course, but something that allows these games to be playable and purchasable once more in 2026 as part of that anniversary. I could see that being pretty special too. Yeah. So
wait, why do you say temporary?
Well, I say temporary because of how Xbox approached not only their back compat, like they kind of worded it as like we did all we could, like everything else is either licensed off or we can't do anything about. Now they don't own Activision, who has a massive library of like licensed shit. If they could figure that out, that could open the floodgates once more. But it's kind of, I also think an FPS boost as well, Brad. Like I think about how when they were doing that whole system, I was like, oh, this is brilliant. Like this is going to be huge for back compat. They started to immediately save games like Sonic Unleashed, for example, historically ran like shit until the FPS boost. And it just got rid of the need for like these paid updates. Like this is around the time PlayStation was doing like $10 director's cuts, and Xbox meanwhile is pushing for FPS boost. Like it was great value. But then they also did the same thing. They're like, yep, we're pulling the plug on this. We're done. We've done all we can. And they moved on. So that's why I'm like kind of in my headspace of if they bring back compat, it's going to be in this temporary way, as in like they give us a couple of games. They're like, that's it. Here you go. I wonder if the last back compat dump we got was the 20th anniversary.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
So maybe you're right. Then maybe this is just like the final wave of that, because we don't know if it'll continue on in the future. I want to go back like 5 minutes when you said this could be game of the generation. Forza Horizon 6, like Elder Scrolls 6 could be. Yeah. Oh, Matty. You know Elder Scrolls is not coming out this generation.
You don't think so?
No, dude.
Everyone looks at me like I'm crazy when I talk about it like that. I have to start recognizing my confidence in saying that around people, you know, because it definitely is.
I love it, dude. I want you to be right. I want you to be right, because I want.
When do you think it's coming?
I don't think that's coming until at least 2027. At least.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm in the 2027 camp. I guess in fairness, though, that might be the launch of the new generation. So,
yeah, that's going to be the launch of the new generation.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, you might be. Yeah, I can see a world where like it depends, right? Like do they launch Elder Scrolls 6 with new hardware? That would be a major interest driving factor, in my opinion.
Because they'll have the last gen version too. Still.
Yeah, like that would be huge. We'll see, I guess, but yeah, I do think Elder Scrolls 6 has the potential to show itself a lot sooner than people think. It's something I was talking about earlier this year with how quickly they've moved on from Starfield for starters. They still are working on Starfield, but like most of their team's definitely on ES6 now. But it's also like, it's not like they have been doing nothing with ES6 since they announced it. Like they've been building the tech for it. I always say Starfield was just a grand tech experiment that made them a lot of money, which is kind of brilliant when you think about it that way. You know, it's not good for the player, but for them as a business, they're probably like, fuck yeah. Like we did all this procedural shit that we're going to use in ES6 now, and we sold it. But I do think that they you know, with how long they've been cooking on this and how much of their team is dedicated to ES6, I'm like, I could see a world where like we see this game next year. I could have seen a world where we saw it this year because I think it's just
see it is one thing, but it being out, come on,
not next. I mean, hey, next year, dude.
Come on. Like, dude, all right, let me just say this.
I was always saying 2027, but now that things have moved up where it's like, oh, that's probably the launch of the new systems, I think my theory holds a little less weight of, you know, of the game coming out this generation.
Is there one more Starfield expansion coming?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got one more of those, probably spring or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And now, not only that, Matty, they're busy with that. Some of them are. They have the highest expectations like ever now for a game ever.
Oh, they're cooked no matter what. Yeah.
So it's like if I forgot their developer's name off the top of my head, but if the Baldur's Gate 3 developers game comes out the same year again, Larian.
Yeah.
How many times do I got to see them get cooked back to back?
Yeah, they really are cursed. You know, I mean, they do it to themselves. Like 76.
Like, you know, is The Witcher 4 whatever going to come out the same year too?
It's possible.
Oh,
We've
man.
seen a lot of Witcher 4 lately, and they're working straight up with Epic.
I just need to see a big step, I guess, from Elder Scrolls 6 from me personally. I think they really got to up their game because they do so much shit really well.
Yeah.
But like their presentation and stuff like that, they got to kind of...
Especially after KCD2.
Yeah, you got to modernize that kind of shit. Yeah.
KCD2 definitely shined a light on like, oh boy, like you can make this type of Bethesda RPG and make it feel very modern and current and still have all the freedom of that gameplay system. I agree. Yeah. Like when I say they're cooked no matter what for Elder Scrolls 6, it's like, I don't see a world where in spite of like a wait since 2011 that they just, it's been worth it all this time. Like they could have, at least in my head, I'm like, you could have done Elder Scrolls 6 5-6 years ago easily. You know, there's so many games that you did before it that just your fans didn't want. Starfield, we have hindsight 2020 on, but you know, it's really 76 that stands out to me. I'm like, you had the choice right there, I think. And you know, they've always said they had a vision for ES6 that they couldn't accomplish until the tech was ready. That's the thing that has me hanging on by that thread of like, Bethesda's not like a tech company really at all. So for them to be like, we're waiting for technology, I'm like, what the fuck is the idea then, man? Because like, again, that's why I think they're gonna just repeat what they did with Daggerfall, except they're gonna do it on modern systems. Like Elder Scrolls 6 is all of Tamriel. And you know, we're gonna use the Starfield tech, generate the landmass, lots of random shit in between your favorite holds across Tamriel.
Yeah.
You know, but it's one big continuous map. I mean, I that's my prediction. I'm like, I think they're going to go for it. Do I want that? No, I want one region, one nice handcrafted open world. But I think for them and the way they think about things, that would be viewed as a regression. They'd be like, well, we can't do that. Like we'd be going backwards. I'm like, you'd be going so far forward. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
But that's that's what I'm so curious about. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing with this game?
Yeah. What is the game actually? Yeah. It's fascinaning, man. Because
I don't think it can just be a simple open world. I just can't imagine that. Could it be 2 regions? That I've opened the door on that.
Yeah.
You know, breaking down the map, I'm like, they're right near. It's Hammerfell, and the Hammerfell's near, I think, High Rock, if I'm going off the top of my head correctly. But it's right near another key region in the Elder Scrolls franchise that hasn't been explored. And I'm like, it's right on the like in between those 2 areas is water. And I'm like, I always thought Elder Scrolls 6 would have boats. Especially now at Starfield has ships. I'm like, you got to do boats now. So you sail to the other island. I don't know, Brad. I mean, my brain goes crazy with these Elder Scrolls 6 theories. Now, again, I looking at Forza Horizon 6 versus Elder Scrolls 6, it's like, I think Horizon 6 has the stronger chance of delivering for its fans.
Oh, quality-wise? Yeah, probably.
Yeah. And I say as someone who really likes Bethesda games, but
of course.
I think the chances are realistically higher for our friends over at Playground.
Yeah. Godspeed to Playground and Bethesda. I want Elder Scrolls 6 to be amazing. I want to get lost.
Famous last words. I don't envision that game being bad. I don't
think it'll be bad. Well, I don't think it'll be bad no matter what. Worst case scenario, it just seems fine.
Yeah, and you don't want to wait 15 years for fine or 16 years for fine. That's the problem. Is like I'd be hard pressed to say like, oh, this game's probably going to be a dud, but I think a lot of people will go there with it because of the wait. And Cyberpunk, which I think from day one was excellent. Even, I know buried beneath a mountain of technical issues, people were like, he's a fucking dud. It was never worth the wait. That game was announced in like 2012.
Yeah.
It was an 8-year wait. Like this has been way longer than that. And I think these developers just need to recognize like there's no getting around that. People are going to ignore everything you did between then and now and think you've just been working straight up on Elder Scrolls 6 since 2011. Yeah. Like that's just how people's brains work. They're just like, yep, they've been going on it for 15 years and this is what they got. And there's no getting around that, even if it makes sense. It doesn't make sense to the developer side of things.
Yeah.
All right, Brad, any other thoughts on Tokyo Game Show?
Not much. I don't really know. Like,
pretty
cool to see Xbox showcase. Still there in the region or whatever, though.
Yeah.
At least advertising being
stuff. Made.
Yeah. Because like, I don't know. Like, you might know. I'm not really sure like what their sales are like there. I'm sure they're not good. They've never historically been good, but
no, not great historically. They're doing better though. I mean, the more important thing is they're getting developers that typically
Japanese
skip their platform to support their platform, which is good.
Yeah, that's true.
So, Brad, let's talk about State of Play.
Oh, okay.
Round things out
here.
Yeah, we got a nice little State of Play here. We'll go through it from top to bottom. Just kind of pit stop game to game because a lot of these were newer reveals. And I want to get your nutshell take on this, Brad. Like, generally speaking, you round it up. What's your feeling on this State of Play?
It was okay. There's a couple things in here I thought were really cool. Most stuff I was just like, all right, whatever. Not for me necessarily, but like,
sure.
I don't know. Like, I never really expect crazy fucking shit all the time from these things. Like, I never expect to get my dick blown off by any of them, but if I see a couple cool things here and there, I'm like, all right, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, there's more I want to see. I'm a Kingdom Hearts fan. I'm always like kind of looking, but I'm used to getting clowned on, so it is what it is.
You guys are getting 7 Remake Part 3 first before that game
probably
shows itself.
And it's like fine. It's like I love 7 as well, but it's like, come on, man. Come on, get that.
I have so little hope in KH. How you view Elder Scrolls 6 is how I view KH4. I'm like, this shit has, like, to me, zero chance of coming out this generation. Like, I have a friend who's obsessed with these, always looking for updates on it. I'm like, bro, you're torturing yourself. They're prisoners of Mickey Mouse. They are literally going to move at a snail's pace with this game, especially because Square Enix is like seemingly doing better now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for me, I found this to be like one of the weirdest State of Plays.
Oh yeah,
like in a fun way. Like there was just like for every Saros and Wolverine that we'll talk about, you got Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered and speakers. It's like here's a Kratos controller, but no Kratos otherwise for the 20th anniversary. It was it felt like it edited, like they had a bigger State of Play. And then, like, especially at the Kratos section, like, here's the controller, and then they fade into PlayStation Studios. I'm like, oh, God of War. Okay, here we go. Cool. And when they fade into Wolverine, I'm like, wow. I was like, what? Like, they had to have removed something from this State of Play because it wasn't quite ready yet. But I found it on the whole pretty acceptable. There was some stuff here that just didn't speak to me that we'll go through as we sift through game by game. But in a nutshell, like, I called it in my video, and I still think it's like such a great way to describe it. It was the State of Play of all time. Like, this is such a State of Play ass State of Play, bro. Like, it really was. Like, everything from the random weird shit to the what that's real to the oh hell yeah. Like, State of Play in my brain has made a name for itself that way. There's sometimes like those little things where you're like, wow, that was awesome. I also kind of defined it as being Saved by the Bell. I would have had a much stronger, probably more critical take on this showcase if not for Wolverine at the end.
Oh yeah, people would have buried this thing.
Yeah, I think Wolverine saved the whole damn thing and just lifted the mood. It's amazing with the power of just one great game.
That's all you need, man. Yeah, people are a 2-minute trailer away from being very happy about something.
Yeah. And this game needed an update big time. We'll talk about it. We'll go through game by game.
It fucking did, yeah.
Saros, Brad. It's coming March 20th, 2026. Have you played Returnal?
Yeah, I love Returnal.
Okay, walk me through it because I have not played Returnal. My audience is very displeased with me.
Returnal is like...
Yeah, go ahead.
I think aesthetically kind of like Metroid Prime almost in a lot of ways. Weird, kind of like horror vibe, like eldritch horror, stuff like that. But it is a crazy fast arcadey roguelite where you're jumping through third-person shooting, mysterious story. Really cool game, dude. Like if you could pick it up, Matty, for like $20 or $30, hell yeah.
It's funny. I own the game. I've had the game since it launched. I bought it on launch day. The reason I held back was, do you remember when it came out and people were like losing their save files or their runs because of like some sort of save bug that was happening with the game? And like, it was like, I think it was also,
you off.
Yeah, it scared me off, but there was, don't quote me on this one, but I could have sworn there was something about like breaking the system or something like that. Like something was deeply wrong with this game that like put something significant at risk where otherwise I was there day one because I love Housemarque. But I bought it to support them because I like them as a company a lot and the games that they make. But then it was one of those things that we do all the time as creators. It's like, okay, I'll play this later.
Yeah.
4 or 5 years go on. You're like, yeah, one of these days. And then you see the sequel or follow up to that thing. You're like, I should have played. So I never got in on Returnal, but it looks good. Gotcha. And I imagine I have all the reason in the world to play now, you know?
Yeah. The gameplay in Returnal is so fun, man. And Soros just kind of looks like the evolution of it, I suppose. It looks very Returnal-esque for sure. But I wonder how like a lot of these systems work and if they'll be more similar or if they change stuff. I think it's more like permanent upgrades this time around. Returnal didn't have so many of those in the original game, but maybe this will be more traditional, like roguelite stuff in that sense. But it looks really cool, man. I can't wait to play. I love these fast-paced, arcadey kind of shooter bullet hell going on there. I'm in.
Yeah. Bullet hell is usually tough for me, but given that the bullet hell is kind of happening around a character that you can rotate and move, reminds me a little bit of a game I played, Deep Cut here. Shout out to anyone who knows this game, Fury. You ever play that game?
I know the game. I haven't played. It's like boss fights, right?
Yeah, it's just like a handful of boss fights. Solid game, though, but reminds me a little bit of that. I was never like a bullet hell guy. That was like one of those games where you just weirdly flip that switch off in your brain.
Yeah. Hey, just think Nier Automata. Just bullet hell and that stuff.
Yeah.
Nier. Reincarnated or whatever it's called again.
Shout out to Nier.
Just picture Nier a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, super rad game. I highly recommend Returnal.
Cool. So Saros hit for you? You were just more of that Returnal? Good stuff.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Cool. Zero Parades. This comes from Zaum, developers of Disco Elysium. Now, I should be clear. I always like to be clear about this because I don't want to take away people's joy if they think this game looks good or or if they want to play it. But just keep in mind that the original developers of Disco Elysium are no longer at this company and they were like forced out and they're all working on their own separate things. So if you want to support those actual developers, by the way, it was like a very messy legal battle and those developers got done dirty. So a lot of people are like boycotting Zaum, and I think it's fair and it makes a lot of sense. So if you want to support those developers, actually go support their games. Again, this is no disrespect to the devs who are not part of that situation, just working on Zero Parades. We'll talk about the game in a sec, but I always feel like a disclaimer is warranted when you talk about their games now because of how absolutely nasty that situation got. I recommend people read up on it. But Zero Parade showed up. Looks like a trippy, crazy Disco Elysium journey again. And Disco, it's funny. The State of Play opened up with two things. I went, I got to play that. Disco Elysium has been on my backlog for a minute. And that was one that I think I was going to play it last. There was a window of time. I think it was 2 years ago. I was going to play it in December for a holiday, and I played Cold Steel 4. And famously, as I've documented on the show many times, I'm like, that was one of the worst choices I made because out of any Trails game I've ever played, Cold Steel 4 is fucking terrible, in my opinion.
Damn.
I probably never would have beat that game if I didn't play it during that period of time because I just had so much free time, but that shit was awful. So Disco Elysium, hoping to get it done probably December of this year is what I'm looking at, Brad. But Zero Parades looks, taking yourself out of the situation, just looking at the game as the game. Looks solid. Looks like more disco. Not necessarily a bad thing. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it does look... I've played Disco Elysium and it looked, of course, very similar to it. I don't know if I'm ready to play a game like that again.
I loved it. Were you kind of...
I enjoyed it. So the game is pretty much all reading, which is fine. And it depends if you're super into that kind of stuff or not. I do think it's very interesting, though, and it did some really cool things, but I didn't love it as much as everyone else. I enjoyed it, but I didn't love it. I wasn't best fucking game ever. But I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah. A lot of people really were like, this is one of the best games ever. It's one of the best written games ever. Choice and Consequence is crazy.
To me, it just kind of felt like it got up its own ass too much. But that's just me.
Like in its writing style?
Yeah.
Well, I get that. It's funny. A game I sort of feel that. Period. Yeah, a game I sort of feel that way about. That I also love dearly, though. It's one of my favorite RPGs ever. Is Divinity: Original Sin 2. That game's writing style. It's a funny conversation to have because it's not a complaint. It's more like a nitpick and an interesting talking point about how games can be written, where it's almost too intelligent. Is how I define it. Right. The way these characters speak, you can tell was written by a writer who spent their time thinking of the vocabulary they'd use to establish character intelligence. And it makes sense. It's just who the fuck pulls that word out in a random ass sentence, So there was a little bit of that where I think up its own ass would be a good way to describe that too. I say that lovingly, of course, as someone who's covered Divinity a shit ton, but that's interesting to know. I'll have those expectations in check for Disco.
Yeah, I mean, most people like it more than I do, so just be aware of that.
Okay.
I still like the game, but I just don't like as much.
Noted. Xbox Game Studios made an appearance next, Brad. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 coming 2025. December 8th.
That's weird. Yeah, that weirded me out.
Yeah, I was like, it's funny. I remember thinking that name was a little weird because I was like, I don't think they're going to annualize this series with the way they kind of support it and how they push it. So why would you put the year at the end of it all? And now it looks even more weird, man. I'm like, now when you find this thing on the PSN store, it's coming out December 2025. So when you're in 2026, you see this 2024 ass game, you're like, I'll just wait for the next one. So
yeah, we've been programmed, from sports games and stuff like that. Oh yeah,
and at a certain point, it's you can't blame people for thinking that.
Yeah, exactly.
So bad name, but big deal. This is a big one. It did launch in flames. A lot of people were very displeased with it. Managed to fix itself, though, over time. It's looking like it's in a better spot now. PSVR 2 support also coming into this game, which I think is going to be huge for those who really love these types of games. But yeah, for those who have played the original Flight Sim, this one adds careers and whatnot. So you get to actually have roles when flying around the map. And as we just covered, there's a Japan update coming to this game. So look forward to that.
Yeah.
Brad, any thoughts?
I've only played a little bit of Flight Simulator and I was like, oh, this is cool, but this is very involved. I need to spend a lot of time with this game to really grasp it all. But I just flew around for a little bit, but I know people love those games. So great.
Yeah. Yeah. It's let's see what the Steam reviews are looking like now. It's still at mixed, you know, it's not quite, and it never quite reached the pardon the pun heights of the original, it looks like, in the terms of review count, which maybe can equate to player count and purchases. But still looks like it kind of found its way around. So look forward to that, PlayStation fans. I don't have much to say about this one, but just noting it down. Battlefield 6 campaign trailer. Game's still coming October 10th. Brad, anything you want to throw in there?
No, it's what are you going to say?
Yeah.
All right.
What hasn't been said?
All right, whatever.
Yeah. Deus Ex Remastered, though. I imagine we have thoughts on this one. It's coming from Aspyr, and I did not really fully process how much people dislike Aspyr until I read the comments for this trailer.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know the context for that.
Well, Aspyr has a history of really fucking botching, they did the Battlefront Classic Collection. We know how absolutely awful that was. They famously lost the KOTOR remake because they were doing something that PlayStation didn't like, and that story really hasn't been fully told yet. I hope one day it can be. But Aspyr has really earned a bad reputation with gamers. It's so funny because when they were doing the KOTOR remasters, I was Team Aspyr all the way through. I was like, dude,
Mhm.
hell yeah. Like they just get it. They just give you the game updated. But people started to hate that. They're like, we want more. We want more updates. We want, and they're giving you more with Deus Ex. They've, quote, enhanced the visuals, which again, reading the comments, reading the feedback seems a little bit mixed. Overall, the controls, and this one's coming February 5th, 2026. Now, I've never played Deus Ex. Again, this trend of this showcase, but I was targeting older games this year that I had missed, as I do every year. But this year, like I'm talking the deeper cut, hardcore ones, like System Shock 2. I played that in July and I fucking loved it. I was like, hell yeah, dude. That was a really awesome game. It had some issues, but like it on the whole, I really liked it. Now, everyone has collectively told me Deus Ex will be one of my favorite games of all time when I do play this.
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah, that is the standard that's been set. Like even Mr. Lockmort stepped up and said,
of course, Lockmort. Anything Western Lockmort's like, it's the best fucking thing ever.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's fair. But he was like, you will love this game. Like just knowing your taste, he's like, you will love this game. My audience always says,
because you love Dishonored and stuff, right?
Yeah, like I love immersive sim shit. I love choice and consequence, which I know this game has both of it. And I love sci-fi. I love deep sci-fi themes. Like I know this game seems very up my alley. Now I was talking with my people, Brad, just people who are deep in the Deus Ex community, you know, talking to Locke, talking to our friend Jason Polanski of Atari, who his favorite game of all time is this, you know, just talking to my editor, Dan, who thinks that Deus Ex is the best thing since sliced bread, just getting the feel of where I should go with this. And a lot of distrust with Aspyr is out there where a lot of folks are telling me just do the modded playthrough on PC. Don't even take the risk, you know, because this might not be it. And especially now, as we talked about earlier, Spire got nabbed with using some AI dubbed lines and throwing them into a remaster of Tomb Raider. It's like they might pull some fishy shit with this one. And some people don't like
they're ahead of the game
look
on that.
Yeah.
Put an AI voice in there, dude. Get ready for more of that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's going to be a lot of it. I honestly, I don't care in the sense that I know developers are going to do it. You just got to communicate it. And you can't fuck over the artists or the actors or actresses in the process. And like, you got to let them know. You got to let them know. It's like, you're clearly doing it to save money.
We know how game companies work, though.
Yeah. Deus Ex Remastered, though. What are our feelings on seeing this one? I thought this was one of the big surprises of the show.
Yeah, I played Deus Ex like 10 years ago. And when I played it, it was a pain in the ass to get to work, like on Steam for me and stuff like that. But I did get it to work. And I thought it was cool, man. I was like, all right, I could see it. It did feel old to me in a lot of ways, but you know, that's because it is old.
It is.
But it's really cool from like a historical standpoint. So I think you would probably enjoy it, Matty.
Yeah. I have no doubt about that.
I'm curious, like, I don't know if you played this, but they did the Legacy of Kain remasters that came out. I have no idea how those are. I wanted
to play those, but I think didn't they come out in like December or something like that? Like something by that point, I was checked out.
Yeah, I think they came out at a time where I was also like, oh, I can't get to that sort of thing right now. But I'm curious how that game, it came out, in December last year. I'm curious how that remaster was, because that could set the tone for this one.
That was well received. I do remember that being like, they actually added some additional content and stuff. And when I say additional content, I mean like, you know, behind the scenes stuff like that sort. I think they had like a narrator mode. Like people were pretty pleased with that, but also that was a starved franchise. Like much like the Deus Ex community, I do think people are in the like, we'll take whatever we can fucking get, man. I think the disappointment with Aspyr doing Deus Ex is a lot of people said this had to be, Night Dive Studios who would do this.
Right.
Because Night Dive just has a history of working on these hardcore PC games and doing them justice. And they just did System Shock 2 Remastered. They've heavily indicated what's next for them is System Shock 2 Remake, like they remade the first one. And they've also indicated that they're doing something with System Shock 3, like bringing that back somehow. So I think their hands are tied, which is why they're not doing anything with Deus Ex. But I get why people matched it up in their head, and definitely Night Dive would have been the better pick. I agree with people on that.
I guess wait till reviews, man, or whatever. If you're curious, I don't know. I hope it's good. I really do. Because it'd be great if they have an easier version for everyone to get a hold of and play. Because like this is like for all like the console people and stuff like that, you know, that don't have a PC and they can't afford to mod it like you would be able to, Matty. Yeah. So you hope the version comes out good. I hope it's good. Yeah. I'm curious to see if they're going to do Invisible War after that. I played that on Xbox and I did not like it.
Okay. Is that like the part of my ignorance? Is the sequel? Okay.
Yeah, Deus Ex 2. But I don't think Warren Spector is like the main director on it. I want to say that was Harvey Smith, or he was involved in it. Something like that.
Harvey.
No, I love Harvey Smith. Yeah. Well, I love Dishonored 1 and 2 at least. I don't know about
what does that mean about Invisible War, Brad?
Yeah, I just didn't care for Invisible War. I didn't play on PC though, which is like the premiere. I couldn't get it to work on PC.
Yeah.
So I was forced to play it on Xbox.
Got you. Okay. Well, Deus Ex fans, I'm happy for you. I always say Deus Ex fans and KOTOR fans, we're just in the same basket. Spirits. Like we're both cut off. We're starving. We'll take anything we can get.
Yeah.
I know exactly where they're at. Like I would have taken my Aspyr remaster in a heartbeat, and I happily did for both KOTOR 1 and 2. I just got the shit end of the stick on KOTOR 2, as many people know. Yeah. When they didn't do the restored content mod, so they just shipped the broken ass KOTOR 2 again, which not great.
Not great.
Next up here, thinking of our man Jimmy Champagne, Halloween the Game from Ilphonic, coming September 8th next year. It's a horror sandbox title. I find Ilphonic games pretty offensive. Like I'm inoffensive. I am deeply offended by this fucking game. No, I find them inoffensive as in like I'm not into the asymmetric multiplayer style game. I don't think they're bad. I just don't. It's just not my cup of tea. Yeah, it's not my cup of tea. So I saw this and I was like, this is probably cool for the fan base, but I don't know if you're closer and you got a bit of a temperature check on this one, Brad. How are you feeling about Halloween the Game?
I mean, I played a little bit of some of the other ones. I'll play it with like Jimmy probably for a little bit.
Yeah, I got to make Jimmy happy.
I'm not super excited about it. I'm surprised this is a year away though from them showing it off. Seems like a little rough for a game like this. Seems like an early announcement, but
yeah,
I don't know.
I agree. Last Epoch showed up. It's coming to PS5. They're also dropping their first expansion, Oribus expansion is what they're calling it. When it comes to PS5, you're getting that expansion with it. For those who don't know, Last Epoch, it like started off as like a Reddit thread. A lot of fan feedback came in. They decided to make their own kind of dream ARPG, and they would challenge the likes of Path of Exile, Diablo. And I think it landed in a positive place for most people. But yeah, if you're into that style of game, go ahead and give this one a look. For me, my interest is firmly in the Path of Exile 2 camp.
That's where I would be as well.
Yeah, I played a few hours of it the other week, and I was like, yeah, this game, when it comes out in 1.0, this shit's going to kick ass.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts on this one, Brad?
No, I'm in the same exact boat with you. Cool, it's coming out, but if I'm going to play an ARPG, it's going to be Path of Exile 2.
Right on. 7 Deadly Sins Origin, coming out January 28th, 2026. If you didn't know any better, this might be a reason to get excited. But if you're like me and Genshin clones are your kryptonite, you might be staved off by this one because it is a free-to-play open-world title with gacha elements, which, no disrespect, because I do think Genshin is pretty good. I just don't. I just the thing is, it's just these free to play open world games just feel compromised immediately. And I get it. It's part of the model. Like I don't really hate them for it. The only thing I give Genshin shit for is it just every Jeff Keighley showcase. It's like, how many Genshin clones can we fucking stuff into this thing? I'm not like, okay, so I sound like Locke when I say this. And I love Locke, but Locke thinks like all anime games blur together. Now, Brad, you and I have been trained in the art of anime. We know that's not the case.
Right.
But when I see these Genshin clones, they do start to blur together. So one thing that was interesting with 7 Deadly Sins is I went like, oh, this looks a little like distinct. It looks more in line with like the anime and stuff. Cool. When I found out it was the free to play open world game, I was like, fuck, bro. No, I'm good on this. So are you more open to something like this?
I know the name 7 Deadly Sins, but I don't know it. Like I've never seen it or read it or anything like that. So I have zero attachment to it, but I'm just not in the mood to play like a massive gacha game right now. Because like I have no idea what the quality is. So when you are in
the mood, what is Brad playing?
If I'm gonna play one, I want to check out Wuthering Waves. I've heard some decent things about that. I don't think I'm gonna be playing them anytime soon, just because there's a never-ending stream of games.
Yeah.
But I played Genshin Impact when it first came out, just for like a couple weeks, and I was like, oh, this is solid. Not a bad game. It was kind of surprising.
Genshin's good.
So
Genshin's good.
I am curious, but yeah, just like an IP I don't know anything about really or anything. I have zero attachment to.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hard for me to get invested, I suppose.
I feel
you know, I was thinking about this. Like Sony or PlayStation should have just made a gacha game like this with anime characters. would have done better than all their other fucking things.
I agree.
Would have done way better.
Well, you know what IP I am invested in, Brad?
Talked about it earlier. Yeah.
I am invested in Sonic.
That's right.
I'm also very invested in Mega Man. And we talked about this briefly.
Proto Man.
What we're playing.
And
yeah, I know. Proto Man as well. That was a little surprise dish there.
I was like, okay.
Yeah. This DLC pack's coming next year. Dr. Wily Castle track as well.
Dr. Wily.
As I was lamenting in our what we were playing section, it is classic Mega Man.
Not X.
When they did and also I was like, oh, here comes X, and they're like, here's Proto Man. I'm like, all right, you know what? Cool, I'll take it. But this, in all seriousness, looks great. Very excited about it. I was actually, in between recording 1 and recording 2 last night. I was playing more Sonic Racing Crossroads. I was like, this game fucking kicks ass, dude. Like, it's actually unbelievable how good it feels. And like I mentioned, I was playing Sonic Riders. I played more of that, and I got into this one. I was like, they totally fucking nailed it, dude. Like, it's actually crazy. So I'm very excited for the DLC. Like, I'm on board long term for this game. Like, I just want to play these new characters, play these new races, get all the challenges done. Like, the Platinum Trophy for this game is really hard because it just requires a lot of time. But I think gradually as this content comes out, it'll be easier just because of like coming back to the game and playing a few hours here and there. But I'm in, dude. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds kicks ass. Mega Man DLC, give me some of that. Excited to see what other crossovers they do.
Yeah, there's rumors about Knights being in there and stuff like that.
Oh, really? Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder
they gotta lean into Sega stuff like Jet Set Radio. Come on.
All those characters, Yeah, I wonder what other weird third-party character they'll throw in there. Because Mega Man kind of opened up a whole new door, I suppose.
Yeah, true. Like, they got to do something crazy, right? Like, what kind of shakes people that would be like, what? They're here too? Like, because they're in this Smash Bros. Pocket. It could be anybody.
Yeah.
Like, go get the Praise the Sun dude from Dark Souls.
Oh, Solaire?
Yeah,
put fucking Geralt in there. He's been in the spin-off games already.
Yeah, like, they put Geralt in a kart racer. Like, they got to do something. There's a ridiculousness to this game, right? Like, just seeing Hatsune Miku. I was like racing as her last night. I was just like, this is crazy.
Hear me out here. Shrek.
Okay.
This time, there's a new movie coming out. He's a meme icon.
That's a good
somehow
one.
That won't die. I think he's been in kart racers before.
Yeah, they had the DreamWorks kart racers.
Yeah.
Garfield could go in there. He just got his own kart racer.
Definitely fit in,
collab there.
Some lasagna. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, very interesting. Wonder how the door is wide open. So I'm curious to see how they go about it.
They put in a Phantasy Star character. That would be sick.
Yeah. Yeah, like they really should milk the Sega stuff for all it's worth. I mean, a lot of the content coming into the game is free in the terms of characters. And so I imagine that's going to be from the Sega
that's
Vault.
Free? I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's some paid ones that they're planning to. I've yet to do my deep dive on it, but
the premium characters.
Oh, they have to do Ryo Hazuki. I talked about this as well, but you have to get Shenmue in there. Put him on his fucking forklift, like.
Oh yeah,
just like they did in the Sega
what
All-Star
franchise.
Racing. Yeah,
what a franchise.
Yeah, you got to.
I can't believe that's getting like a new version, Shenmue 3.
I'm gonna finally try the game. Then I've staved myself off from the heartbreak, but I think this is the time for me to just go in and do it.
I watched my friend play through it, and I was kind of bored a lot. It looks rough mechanically.
I mean, look, Shenmue.
If you've played the other two, though,
yeah,
you might as well.
The thing that pushed me off is when everyone was like, yeah, they didn't like wrap up any of the story. I was like nothing. No. They're like, yeah, like there's definitely still like a Shenmue 4, 5, 6 that they have to do. I was like, man, Kage and I had the same thing. We're both big Shenmue guys, but like 3, we just can't go through the heartbreak because it's just going to be too disappointing.
You can't do it, dude.
Yeah. Like I was a Kickstarter guy. And I actually traded in my copy without playing it because I was just like, I'm not.
Wow.
Yeah, like I'm not.
Dude, you got to play it now. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, now they're doing the enhanced edition.
Let me sell it this way, the best way possible. It feels like Shenmue 3 if it came out soon after 2.
Yeah, like that's good and bad. Like I love the vibe and the atmosphere of Shenmue. I think the problem I had with Shenmue 3 really, at least from the outside looking in, was visuals. Like Shenmue 1 and 2
visuals
look really good. Like there is something very special about those games. With 3's character models, I'm like, why are you all so smooth looking? You know?
Well, Shenmue 1 and 2 were like insanely high budget video games, I guess.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
For the time. And like Shenmue 3 is like not insanely
Yeah, Shenmue 3 is the opposite.
Yeah.
So one day.
One day. Hey, maybe you'll get Shenmue 4 one day.
Oh,
Keep the dream alive.
they have to be tested the waters for something. You know, Kog and I were talking about it. It's like,
I don't know, man. Dude, I'm going to say this as my friend Mike Huber is a huge Shenmue fan. He is the guy in the Shenmue reactions from like 10 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And if I've learned anything about Shenmue fans, there's a lot of cope. A lot of coping. A lot of coping. And I mean that in the nicest way possible.
Sure. That's fair.
Because they got to believe. They got to keep the dream alive.
Hey, it was a crazy idea to do an HD remaster. You know, like that was, we thought we'd never get that. When we got that, it was like, oh, fucking sky's the limit now. And then the Shenmue 3, like there was a renaissance that was really nice.
There was a brief renaissance. Yeah, it was cool.
But with the anime getting canceled, not because it did bad, but just like it just got canceled. Like it was one of those moments of like this franchise just someone needs to just grab it by the reins. Like I said, RGG should take it. Frankly.
Oh yeah, of course they should. Because RGG should guys make worked on Shenmue.
Like they are the perfect developer for Shenmue because not only are their games deeply inspired by Shenmue in some ways, but also like they get games out so quickly that are Shenmue-esque yearly. And I'm like, give them Shenmue. Honest. They'll finish they'll finish Yu Suzuki's story in like 2 fucking years, bro.
You could put Yakuza on pause for a minute, all right, dude? Like there's a million fucking Yakuza games. Like I'm used to getting 2 a year. We just got an announcement of another one, which is 3.
Yeah, Kiwami 3.
Kiwami 3. So it's like I'm on the hardcore Yakuza burnout big time. So
I always forget you told me this. Sorry, but you did you play all of them? Did you binge all of them?
Well, I haven't finished Like a Pirate or whatever the fuck it's called. I haven't finished that one yet. But the other ones, I have played through all of them.
Wow. Yeah. I want to go on that pilgrimage.
The story. End it. And it just won't end. It'll never end.
Even at the end of 8, you're just like, were you disappointed with 8 at all?
No, I wasn't disappointed with it. It was cool, but it's just like I've played so many of these fucking games, dude, and I'm like waiting for. They can't let Kiryu go. They just can't fucking let Kiryu go. I love Kiryu, but let the man rest for God's sake.
I debate with Cog all the time that I'm like, Ichiban's not the face of the series, bro. Like he's just not. Like there's a reason they keep calling our man back.
I like Ichiban, but he does not have, as the kids say, the aura.
He doesn't.
Kiryu.
Thank you. Thank you,
doesn't.
Cog. I'm so happy you're not here for once.
But Kiryu is like a legendary character.
I agree.
Legendary.
I agree. But the moment that I'll be the most pissed off is when the new Smash Bros. Comes around and they use Ichiban instead of Kiryu. That's when I'll really fucking snap because I'll be like, you're kidding me.
I'll be like, cool, I guess, cool, but
because Ichiban's like the better video game character. Like he's a Dragon Quest fan. Of course he's got the cool moveset, but Kiryu's like the guy, in my opinion.
Yeah, so. I'd rather have Majima than Ichiban.
Oh, that's interesting to hear you say because I know the pirate Yakuza in Hawaii has Majima as the main character for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a thing of like I'm sick of Majima. It's just I'm burnt out on those games. There's just too many for me right now.
Got you.
I'll come back like in a year and play and be like, oh yeah, that was fun. But for now, I can't do it. Just too much.
It's how I imagine Trails fans feel when I talk about that series. Like, you know, with how much I played in a year. I didn't burn out because I love Trails, but outside of Cold Steel 4, as I mentioned earlier, but otherwise, like, you know, like Yakuza is the franchise that I hear about. I'm like, there's so much for me to play. And I mean, Kiwami 1 and 2, I did play and beat. And I liked both of them. I loved Kiwami 1 a ton. But the side content's so good in these games. It's like, you don't want to just...
I know. That's what's annoying about it.
Yeah. It's like, I don't want to just play the story and move on. Because otherwise these games are quick. But it's like, you're missing so much of the magic that makes them tick. So now that they're doing Kiwami again, I feel like I might do 0, Kiwami 3, and then wait for... You got to imagine, right? Kiwami 4, 5...
I think they're going to Kiwami all those games.
Yeah. At least 4, I think. You know, 5 seems new enough, but I think you have to Kiwami 4. Because I think 4 was one of the big ones that came over to the West. Like, it kind of was the first door to crack open. And that's the one with the multiple playable characters, right?
Yeah. I always get 4 and 5 mixed up. Let me see. But, I mean, I think 5 is the one with the most playable characters. Let's see.
My editor, Dan, was big on Yakuza. Like I think he was kind of describing Yakuza 4 as like a grueling grind.
Dude, I remember. Okay, it might be 4. Yeah, 4 was my least favorite if I'm remembering this correctly.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. A lot of people are not big on 4.
Okay, yeah, I remember 4 now. And 5 is the one 4 and 5 I think were like my least favorites. Even though they're not bad or anything like that, but
you don't play those games for just, middling 7 out of 10 experiences.
Kind of you do sometimes.
Oh.
Sometimes. Like, they're all good games, but it's just like, I don't know. They don't evolve much.
Sure. That's why they're able to get them out so quickly. There's like, what's the new story?
It's like, how many times have I been in Kamurocho, on the streets of Kamurocho, like the king of reusing assets? And I don't blame him. I think it's really smart and a good idea.
Money, bro.
Money talks and it's working. Yeah.
Neo 3, Brad.
Hell yeah,
February 6th.
Yeah,
thoughts and feelings.
I'm in, man. I like the Neo games. I actually haven't finished any of them, but I played them for a very long time.
I platinum both.
I always feel like Neo games go on too long when I play them.
That's always fair.
Like, they're like, is this not over yet?
Yeah, Neo 2 is really long. I think it's like an 80-hour game. I fucking love it, but yeah.
I think it should be like a 50-hour game, maybe going through it.
Sure.
I don't think it needs to be that long. I mean, that depends on the person, but Neo I like a lot because it is like these Souls like that really set itself apart, I should say, and found its own footing in the space. For better or for worse. Like, I'm not super into loot grinding all the time, but I respect the game because it did find its little niche in there. And it feels completely different.
It's also just a co-op driven, which is really nice.
Yeah, there is a co-op and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it has its own space. And but yeah, I like the Neo games, the combat and all that kind of stuff. They're very complicated games, I should say.
Yeah.
So
they were the first to challenge the throne.
Yeah, hey, if you're gonna play Souls, like I would not say Neo's the first one to go for, all right? You're going to have a hard time switching between stances and managing your key. But if you like those games already and like action type of games, it's good shit.
Yeah. Neo 2 is one of my favorite Souls like easily top 5 for sure.
Big leap from 1 for sure.
Yeah, because the first one's good, but it really just found itself in the loot game. William as a main character wasn't that interesting, but the second one with the character creator, the multiple stance, key pulsing, the boss mechanics, the scope of the game, like really fucking good. Dude. Like really fun. Just is incredible. Like I don't platinum many games nowadays. It makes me really sad. I do miss the achievement and trophy hunt a lot, but just when you review games, you kind of go as deep as you can, as much as you're willing to before you kind of like tap out and go, okay, I'm done with this. But Neo's a series that I've always platinumed. I fucking love getting everything done in those games because, this is from Koei Tecmo and like they just have something with their games that like in the Dynasty Warriors games, which we'll talk about in a second, or the Samurai Warriors games that just hooks you and your interest and just makes you want to keep playing. Like they're just fun games to play. And they managed to do that while also having the fun element of a Souls-like of just like, oh, that was my fault. I fucked that up. But also because of the build crafting, I like that there's a point in the game where you can just fucking destroy bosses. You just completely break their mechanics. You just run them over. For a lot of people, they're like, that's not fun. I play these games for a challenge 24/7. I'm like, no, I like when you just eventually beat the challenge.
It's like the RPG kind of like grind in there, the chase, getting this really crazy sick build and stuff like that.
Yeah, I love Neo. So Neo 3 is like I can already tell that's just going to be like top 10 for me next year. Like Neo's just always hit for me.
Yeah. What was it? February
6th, 2026. February's shaping up, Brad. Got a lot happening.
Give me 20 days to beat it before Resident Evil. So fair. I don't know if I could beat Neo that fast. Maybe I could. We'll see what else comes out then.
I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you, Brad. As much as I love Neo, just play and beat 3. I don't think, you're not here for the story. You're here for the gameplay. As someone who like paid attention to these stories, they're not bad, but like, have you played like a Samurai Warriors game before? Because basically they're just remixing it. Like Neo 2 is about Nobunaga's ambition again, except it's like with demons instead. And it's like, it's cool if you like that sort of shit, but it's not like, yo, Brad, to get into Neo 3, like beat Neo 2.
I'm not playing the Neo. I'm just going to hop into 3.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
not
that'd be
playing
smart.
1 or 2 again. Like
Yeah.
I've played enough of those games. I don't give a fuck about the story. They don't give a fuck about the story. It feels like so.
Yeah, they care
It's
enough,
really-
but
it's
it's not
pure
what you're
gameplay.
really here for.
No,
you know?
it's pure gameplay to me.
Yeah, like I find them enjoyable, but they're not. Again, it's like a Muso storyline. It's like these are very entertaining, but like not necessary context for the thing you're there for 90% of the time.
Yeah, it's not important to hop in. I would not say like you're saying. You got to play Neo 1 and 2 for the full story.
For some
you're
people,
right.
Who knows? There might be
Some
someone in the
people might.
comments.
I would just watch a YouTube video if I really cared that much for this.
Yeah.
But
Right.
yeah. Oh, also interesting about this. Day 1 on PC.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
didn't
on
catch that.
Steam.
Cool.
I believe
Cool,
on Steam
cool.
as well. Day 1.
Good. Very good.
Good.
Yes. Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered also got announced. That's coming March 19th, 2026. So I think I need to start scripting my videos because people keep like, I don't want to sound like I'm not taking blame for anything, but I keep saying things with innocent intentions and people are like, like I got issued a stand down by my audience on my take for Dynasty Warriors 3 of just like, I was like, what? I was like, I love these Muso games. I don't know why this is getting remastered though. Like who asked for this? And I meant like, educate me. And I said that I was like, please educate me because I was like, I don't know what's really going on here. And so Dynasty Warriors 3 fans showed out, many respectful, some not, but for the most part, Dynasty Warriors 3 fans were like, this was the one, like character creator and all. Like, you had 1 and 2, which were good. I think 3 might've been the first to the West as well. But this is sort of like the moment where
on PS2.
This shaped
That's
the template.
The one I played.
Yeah. This shaped the template. Like they were like, from here on,
okay,
this is where Muso became a template. So it was like a really interesting choice for them to remaster 3 for that reason. Like it's going to age well because everything we know and love about Muso games is going to be here. A lot of people also were not crazy about Dynasty Warriors Origins because of the fact that it lowered the playable character count, but they gave you deeper combat, which is what I thought was really interesting about that game. So people kind of want classic Muso, where it's like lots of characters, thousands of enemies getting defeated by those characters, the kind of gimmicky progression systems that these Muso games are known for that keep them really addicting, keep them as a hook. So yeah, cool announcement. I think I'll be checking this one out if I got the time because I love these games, bro. Love them. So
you're a Muso guy?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Dude.
I guess not to some of the community anymore, but I do love me some Muso games. I played so fucking many of them.
There's like 50,000 Musos, so you can't know them all right?
Yeah, like I mean, I played so many of them from like the Dynasty Warriors Advance on GBA to. Have you ever seen screenshots of Warriors All Stars?
No, I'll look it up.
Hold on, I got you. I got this legendary screenshot for you that puts the game into context. Let's see if I can find it. Someone shared with me recently. I was like, yeah, this game kicks ass. Hold on, Brad. I got you.
Sorry, we'll fill in time. Well,
I don't have you, actually. I don't know where the fuck this thing is.
Oh, okay.
Too many Discord channels.
Yeah.
If I find it, I'll show it to you because you'll get a good kick out of it. But nonetheless, yeah, the game basically has like all these random ass characters that you can play as, and they're like across IP. Like you'll see like Ryu Hayabusa, and then like these anime girls, and they'll have like serious conversations.
That's funny.
It cutscenes, yeah. So it's pretty goofy.
Yeah, Musos piss me off because I find them very boring after a while. Very boring. But it annoys me greatly because they do so many IPs I love in Muso form. There was like Gundam Musos I remember back in the day. There's been like 4 One Piece ones. There's 2 Zelda ones already. I'm gonna play the Zelda one though.
Yeah, the Zelda one looks good.
I'll play it. Oh, here we go with Lu Bu, dude. Lu Bu, like
some
an anime girl. Leave smashing the enemy's head to me, man.
Yeah, I think it's an Atelier character he's talking to. It says, leave smashing the enemy's head to me. You want to stick to making tools with your alchemy. That's more useful for us all. And like, it's some Atelier character who's got her head down. I remember playing this shit and it felt like a fever dream. I was like,
look at his chin, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Holy moly.
Crazy.
Lu Bu. Even Chad. I know Lu Bu.
Yes. Great boss fight in... What was that game called?
Wolong?
No, not Wolong. Was it Wolong?
Yeah, he was in there.
Yes. Yeah. That was a good one.
Lubu.
All right, Brad. I don't mean this with offense, but I don't really feel much for the Code Vein franchise at all. Kind of feels like the bottom rung of the ladder for Souls likes. Try to keep an open mind. I find it crazy that it's getting a sequel at all because I'm like, whoa, maybe they, especially all these years later, like it felt like they had something. People were really into the whole anime Souls like thing, but then they disappeared for a while, and you just figured like, okay, it didn't do enough. But then here comes out of nowhere, Code Vein 2. We got it revealed much earlier in the year, but it's coming January 30th, 2026. Is this, as a Souls-like guy, on your radar at all?
So, yeah, I actually reviewed the first one when it came out, and I liked it overall. It's not like incredible or anything like that, but I had fun playing it, so I definitely want to check it out. Any Souls-like that is not from Software, Matty, my expectations are always way lower.
Unless you're Liza P, right?
Unless you're Liza... Well, I do like Liza P, not as much as from Software, but I do like Liza P. Sorry, Matty. I think that game's great, but not as great as you think it is. But I do like it a lot.
Stop that.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I think it's really good, though. I do think it's one of the best non-From Soft Souls-likes for sure.
You don't think it has a chance of beating Miyazaki, though? Like, there's no...
No. Not with that level design. That's for sure.
Whoa. Well, I get it. The final stretch of the game.
Oh, the Alchemy Island, dude. That place sucks.
Yeah.
Well, it's straight
Brad, let's calm down.
It's straight doo-doo.
You're getting a little carried away here.
I think the sequel, though, I'm really hyped for the sequel, Matty, because I think they're going to elevate it greatly.
Did you play the DLC? I haven't played it yet.
I played some of it. It was good from when I played it. I guess not good enough where I haven't finished it yet, though.
Uh-oh.
But I think you're going to really like it, Matty.
I was going to say,
I think
that means
really
it's greatness for me. If Brad thinks
it's really good. There's some really cool bosses in that DLC that I played, so.
Excellent. Yeah. I have no doubt I'm going to be sickeningly annoying when I play that. I've been looking at like my schedule, and I think I free up a lot of my time for reviewing stuff at like the end of October, because that's really when the wave ends and things kind of settle down. But bro, when I play that, people thought I was annoying with Liza P. When I get that DLC Overture under my belt,
yeah, you're gonna love it.
I'm gonna be so disgustingly back. I can't wait.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Before you start writing me a bunch of comments, stand down, first of all, okay? I'm just gonna say it right now. Liza P is great. I really like Liza P. I think it's an awesome video game.
We need some objectivity here.
That's fair. I just think From Software is better still. That's all.
Okay. We'll allow it. They are the pioneers of the genre.
They are the pioneers that go when you make Elden Ring, then you can come talk to me.
Oh.
When they make Elden Ring.
Hey man. Once Elden Ring makes a story like Liza P, come talk to me, Miyazaki. I'll be first in fucking line.
Liza P story? I guess. Yeah, sure, if you want.
I love Liza P's story, man.
Dude, he made Bloodborne story. Come on, man.
That's fair. Yeah, he definitely likes Bloodborne. I love Bloodborne. That's my
dude. Liza P likes Bloodborne. They fucking like Bloodborne.
Hey, look, it's honestly, I put it on Miyazaki, dude. Figure it out with Sony. Like,
figure it out.
You don't want them to copy your flow, then figure it out. Or Liza P would have had zero traction for people.
For God's sakes, please figure something out with Bloodborne. It's ridiculous.
There was a rumor that just cropped up. I think it was from Jeff Grubb. He said he checked in and there's still nothing happening.
Of course not. Of course not.
I don't know what the fuck's going on over there.
Sorry, I gotta stop. I was about to go on a 10-minute tangent, so I'm just gonna stop.
That's okay, Brad. That's what I do all the time. So please.
It's just like, the fuck are you doing, man?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you guys doing over there? I don't understand why this is like a perfect win for you.
Yeah.
Is this like Miyazaki stopping you or something like that? If so, come to a fucking deal with him.
Work something out. Sony. He's blamed Sony before.
It's just like, Sony, what are you doing? You're fucking Greenlight Concord, but you won't give us like even Bloodborne like remastered?
No, Brad, Fair Games is the future. Not
you gotta have Fair Games, man. Better buy that fucking studio. Better buy Jade Raymond and all that stuff. Her studio.
Yeah.
God,
you have the same mindset as me. I'm just like, I don't know what you guys are spending your money on at this point.
Yeah, it's like what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Like, why?
I agree.
It's the easiest layup. How could you get like that? Is the ultimate goodwill thing for PlayStation fans. People are still complaining about that game like constantly. It's been 10 years almost. Well, it's been 10 years actually now.
Yeah.
Nothing.
There's
not a peep.
There's something to be said about how these companies behave. I don't know if it's a psychological study. I don't know if it is a market study. If anyone's listening and they know the answer to this, please inform us, because I know no one knows why Bloodborne hasn't happened yet, like a remake or a remaster. But I need to understand why these companies hold these highly anticipated ideas behind like glass and just don't break it unless they're like in an emergent. Like Ubisoft was positively begged about a Japan set Assassin's Creed for over a decade, and they knew it. They talked about it. They knew it. And they only did it recently, and they, in my opinion, did not do it well at all because Ghost of Tsushima beat them out. They got beat up by Sucker Punch, who does not make Assassin's Creed style games until that point. You know, like I just don't get why there are companies that hold out on. You know, obviously you got to establish the franchise. You have a little bit of a short term direction, but I just don't get why when fans are so adamant, like we want this, we will buy it. Sometimes I get the argument of like, oh, well, fans don't end up buying it at all. There was a stretch of time where we'd see those things where you get what you want and then people don't support it. But I feel like a lot of those days have fallen behind. I feel like when gamers are pretty loud about things, like we see the explosion in player counts and social media posts and everything. Like that engagement goes way up. So I don't know, man. I'm with you. I feel Bloodborne remaster, remake, whatever it may end up being, could just be dropped at any moment in time and people would lose their fucking minds and it would be one of the most played games that year. So why are you walking away from that when you need that engagement? I don't get it.
Yeah, and you need that goodwill, man. It's important to keep your fan base happy.
Especially if you're PlayStation, you're like, oh, this, you know, we own this IP, Bloodborne, and this genre has turned into like a thing of its own, right? Like when it first started, it was just From Software, right? But now you have competitors everywhere that are making a name for themselves by trying to go after what FromSoft's doing. You have that, right? While they're chasing all these trends, you have like a leader in a new trend, if you will, of this last decade or so. Well, longer than a decade, really since what, Demon Souls 2009. So longer than that, but it's really established itself in a major way this last like 5 to 8 years. It's like you have a leader in that, and you're just not going to use it. That's crazy, man. It's crazy.
No, man, you better have Blue Point instead. Make a God of War live service game.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah,
much better.
Yeah,
fucking Code Vein too. Am I right?
Fucking Code Vein too. Yeah, I'll check it out.
All right.
I hope it's cool.
Let It Die Inferno got revealed. Coming December 3rd, 2025. Okay, this is crazy because I didn't remember this game. You know when you have some games that just sit in your subconscious and you're just like, oh shit, that I remember like a period of time that thing existed. That's Let It Die for me. I just remember there was a time people were talking about on social media, posting about it, like discussing it. I don't know. I remember it being relatively positively received, but there were some mixed results in there as well. Like I can't put my finger on it. But this is like one of the more stunning sequel style games I think we've got in a while.
What's weird is we had that other Let It Die kind of like game show game that came out a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's already dead, though.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
But now this is like properly, like, I guess, Let It Die too. Yeah, this is like a cult classic kind of game like that. Super rough in a lot of areas, but it has some weird quirks that people really like. So it is very interesting to see it live on, I guess. I didn't play a lot of the first Let It Die, so I'm not like super into it.
Neither did I. I can't have a strong take on it, but this is a roguelite survival action game.
Yeah,
it just looks like it's got a ton of elements from different games just jammed in here.
Yeah, I remember like some current like peg currency and stuff like that and how it worked. So I'm curious. I assume this will be free to play, this game.
Yeah.
But cool for people that like Let It Die.
I was looking at it on, was it Steam? Something was going for $25. What was it? Let It Die. Let's see here. Inferno, $24.99.
Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like a thing you buy. Deluxe edition, main game, Sasuke body bundle, support pack, ability to create room matches. They're selling that in the deluxe edition.
Wow.
Which is $45. That's fucked up, bro. What? Death metal. You get 500 death metal. Which is available to use in game.
Pay to win.
This is weird. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, it's something you buy.
Okay. Good to know.
But it's also like an online game. I don't know. Very strange one though, but cool to see. All right. Next is a pretty solid stretch here. Chrono Script: The Endless End.
Yeah, this game looks cool.
Never changed, Japan.
Bad name, but cool looking game.
This is such Octopath Traveler energy. The Endless End, like
triangle strategy. Yeah,
like it's beautiful. I've come to really appreciate these crazy ass names. Metroidvania style title set in a book. The story never ends. They seem to get very meta and literal with it, like pages falling off the table and rotating the boss arena, that sort of stuff. Looks really cool. Coming 2026. I liked what I saw, Brad. What were our feelings on this one?
I agree with you 100%. I like Metroidvanias a lot, so I'm big time in.
Good shit.
Very nice art style.
Crimson Desert shows up next, Brad. It's coming March 19th, 2026. It's still real. It's still happening. After that delay, people were like, "Oh, here we go. Reality setting in." You played it. You know this is.
I played over an hour of it. Yes. That game was fucking crazy.
Yeah,
it crazy.
Looks still crazy. I saw dragon riding. I saw mech riding. I saw crazy gory action combat. I saw massive open worlds. I saw some pretty rough character models here too. But I'm still a believer, man. Like in the sense, I'm like, this game looks like. I always see these comments like, what inspired this game? And the answer is just yes. Because it's just everything is in this. It has no identity because of it, but it also has identity because it's just throwing so many things in at once. So I'm just captivated by it. I just really want to try this thing out and understand it.
Yeah.
So I'm curious for you as someone who played it. You see this new trailer. Still feeling the hype?
Oh, yeah. I'm in, dude. Day one. After I played that game, I was like, holy shit, this is actually real. And the amount of stuff you can do in this game is crazy and how much there is to it.
Yeah.
Very in-depth video game.
Yeah. I'm excited. So that's good to hear.
Dude, I am curious to see how this is going to run on like consoles, especially.
Yeah. Like there's got to be a catch. That's the thing I'm waiting for.
There's going to be a catch for sure.
Because the catch looks like the character models. They look pretty rough compared to the rest of the world. I can live with that. But I'm like, is that it? Is it, the world is huge. It's like, okay.
A lot of characters.
Is there just nothing in it? Is it just combat? Are there side quests?
Yeah.
Like, is the writing terrible? Is it embarrassingly bad? Like,
I don't remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. There's got to be something, right? Like, there's got to be something where you're like, there's the weakness. There's the thing they didn't give a fuck about.
Yeah.
Performance might be it, given how games are nowadays.
Yeah. It gives me that Dragon's Dogma 1 feeling where I'm like, whoa, this is crazy.
Yeah,
I know you like 2 a lot. I don't really care for 2, but yeah.
Okay, Brad. I hope your speaker game's up. And if it's not, PlayStation's got an answer for you. Wireless desktop speakers coming at you. More PlayStation hardware.
It's like, okay, I guess. I don't know. It's just like Sony is like a hardware company to an extent still.
Of course.
They've been making stuff. They have the Fight Stick coming out.
Yeah.
They got the DualSense Edge, so they still experiment that kind of stuff, I guess. They have the whole like InZone brand they own for like PC stuff, like headphones and stuff like that. So I don't know, man. They're continuing to go into that PC space. I loved how they were showing you pair it up with the Portal. I was like, dude, playing Portal on those speakers is fucking crazy.
Yeah, I don't really get that one. The Portal's great because it's like, it's portable. And I don't want to sit in like my desktop where probably my game console is. And just like, I'm going to get used to these speakers.
I am curious how much they'll be. Because you can get some nice speakers for reasonable price, but I don't know if we'll get that.
I have a nice Logitech setup that Laylee got me for Christmas one year, and game changers for sure, because I hate using my headphones all the time, and so she got me out of that with these speakers. Like, really awesome gift. And so I will say, for anyone interested, I mean, look into them for sure. I don't know if the Sony ones are going to be great here.
Yeah, no idea.
But look into desktop speakers for sure. They are a game changer. PS Plus updates for those who are curious. The free games of the month: Alan Wake 2, Goat Simulator 3, Cocoon. Pretty good lineup there. Of course, Alan Wake 2 being the star of the show. The Last of Us Part 2 remastered comes to the game catalog. Classic updates in the catalog are Tekken 3, Soul Calibur 3, Tomb Raider Anniversary.
Dude, Tekken 3 and Soul Calibur 3. It's good shit.
Yeah. Good fighting games here. Not sure what the event is, but glad they're just putting some good old fighting games on the service too.
Yeah.
After this, we got a Gran Turismo 7 Spec 3 update. That's coming December of this year. Some new content, including like 8 vehicles, some new tracks. I've not played much Gran Turismo, so I was kind of indifferent to this, but I also know like these games are massive.
I played it when it came out, and that game was awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm not like a Gran Turismo guy. But I was like, all right, I'm going to finally like dive into a Gran Turismo.
Yeah. I know these games are great and
very quality video game.
People really line up Horizon with this series, and that apparently it's pretty close. But I know Gran Turismo is like very granular with its detail level.
Yeah.
So very keen on that.
I thought this was going to be the PC port announcement. I was like, oh, they're going to announce a PC port.
No, I was thinking 8. I was like, okay. Like, was this going to be GT8?
Oh, 8? I think 8 might be too early. Yeah. I feel like 8 will be PS6.
That probably makes sense, right? To like push the tech again.
Yeah.
That would be the most sensible thing. But yeah, this game looks deep as fuck. They were showing like charts and graphs in the middle of the gameplay.
Crazy amount of depth in this game.
What is this, man?
Yeah. But it all has like a really awesome, classy vibe that you just want to be around. It's weird.
And the soundtrack's great from what I've heard.
The soundtrack is so good. It's crazy good.
Maybe I'll give it a whirl someday. I mean, that's the thing, man. I have a list of games I really want to play, of course.
Just
I'm always driven by story.
At this point.
Yeah, but the idea of me just being like, I have all these story games I want to play, all these retrospectives I want to make, and then I leave all that to the side to play a racing game. That would be the fucking craziest plot twist of all time. So it's just forever going to remain on the shelf, I think, until GT8.
Yeah.
So, like we mentioned earlier, after this God of War 20th anniversary controller, just, hey, how you doing? Away it goes. So if anyone's interested in that, check that out. But
that's got to be at Jeff Keighley Awards, right? That God of War game.
We've been hearing about it for so long. It feels
like a shadow drop at this point.
Maybe, yeah, that could be it. But yeah, it's just every state of play. I don't even know what's going on with God of War. I'm just like, admittedly, I still have to finish Ragnarok, but I don't know what's going on with God of War. I'm like, I don't know if they're going to do this 2.5D style game. I don't know if they're doing the next chapter in like the mainline series. I don't know what the play is right now for that studio. I'm very interested to find out because some people were like, oh, they're doing a new IP. That would also be cool. I wouldn't blame them as well. And y'all's guess is as good as mine, but would love to see classic Kratos be celebrated. As this party's anniversary.
It's crazy. We still don't have collections of those on modern hardware.
Yeah.
And not streaming. I'm not streaming that shit.
Yeah, you can't unless the streaming tech has gotten a lot better, but those games are like fast paced as shit. And also you have to do like QTEs in a lot of those games, the 1 through 3. All right, Brad, wrapping up the show. Wolverine. You hear the sticked. You see the claws come out. He's here. He's alive. He's well, despite a lot of troubling rumors. Some kind of confirmed as well, based on like massive staff exodus, top positions, creative director, like big changes. This game does see the light of day. It's coming fall next year. We're getting more details in spring of next year, but holy shit, this thing is fucking violent in a good way. If anyone's played X-Men Origins Wolverine, I imagine your head immediately went to that game. Just like when many of us who played Spider-Man 2 immediately went there when we saw Insomniac Spider-Man. So they get it. Unsurprisingly, they get it because I miss Ratchet and Clank, and I do miss it. I feel like there'll be a time where we really yearn for like Insomniac to not just be a Marvel studio, but they also get Marvel better than probably anybody right now, continuously. Like in their to me, the only one withstanding Spider-Man 2. That's the only time where outside of even the gameplay to some extent, but the story, I was just like, oh man, this is not worth the wait. But otherwise, I think they get it. They killed it with the first one. That's one of my favorite superhero games ever. It was like the first time since the Arkham series. I was like, oh my God, someone else actually did it. Miles Morales was awesome. And so I think Wolverine looks incredible too. So Brad, give me the takeaway. How are we feeling about Wolverine?
Yeah, so Wolverine, I've been I'm not thrilled that Insomniac is just doing Marvel games for a while. I want them to do like more original stuff or some of their older IPs and stuff like that. But man, this looks really good.
Yeah.
I won't deny it. And I was very happy to see it's very bloody and very violent, like it has to be, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they didn't hold back. Because, you never know. You think they'd be like, oh, they could want the mass market T for teen kind of game and stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, this is big M for mature vibes all over it. And it looks really fun. I'm super curious to see what the structure of the game is like. We didn't get really any hints of that. Like, I don't know how it's going to work. Like, is it open world, just like level based or something like that?
It's like you're going to multiple regions and there's that one shot where he's running on the rooftops and then dragging his claws along it, where I'm like, oh,
is that just like an Uncharted segment though? Something like that? I don't know. I'm curious.
Yeah.
So I have many questions about that, but like the combat looks very cool, very visceral. I mean, I think the Spider-Man games have cool combat, so it looks like this is kind of continuing that legacy. But I was really happy to see the yellow suit. That's good shit. So
yeah, I was a little surprised by that based on how the game was revealed with him in his like flannel and, you know, just kind of looks like rough and tough, retired almost. It was really interesting to see them lean into like the yellow suit, like the classic style Wolverine. I was pleasantly surprised by that because that's like the iconic suit. But the other thing that really, I wouldn't say caught me off guard, but just I was so happy to see was just how attention to detail, like Mortal Kombat level the gore was. Like not just like here are your limbs flying off, but like when his claws go up into someone's jaw and you literally see their face jut forward. I'm like, holy shit, bro. From like the force of him coming up, like they really went for it. So yeah, the only thing that is keeping me from like going full flung hype is kind of understanding what this game is. Like I expect semi-open world, like hubs, multiple hubs. I don't expect this to be fully open. Because the thing I wonder about is traversal. It's like if you build one continuous big, like New York City for Spider-Man, it's like, how do you get around quickly as Wolverine? Are you just wall running and dragging your claws along everything? Do you blend in that way? Like Spider-Man is like a recognized figure, but it also makes sense for him to be just swinging from building to building, rooftop to rooftop. I think about those little details that no doubt they're considering at Insomniac and sort of how they can make sense of it. And if he's just like in these smaller areas, he can blend in a little bit easier and like he could traverse it a lot easier. So I feel like that's where my expectations lie. But otherwise, I think they're just kind of lining. It's also going to come down to the story. That's the other thing that I got more reserved on after Spider-Man 2 because I thought Spider-Man 1 story was fucking excellent. Like I think that's a classic. I love it. Especially how they made Mr. Negative like a really compelling villain. That's tough to do, especially because they're kind of pulling him right out of the comic books. Like this is not a guy who's like, I know who Doc Ock is, or I know who Venom is. Like this is very established. This is like, here's a new guy, and like here's how we're gonna tell his story. And they made him very compelling. But you know, to be honest, man, Spider-Man 2 completely cooled me off. I was like, you know, I don't want to oversell it because I know a lot of people like it, but I really do think the way they sequel baited so much of that game and its side content and its mainline story, and I think how just predictable it was largely from start to finish. I was super disappointed by lots of that game.
Spider-Man 2 was weird for me because like I had a good time playing through it, but I definitely didn't love a lot of like story stuff like you were saying. I remember when I beat it, I like immediately forgot about the entire game. It's one of those games.
Yeah. Like I'll always go back and play Spider-Man 1. I've done it so many times. But Spider-Man 2, if I were to really, okay, let's draw a line here. Now I'm nitpicking, okay? The whole tunnel flying thing that he does through the city where he slingshots himself and he basically turns into Superman. I just thought an aesthetic level with like the portals floating in the air in the city. I just never liked that shit. I just was like, this totally breaks me out of it. It doesn't feel right. Like I was never crazy about that. I get why it's impressive technically and whatnot, but you know, it just I feel like there was a lot left on the table for that game, and it definitely wasn't like for lack of trying. Like they did try very hard, so that's why I'm like not hard on it. But just for the standard they set for themselves with the first one, I really felt it felt very inconclusive in many ways in the second game, and that was a bit of a bummer. Where just like 3 is going to be, I mean, it kind of feels like a lot of what happened when the hack happened and we got the leak on sort of how they were thinking about Spider-Man 3 and splitting into 2 parts. I kind of feel Spider-Man 2 is that. Like it was like remarkably short and felt kind of incomplete too. So I enjoyed it, but just not as a diehard Spider-Man fan, just not nearly as much as other material in the franchise. So that's kind of what kept me tame on Wolverine. Is I was like, everything I'm seeing looks great, but now I just need the extra details because I know from now Spider-Man 2 where I'm like, oh, this is going to be a home run, that it's not always a lock, you know?
Yeah.
So, Brad, any additional thoughts on Wolverine, or should we get on out of here?
I don't know. I'm excited. I always liked the X-Men cartoon growing up, so I'm really happy to see that. We got teases a couple characters like Omega Red and Mystique were in there.
Mystique, yeah.
But what I'm really curious, I'm like, are you going to tie this into Spider-Man some way? Is there going to be something like that?
What do you think about that?
It seems like obvious because you're making Marvel games. Marvel loves that interconnected shit.
The MGU.
Yeah,
could it be?
Marvel Gaming Universe, yeah.
I don't know.
To me, it'd be like weird if you didn't at this point.
I never
Especially
thought
with
about
the Avengers Tower in Spider-Man and stuff like that.
It's funny because in Ultimate Spider-Man, there's a whole boss fight where you're playing as Venom and you fight Wolverine. Like Wolverine has a history of appearing. The X-Men have a history of appearing in Spider-Man games. So the Fantastic Four. That'd be very interesting. I don't know if they would go for that, but that would be awesome.
Yeah, dude, Disney probably wants that so bad. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's just like, can you pull that off? Can you have like the full Spider-Man movement and combat system while also having Wolverine?
Well, it's not even like in that game you don't need to play as Spider-Man or some character from Spider-Man. They could just show up at it briefly. That's it. Just a cameo. You don't have to be like playable in the game. I don't mean anything like that.
Okay, yeah, you mean the story.
Like maybe like Eddie Brock's in it or some shit from Spider-Man or Miles or someone like that, or a villain.
I think it'd be interesting, but I kind of hope they don't do it and keep treating it like a comic book series where it's just kind of like their own self-contained stories that exist in the same world. But you think Marvel and Disney are going to meddle?
Yeah, there ain't no way. They're not going to
allow it.
Way. I don't think so. I think it'd be kind of foolish for them to leave that on the table.
Yeah, I mean, the fair point is that they've now given another superhero to Insomniac, right? Like this is 2 now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, if you're going to be the Marvel studio and you've handled it so well every step of the way, and this turns out really great, it's like, now here's a third one. Here's Captain America, like, bring him into the fold. And then they'll have the challenge of trying to unify them all into a story at some point, which, best of luck.
Well, it's like, hey, Spider-Man, after Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man's done for a while or something like that.
It's got to be. Yeah.
They move on to someone else, another superhero or something like that.
Or Ratchet. Ratchet was on
Wasn't there like rumors of an
list.
X-Men game or something like that from the leak?
Yes. Yeah. X-Men was on there. Ratchet game was on there for, I think, like 2 years from now as well.
So, yeah,
Venom game is next year, which I'm surprised we didn't see the Venom game.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Too early, I think. Because they announced Wolverine a while ago. They haven't actually announced the Venom game, so they don't have to rush.
It's weird because the Venom game's apparently coming sooner. So,
oh, really interesting. That could be a Game Awards thing.
Yeah, well, I guess I say it's coming sooner because I thought the schedule had Venom a year ahead of Wolverine. I could be misremembering, but
yeah. Well, who knows how old that data is? I guess, but
yeah, if things have changed. Certainly, I imagine Wolverine's timeline had to have changed a little bit because of the problems it encountered and the unfortunate hack that they went through at Insomniac.
Yeah. I was trying to see something about X-Men. I'm trying to find.
Why does 2030 sound?
2030 for something? That sounds right.
Yeah. Like an
I could see that easily.
X-Men game. Where was it? Yeah, multiple X-Men games by 2030 and beyond. Okay, I gotta click on this Kotaku article.
2029, Venom 2025 was listed then.
Yeah, I think what they might be building toward, it says, first one begins in 2023, Spider-Man 2, and shows a Venom game arriving in 2025, Wolverine launching in 2026. So that's on track.
That's on track now.
Spider-Man 3 coming in 2028, a new Ratchet and Clank game coming in 2029, the studio's first X-Men game releasing by 2030. That slate then culminates with a new IP planned for 2031 and 2032.
There you go.
So, oh, wait, what's this? There, Wolverine is expected by 2025, followed by X-Men 3 in 2033, and a second new IP in 2035. Multiplayer spin-offs are also sprinkled in there. Wolverine's online mode arriving in 2026. X-Men's online mode arriving in 2020. Interesting. Yeah, they got something like every year.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting. Yeah. X-Men, I guess maybe that's what they're going to build toward. They're going to end it with It looks like they're going to end it with Spider-Man 3, though. Their roadmap literally shows Spider-Man 3, and then there's no Spider-Man content afterwards.
Yeah, you should end it there.
Yeah. Interesting. And then 2 new IP, which are probably just new Marvel characters.
Oh.
Because look at that, there's literally one Ratchet and Clank game and all of that. They're like, fuck it for the old heads.
Yeah, it's like, listen, I don't mind you doing Marvel games, but at least do some other stuff too in between.
Sure.
It's like, I get it. They sell really well. It's good business probably for them. So yeah.
Yeah. I get it. All right, Brad, let's wrap this bad boy up.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize we go this long, but good stuff.
Yeah.
Brad, I always appreciate you being on the show. Thank you for filling in. Thank you for being here. Great talking games with you. Not too miserable of a week for Xbox. We finally got you in on a week where there's some good stuff happening.
Some good stuff. Yeah, all we had was like the price hike, I think. So
yeah, and then we talked our way through that. We came to an understanding. Brad, appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen. If you got this deep into the show, you can tag us on Twitter. I am at G27status. Brad, you are at Bradley Ellis 87, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. You can tag him as well. And what hashtag do we want for this week? What do we want to get the listeners engaging with here? It's got to be Horizon. Got to give it to Horizon.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll do Horizon DD. So, ladies and gentlemen, use the hashtag Horizon DD at G27status at Bradley Ellis 87. Otherwise, leave a comment down below if you don't use Twitter or anything like that. That's cool with us too. We're looking forward to hearing from you either way. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, take excellent care of yourselves, and we'll catch you in the next episode of Defining Duke. Peace out.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Matty's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.